с Жорка. Давам му пари 2 седмици, се ходим насам там и просто му даваме така. Той вика, дай вика да видим какво сме работили да ги такова, защото като гледам колко си ми дал, май ще имам да ти връщам. Викам, ти представиш си 2 седмици си на работа и после обаждаш се на майка ти, и имам да дам 400 лева. за 2 седмици работа.
Само че сега, да, нищо. Ти си знаеш, човек.
Значи, аз като... Я ти спусна нещо, ти говори.
From all over the world we come across for a conference made for pros by pros. For devs and QAs, this is the place to be, with top-notch speakers and lots of coffee and beer. So come join us in this journey so great, where we'll make new friends and celebrate. Coding skills.
Едно, две. Раз, два, три, четири.
Виж, моля те само на това. На стрима, ма ти си го пуснал вече. Да. Видя ли му аудио-ауткуда на стрима, кое? Дали е мастер? Това трябва да знае. Да, що не пише нищо тук, трябва да е мастер. Иначе пише първи бей, А това свирка ли откъде?
От тук от картата. Ще взема по-нисък инпут. Ще намаля гейна. Добре, не е от това.
Той там трябва да го увеличиш, при тебе го намалиш.
При мен е... Няма лойка това.
Да не се връщаш сега ти?
Не. Няма как да се връщам аз. Чакай, дай. Добре. Тръгна да... Ярсов, пусни нещо.
From all over the world we come across for a conference made for pros by pros. For devs and QAs, this is the place to be, with top-notch speakers and lots of coffee and beer. So come join us in this journey so great, where we'll make new friends and celebrate. Coding skills and testing perfected. The attitude is always challenge accepted.
Заповядайте в залата. Please enter the hall. We start in exactly 1 minute.
From all over the world we come across for a conference made for pros by pros. For devs and QAs, this is the place to be, with top-notch speakers and lots of coffee and beer. So come join us in this journey so great, where we'll make new friends and celebrate coding skills and testing perfected. The attitude is always challenge accepted. I think people, let's raise the bar, learning, growing, going far, with open hearts and minds connected. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted.
Ladies and gentlemen, QA hero. Please welcome the dynamic duo, the people who will make all types of testing today on your patience, the quality in hosting Tony Karabashev, and the assurance of timekeeping Vladislav Vyulinov.
Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted.
Thrilled to welcome you here for this monumental milestone in the journey of the entire QA community. Celebrating a decade of innovation, collaboration, and excellence, the 10th anniversary of QA challenge accepted. A tech conference dedicated to software testing and quality assurance.
For professionals, by professionals. Today we are celebrating not more than just a conference. We are celebrating a decade-long journey of making the code cleaner, the test leaner, and the e-side cleaner than ever.
Can you believe it? 10 years of bug squashing, 10 years of test case triumphs, 10 years of making the quality our top priority.
For those 10 years, we've reached more than 10,000 people.
We've had more than 5,000 unique participants.
Almost 200 sponsors and partners supported us.
65 speakers have spoken on our stage.
62 volunteers have volunteered.
And from those volunteers, 4 new families were formed, totally voluntarily. Thank you. Our next challenge is to have the first baby born at our conferences, so we're waiting for that.
And let's not forget the fun. Magic tricks,
Shisha, improv theater,
improv poetry,
dancers,
karaoke,
singers, quiz, massages, and ton of stupid jokes from your hosts.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
This was the second for today. Each year, we support a charity cause, and we are proud to announce our collaboration for second consecutive year with one of the most renowned and successful charities in Bulgaria, Caps for the Future, or Капачки за бъдеще.
We joined forces to help purchase a brand new neonatal ambulance for children in need.
The founder of Caps for the Future, Lazar Radkov, would love to be here with you today in person, but he's off this weekend to make the world a better place somewhere else.
The money gathered today will be donated for saving babies' lives and saving forests from plastic waste and wildfires.
Let's make a real-life difference together. You can leave your noble donations in the box located at the reception desk outside. We have a limited quantity of shirts and backpacks, so you can get one and support our cause.
We are truly grateful to Lazar Radkov and to you to making the world a better place.
These applauses are for you. And there, though.
From all over the world, we come across for a conference made for pros by pros, for devs and QA.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So
Many jokes today. So
this was third stupid joke. And there are those who help make our conferences a better place, our amazing sponsors. Let's give a big round of applause for our one and only platinum sponsor today, Bosch Engineering Center, Sofia. Bosch Engineering Center Sofia is the innovation hub for mobility and solutions with nearly 700 experts driving projects in AI, automated driving, and electric mobility.
let's show our appreciation for our gold sponsors, Blank Factor,
Ring Central,
Flutter International,
Kin Plus Carta, now part of Valtech,
DraftKings,
and our new friends from Della Sport.
Let's thank together our silver sponsors.
Milestone, who have been with us from the very beginning all these 10 years.
Also Axway, Experian, Accenture, Amusenet, and Dev Experts, all of whom are sponsoring Dev Challenge Accepted tomorrow as well.
Let's thank our old friends from Zeeburger, Roxiat, Acronis, Progress, and Merkel.
As well as our new friends from ProCredit Bank.
There is one more bank supporting us today, providing the coffee, and later today they will treat us with some ice cream. Shout out to Commerzbank.
And last but not least, let's thank to the launch sponsors of Challenge Accepted events for so many consecutive years. Nuvei.
Thank you, sponsors, for accepting the challenge.
Want to join the big prizes draw at the end? Don't forget to explore our sponsor booths outside. They've got cool prizes, fun games, and a lot of surprises.
Get a stamp on your badge from every sponsor. It's like debugging. You have to check them all to win. But there's no need to rush though. You have the entire day to do so.
Yes, this is not a stress test. Try load balancing between talks, coffee, beer, and swag hunting.
Thank you. A big thanks to our volunteers, the folks in the blue t-shirts. If you need any assistance or have any questions, don't hesitate to ask them.
Most of them are IT professionals and esteemed colleagues of yours, but they chose to donate their time to help make things awesome.
Let's show our appreciation with a round of applause and the respect they deserve.
And if you want to take a part in the conference as a speaker, you can do it even today, especially if you are ready to drop some knowledge.
Our lightning talk session is for you. If you want to share a cool testing trick, a funny story from your work, or tech rant you've been dying to get off your chest, we want to hear it.
You have up to 5 minutes to talk from our stage if you write your name on the whiteboard next to the stage. Okay? There are limit slots, so hurry up.
And now, let's kick off our 10th anniversary with a speaker and topic that are hotter than CPU in a broken cooling system, AI in testing.
Let's invite to the stage a man who has not just climbed the corporate ladder, but also a few literal mountains along the way, pushing his motorbike to its limits.
And if you're wondering what keeps him grounded, it's not just his love for artificial intelligence. He also has 3 naturally intelligent kids who I'm sure keep him on his toes even more than his test cases do.
Applause for the Romanian guy who may convince you to swap your keyboard for a mountain bike, Victor Iunașcu!
Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Reality is always challenge accepted.
of my heart, I still consider myself a QA investigator. So I really love participating in defining test strategies or, I don't know, investigating some weird bugs that might appear or some corner cases. Outside work, I really like hiking. I did several hikings here in Bulgaria, so I've been to Vihren, Conceto Ridge, Botev. You have really nice mountains, guys, here, so astonishing views. And not only that, the mountain culture that you have here, it's wow. So keep it like that, it's beautiful. And besides mountain, yes, I have kids, I have family, I like to spend time with them, having fun, and of course, I love riding my bike. But I think that's enough about me. I think you are more curious about artificial intelligence than me, no? So, as any good corporate presentation, we have an agenda here. So we'll go a little bit on the QA struggles that we have today, and then we'll move a little bit on the use cases, like we go through some functional and non-functional use cases, like manual, automated, a little bit of security, performance, and we'll see how AI can augment our test case creation. And also, we'll discuss a little bit of the tools that exist on the market with a small difference between them, and we'll go a little bit through ChatGPT, Copilot, Code Whisperer from Amazon, which became last week Amazon Q, and Tab 9. We'll also see if there are the limitation and which are the limitation of artificial intelligence right now in helping doing our job. And we'll discuss what will be the future of the QA with AI. And in the end, we'll have some key takeaways. But stay assured, I know that we have beer at the end of the day, not the presentation. And I don't think artificial intelligence will judge us for having a couple of beers. Good. Moving forward, I wanted to focus, I would say, on this part with the QA struggles only on two sections, like manual and automated, because from my experience, this covers around 70% of our work, or even more. So if we look at manual testing today, what we can see? We see that it's time-consuming, it's labor-intensive, it's prone to human error, and has also limited coverage. So we all have been in that situation when we had a lot of test cases to do because the test plan was really big and the delivery was close, release was not ready in time, so we did a lot of manual work. And also, if we look at automated tests, which at some point they were considered the silver bullet of automation like 10 years ago or something like that, they are nice, they are good, but they are fragile, so they might break really easy. They have high maintenance cost. I don't know how many of you felt this way or had this frustration, like you create some automation tests, they are working this release, the next release are not working, and it takes you like 3 weeks to solve those tests, to make them working again. And also, they have a limited ability to handle dynamic real-world scenarios. When you do automation, mostly we focus on some happy path, and you just put there and in your pipeline to validate that everything is okay. So we have this kind of struggles right now. And let's see how artificial intelligence fit in this picture. But before going to the use cases, let's see what is the current landscape that we have today. So this is a theoretical application. It's not related to Axway, somehow. So basically here we have an application that uses various entry points with various endpoints. We have various sources like banks, transport companies, factories, you name it. So all kinds of companies. We have multiple encryption layers through like IS, RSA, ACC, ISGCD. And also, to add some spices, we don't have unidirectional flows, we have multi-directional flows. So basically, the role of this application is to ensure the transfer of the document, the transfer and decryption of the document between, like I said, various sources to a central point to an end flow. So it seems like a pretty complex system to test. It's not necessarily very easy, but we'll see what kind of test we can do on it. Good. And I took an example of a simple manual test case. It's just, okay, we need to verify that we can securely transfer a file between different entities. And what we need to do if we want to do like that? First of all, you need to prepare the files. We need to apply the IS encryption, for example, in this case. We need to send the files to central. We verify that the central is processing correctly the files, and after that, it distributes the files to the entities that I have, and in the end, we validate that all the files arrived at their destination in good shapes. Seems like a pretty straightforward test, no? Easy, not too much, not too less, seems okay. But if we ask an AI tool to help us to augment this one, these are the things that he suggests us to do. So, okay, I'm preparing the files, but maybe it's a good thing to add additional data patterns, not to stay only with one file, to generate multiple type of files, to have a manual key variation. What do you mean like that? If I apply an IS encryption there, I have a 128 encryption, maybe I can go to 256 encryption. So I need to vary the keys to be sure that the encryption is working correctly. Maybe I need to check a more detailed logging verification, like, okay, instead of verifying that the file arrived in central, maybe it's good to look also into the logs to check if there are any error attached to the sending files. Maybe also to do some cross-check decryption. I'm using, maybe when I prepare the file, I apply IS encryption, but after I verify in central and before distributing the files, maybe I can go to RSA encryption. So try to see and variate the forms of encryption that I have in my test, so to be sure that my application is working correctly. And the last point is the one that I never thought about it, at least in my career. It's about timing and performance checks. What does it mean? It means that if I do this test, and it takes me like 2 hours to do the test, when everything I have prepared there and everything works fine, and it takes me 2 hours to do it, if my application needs to handle 10 or hundreds of thousands of flows like that, for sure it will be a performance issue. Okay, so that's about on the manual side. And let's take that test and automate it. So it's the same. I need to verify that the transfer file is done between the entities. Again, it's a pretty decent file, so it's a pretty decent test that I have here. It's easy. I have some classes. I'm having some files. But if I look at AI augmented part, I would say I focused only on 3 steps, like this one on step 1 and step 2, and after that on step 6. Here, what an AI tool will suggest to me, say, okay, I think it's important to see or to verify, to change the data sources, to try to generate dynamically the files. You can generate bigger files, smaller files, different formats, and try to use that. Try and check that the files are not empty. And the same with the encoding part. Then, if we look on the step 6, let's try and implement an error and catch mechanism. Usually, this is one of the biggest issue of the flaky test. We don't have an error and catch mechanism, and we don't know if the test failed, what is the reason, if it's something that happened in the product, if it's something about the infrastructure, or something is not working well. So, you see that basically AI help us to improve our tests and, I don't know, make them a little bit more reliable. The next step, it will be a security test case. It's still sort of functional test because I'm just trying to verify that my central point can correctly decrypt the files he received and the files that he needs to send. So it's a very specific part. I'm only focusing on the encryption algorithm. So, okay, I have my files, they're encrypted, I send it. And I think this is really interesting what an artificial intelligence tool is telling me. It says like that. I think it's time to change the hat of the QA and try to put a black hat. Try to be a hacker. Like, okay, try to simulate data tampering during the transmission, like install a burp suite, for example. Look how the files are going. Are they truly encrypted? Is the secure transfer is secure enough? Is not the transfer is secure enough? Is not secure enough? And he suggests me also to implement anomaly detection during the decryption, just to be sure that all the data that I've sent is not tampered. I think it was a really interesting approach on this one. And the last one, it's about the performance testing. So here it's a class written in Java. I don't know how clear it is from behind, but basically I'm trying to do a load test of 10,000 users, seeing that, okay, my application behaves well, is not dead if 10,000 users are connecting it in the same time. Pretty straightforward, no popcorns there. But what AI tells me, okay, you have that test, it's good, but maybe it will be interesting to make it adaptive. Like, okay, 10,000 users might work well, it might be good, but maybe you can automatically scale that and add 1,000 users more, 2,000 users more, 3,000 users more. And not necessarily he's just suggesting me that. He can propose some classes that I can use in my test. So, I see a lot of people here in the room. Is anyone that used AI tools? I don't know, not necessarily in their work, but just for fun. They could raise a hand. The people who, they can raise 2 hands, the people who didn't use. Okay, and the other at home, they could dance like, it was like a karaoke part. Nice, yeah. And what was your experience with the tools? How did you feel that? Anyone? It was good, bad? Good? Good? Nice. So, okay. I looked a little bit on the tools that will go through this, and I tried to put, I would say, like 6 categories, 6 big categories. Like, okay, I want to look at manual testing. I want to look at automated testing. What kind of languages it supports, if they have some security features while I'm building my code, if they have QA-specific use cases, manual or automated, and what kind of artificial intelligence model quality is. And first of all, it's ChatGPT, because I think it's the most popular. I think most of us use ChatGPT. It has the biggest publicity. It has a lot of fuzziness around it, so it's a pretty good tool. So it's very good if you want to have some brainstorming, test case generation. You also can generate some test scripts, but you just need to manually integrate it. So you need to copy paste from ChatGPT to your IDE. Support multiple languages, so it's not focusing only on Java or Python or something like that. So he can provide some input on the other. With security features, he has some manual suggestion, meaning that you need to provide him context, and he'll say something not too good. If you want to have some specific use cases for QA, especially for manual QA and automated, it's pretty good, and it's highly adaptive. But if I am more into writing automation tests, and I write mod code, maybe Copilot, it's a better tool to use, because I have an integration in my IDE. It has a very strong generation for the test scripts, and it's very popular for Java. So on our side, we are using Copilot a lot. It's very good if it has enough data. It also has some basic security insights while you are building your classes, so it has some security integrated into it, and generates really good code at some points. So it's very good on that side. But also, you have other tools on the market that might be interesting to look at. So one of them is Amazon Code Whisperer, which became Amazon Q. I don't know, if you work in a cloud environment, for example, if you have a lot of deployments, you are creating Helm charts, you are creating Docker images, you are like having a lot of machines there, I think Amazon Q is the tool to go at some point, because it's very good for Python, okay, very good for Java, but it's the best for AWS-based automated tests. So it's very well integrated there, it's really good, and it has a very strong cloud-based workflows. So I think it's really interesting, depending on what you are doing as a specialist and what is your specific role there, to go and search the tool that is good for you. And again, one thing that we tried, but it was a total failure, at least in my case, was tab 9. Didn't work at all. Lacked a lot of QA functionalities, didn't have any security features. So why I put this one here, that you also might encounter not so good automation, artificial intelligence tools to use. So it's very good to go through them and make an analysis, and depending on what you need to cover. Okay, I think the next step is to discuss about the limitation that we have today in IE. Anyone has an idea what kind of limitation we might have today? Sorry? That's one, might be. It's not accurate enough. Okay. Sorry? Hallucinations? I don't know. Sorry, I did not get it. That's. Yes. Yes, Copilot does that. It proposes code does not exist, classes that not exist. Yes, very good point. Another one from this side? No, maybe. There were good insights, very good insights, guys. I found these ones, and I want to focus a little bit on this one. One of them, I think, is the most important from here, and we reach to that in a minute. First of all, it's lack of contextual understanding. It's good to have an IE, but if you don't provide enough scenarios and business logic, he cannot provide you valuable information. And you go in that point of hallucination, how he said, because he'll propose something that does not exist, and it might mess up the test cases that you need to do. And because of that, it's very inconsistent if you have a test case generator. So you have multiple test cases there, say, okay, create me like 2 or 3 test cases that I want to optimize this workflow. And again, if you don't provide enough information to him and say, he might give you something that does not exist or is out of, I would say, the league or not working at all. And again, right now, at least at today's level, IE tools are very limited to adapt to complex systems. So if you have like application like I presented at the beginning with multi-layered, you have, I don't know, microservices and stuff like that, it's very hard for a tool to go there and propose something that might be meaningful. So you need to split that in a more smaller chunks, I would say. Error handling and debugging, yeah. You cannot put a IE tool right now to debug if someone has an alert and something breaks there and the customer is complaining that the production is down and say, hey, no worry, I have an IE tool that can do that. Not there yet, so we might appear. We might reach to that. And I think the most important one that today is missing, at least on the QA part, it's human intuition. Why? Because we have the experience, we have the intuition when we are doing the test, and I think most of us, at least in my case, I was there several times when you have the devs people saying, yeah, I did some changes in that class, it doesn't impact anything else. You need to test that. And everything breaks, and you need to have like, instead of 2 hours validation, you need to create like 2 days test scenarios to do a lot of regression testing. You are like saying, oh, I'm gonna kill you next time if you say like that. So IE cannot replace this part of human intuition. So that's today. And after that, again, non-functional testing gaps. So if you have right now, it's good, as we've seen, to generate code, but we have issues if I want to generate a secure code, if I want to do maybe some performance testing or some security testing. It's not working without a QA involvement. Okay. So do we have a future? Does QA have a future with IE? Does, it does not? We'll see. So what we can see, that artificial intelligence can act as a catalyst for efficiency. So automation, artificial intelligence can automate small repetitive tasks. So it means that he can help us to go faster on smaller tasks and provides us, I would say, more efficiency in the work that we do. Instead of going there and do the same test again, manual, same test, easy. It takes time, but now IE automated can improve that. And because we can focus, we'll have more time, if we are using artificial intelligence on this part of automation, that means that we might have more time to optimize our test coverage and then at some point to be focused more on the test strategy that we're doing. Another part, it's intelligent test automation. As you've seen on the performance, if you remember, the tool provided me to scale the user, so that will be very, very interesting to do. So it means that, okay, maybe with one script or several tests, I can have a more complex one, so scaling with the users. And self-healing test automation, basically here, if we have an error, he might understand what the error is, he can propose, or I can guide him to solve the error to be healed. And maybe in the future we can, I would say, I never tried that, but maybe in the future we can integrate that in CI/CD pipelines. But our roles as QA, I think, will become more like artificial intelligence strategists, meaning that we need to evolve to see exactly what kind of tests we need to do. We need to see what kind of tests AI can do, and then my feeling is that right now AI is not replacing us; it's just enhancing our capabilities. So we almost reached to the end of the presentation. I think some key points that we need to think is that when you're working with AI, it's very important to provide a clear context. If you don't provide a clear context, he won't know what to give to you. I think it's important to treat AI like assistants, to be very directive with AI, to be, how to say, maybe a two prompt command that you can do with AI and saying, okay, my prompt act as a, I don't know, senior QA, and I want to test that, and tell me how I should discuss with another AI. And you'll see that the prompt will give you quite a comprehensive stuff to ask. And then you can take that prompt, you can update it, and say, okay, guys, we can do, I want that to be done. Another point, always verify the information that an AI tool provides to you. Don't gulp it. Like, you don't take it there, put it in your code, or put it in your test cases, or whatever. Always validate it. Because if you don't validate it, it might not work. And lastly, if you are not doing with artificial intelligence, someone else will do it before you. And as we've seen, artificial intelligence, it's a powerful tool that for sure can significantly increase our QA process, but it's not a replacement for deep, strategic thinking that we bring on the table as QA people. And the future of QA is not about choosing between artificial intelligence or expertise, manual expertise that I have. It's about mastering both. So, because we are at QA challenge, I have a challenge for you, which is quite simple. Embrace artificial intelligence, but without losing your human element. The creativity, the intuition, the strategic thinking that we bring to the table as QA professionals will continue to be a cornerstone in assuring the quality of the product that we are delivering, however AI is evolving. So, if you go back to your teams, think about, how can I use artificial intelligence to enhance what I'm already doing, or where I can push the boundaries of what I'm doing with artificial intelligence? Because at the end of the day, it's not about artificial intelligence versus QA, it's artificial intelligence with QA, and together I could say that we might not be unstoppable, but I think we might be very close to that. So, still have some minutes. Let's go and build the future, one test at a time, and remember, no artificial intelligence can replace a good conversation. So feel free to find me at the speaker's corner or Axoy booth for a chat, and maybe have some beers later. So thank you all, guys. You are an awesome audience. Thank you.
Do you have any questions, or maybe later?
Yeah, if someone has questions, sorry.
You have 3 minutes for questions, if you have any questions. Don't be shy. Okay. So, let's applaud one more time, Victor.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, if the questions came for you later in your minds, don't worry. We got covered you. just head over to our special speakers corner outside. Victor will be there, ready for chat.
Just to clarify, each speaker has a 30-minute slot. If they speak for 25 minutes, you have 5 minutes for questions.
If they speak for 30 minutes, you have no time for questions.
If they speak for 32 minutes, you have minus 2 minutes for
Or
questions.
they will ask questions for you.
But you can always meet your QA celebrities in the speaker's corner. Don't be shy. And now, coffee break.
Coffee break. And remember, when you hear the challenge accepted jingle for the 1000th time today, it's
Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Reality is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Reality is always challenge accepted.
Welcome to the Sofia home of Flutter International, the place where your career journey in the exciting world of entertainment starts. At the heart of our success are our people.
Here, people are free to express themselves, to think openly, and work on their ideas.
For me, this is freedom. And that's why here in Flutter International, we strive to empower each individual to find their own path. Whatever we do it as one. We do it as a team.
Welcome to RingCentral Bulgaria.
Let's make a truce. A death challenge accepted.
QA challenge accepted.
Death challenge accepted.
QA challenge
Death challenge accepted.
QA
Death challenge accepted. Death challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
From all over the world, we come across for a conference made for pros by pros. For devs and QAs, this is the place to be, with top-notch speakers and lots of coffee and beer. So come join us in this journey so great, where we'll make new friends and celebrate coding skills and testing perfected. The attitude is always challenge accepted. IT people, let's raise the bar, learning, growing, going far, with open hearts and minds connected. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted. From all over the world, we
Welcome to the Sofia home of Flutter International, the place where your career journey in the exciting world of entertainment starts. At the heart of our success are our people.
Here, people are free to express themselves, to think openly, and work on their ideas.
For me, this is freedom. And that's why here in Flutter International, we strive to empower each individual to find their own path. Whatever we do it as one. We do it as a team.
Welcome to Ring Central Bulgaria.
From all over the world we come across for a conference made for pros by pros. For devs and QAs, this is the place to be, with top-notch speakers and lots of coffee and beer. So come join us in this journey so great, where we'll make new friends and celebrate coding skills and testing perfected. The attitude is always challenge accepted. IT people, let's raise the bar, learning, growing, going far, with open hearts and minds connected. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted.
Please come, take your seats, but do it quietly because we're about to start our next speak. Come.
Please welcome.
Please welcome.
Здравейте, здравейте. Махат ви някакви хора.
Хайде, тая песен вече ни излезе на пъпа. Заповядайте. All right, everyone. We've covered sponsors, swag, coffee, but now it's time to get into the fun part, when we let robots do our work.
Our next speaker is someone who takes automation seriously, so seriously that even his tests have their own tests to make sure they work.
And when he's not battling test cases, he's battling weights at the gym or playing basketball. Trust me, if you think handling Selenium is hard, you should see this guy bench press. Today, he's going to show you how to let AI do all the heavy lifting in your automation testing.
He's going to introduce a tool that uses AI to analyze all those annoying test results. Basically, it's like having an intern, but one that never complains and actually works.
Big round of applause for the one and only Maros Kuchi!
Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Reality is always challenge accepted.
Welcome to my presentation about artificial intelligence in analysis of automation test results. At the beginning, I would like to introduce myself a little bit more. So I'm coming from city Košice in east part of Slovakia, and I'm working at Nest Digital Engineering in the office in Košice, and I'm working with automation testing. And if you would like to contact me, do not hesitate to either send me an email, or if you scan this QR code, it will be also at the end of presentation. You can you are welcome to join me in my network on LinkedIn. And maybe you are asking why I came here to this nice city of Sofia. And yes, I would like to talk at the beginning about analysis of automation test results in general. And then I will focus on how we can leverage AI in automation testing. And as you know, there are many use cases how we can use AI, but I will focus on this one in analysis of automation test results. And I will ask a couple of questions during my presentation, and you can answer for yourself, and then you can compare with my answers. So my first question is, when basically the tests have value? So you know the saying that there is no difference between person who cannot read and the person who can read but doesn't read. And I think it's similar with automation testing. So there's no difference between if we have like many tests and we are not looking at the results and if we have no tests. Okay, so I think our tests have value only when we look at the results. And related to this is how often we should look at the results, and it's more related also to habits, like testers, automation testers, we have some habits, and first you start your day, you open your Slack, you open your email, you check your Jira tickets, and I think another habit could be to look at the automation results, which not always happens, so it's, for example, a good idea to put some item in your calendar. Each morning, look at the results. Maybe there will be some work, maybe not, depending on how many failures. And what's the why we should add the results? So we should be able to know the state of our application and our testing environment. And now you can see example of some failures from Playwright. And next question is, what is the number of categories into which we can group some failures? Because yes, we can have 10, 20 reasons why tests are failing, but are there any main groups? So imagine you have set up that you have back-end, front-end developers which are changing code of your application each day. You have testers which are working on your test automation framework. You have new versions or new deployments, maybe after each change, after each commit to the applications, and at the end of the day or during the night, you run the tests on some Jenkins nodes. And the question is how many groups we can have. So maybe you have some number. My number is 3, and 3 groups. And let's look at these groups. So my first group is that, so imagine yesterday there was green test, and today we have like failure, okay? And we should be able to answer what happened yesterday and what is causing this failure. And another question is what we should do today so the test is passing tomorrow. And first group is, yes, there was a change in the application and it's not correct. So it's a bug, so we need to fix application today so that the test is passing tomorrow, okay? The second group, it's, again, change in the application, but it's not a bug, it's a feature, so some improvement, and somebody forgot to update the test, okay? So it's a problem in the test, and we need to fix the test today so that it's passing tomorrow. And the last group is, according to me, that there is some problem in the environment, so we need to fix the environment, okay? And related to these failures, I would like to mention one myth, which sometimes, maybe you heard it before, and it's myth of no failures in results of automation tests. So there are some opinions that it's possible to have 0 failures in automation tests. And my question is, under which conditions? So for example, if we have like 10 features in our application and we are testing just one, and it's never changing, so okay, we can have green tests. Or maybe we can have coverage for all 10 features, but we are doing no validation. So if something is changing, it will never fail because we are not validating it. But I think if we have Imagine a big platform, backend, many front-end components, many features connecting to this platform. It's very hard to have no failures because it means we are testing nothing or nothing is changing in the application. And I think there are two approaches to this analysis. And this is maybe the most popular one or most used is green, red lights. So you are interested in having everything green and you don't want to have anything red. It's related to this myth from previous slide, but I think there could be different approach, and different approach is, I called it colorful light, so it means that, okay, we have failures, it's red, and we have green tests, but it's not only important for us to have everything green because we know it's hard to achieve, but we would like to have different colors for different reasons. So for example, red could mean that we don't know why it is failing, it's red, and we want to move everything from red to some other colors. So for example, orange can be that there is a bug in the front-end part of the application. Yellow could be that there is a problem in the back-end part. Blue can mean that it's a problem in the test. And purple could be that there is an environmental problem on some server where this application is running, and the pink could be a problem on the server where tests are running, okay? And now, question is, if there are any challenges during analysis, and from these challenges we can think about if AI can somehow help us to face those challenges. So not sure how you are doing this analysis, but imagine we have some simple table, okay? And at the top you can see 29th of July, we had some set of scenarios, some steps on which scenarios are failing. We have a stack trace, some root cause, and Jira reference, okay? And next day, we have a different set of scenarios. Maybe some of them are same, some not. Some steps are same, some not. And question is, how we are able to say what is the root cause and what is the Jira reference. And imagine you have, let's say, 4,000 scenarios, okay? And even if you have just 5% error rate, which I think is very good, 5%, it's still 200 failures each day, which you need to analyze, okay? So I think the challenges are, if the failure is new or old, in case it's old failure, what is the root cause? And is there any Jira reference? And do we know the history of previous failures? Because for sure you know that there are some repeating failures, maybe each month, each 3 months, that's some environmental issue, and we want to not spend 2 days figuring out that, okay, somebody else did it 2 months ago. So I was thinking about or dreaming about some tool which could help us with these challenges. And let's say this is how it could look like, that, for example, we have 27 failures, and this tool will say, okay, 12 are application bugs, we have 10 problems in the test, 2 are environmental issues, and only 3 are to investigate, which we need to spend time with it, okay? So again, this tool could help us differentiate between old and new failure. If it's old failure, what's the correct status? And I was thinking that it would be good if we have like a team of, I don't know, 20, 30 testers, and each of them are looking at the results. We should see in real time somewhere who is looking on what and what's their outcome. And yes, I was looking on some tools, and I found one tool, and it's called Report Portal. And basically, this is like the definition of the tool, that it's AI-powered test automation dashboard. So we see some information that it's using AI, predictive AI, which is using algorithms to identify some patterns in the test results, and it can detect root causes. And also, it's assisting us with reviewing of the logs and failure patterns, okay? And now, let's try to look at the process, okay? So again, imagine you have Cypress tests, you have some failure there, and basically how this AI can help us. So what are the steps? Basically, there are 2 steps, okay? The first one is manual decision by humans. So you are a teacher, and you must teach this AI if there is such failure, what does it mean? So first, you do manual decision, like the tester, like the person. And second, after this, AI will use this information in the next results. Okay? We can look at the process of the analysis in more details. It is in this tool, but maybe you can develop your own tool or find some other tools. But in general, first, this is example from Karate framework and some API tests. So imagine you have first failure, okay? AI doesn't know what to do with it, so you can see it's in the last column to investigate. So it's work for you that you need to look at this failure. So you go inside, and you can see which feature, which scenario failed, and it's in to investigate status, okay? So you go inside, and now you see the stack trace on the left, and on the right side, you need to do the decision, okay? So you are the teacher, you need to teach the tool, the AI, what's the root cause, why it's failing. You have some options there. Still, you can expand the stack trace and now make decision. So let's say this is a product bug. So you select product bug, and you can write also some comments. So for example, some Jira reference there. And you click on apply. And after this, you see that this failure is not in to investigate status. It moved to product bug. Okay, so now you have done your work. You said to AI that, okay, in case same or similar failure will be in future, it's product bug. Okay, and now comes the most important part when you run tests again. Okay, and let's say what AI can do. So in this example, you see that Karate number 1 was run when you made a manual decision, and the next run, this number 2, you see that AI already did work for you. Okay, so it knew that yesterday or previous run, you decided it's a product bug. So in this Karate number 2, it's 31 seconds ago, you see it already marked it as product bug, okay? And this is the power of using this AI. So this is simple example, just doing one failure. But imagine again, 4,000 scenarios, 5% error rate means 200 scenarios. And if you don't have a tool like this, you need to do manually. And by this, for example, from this 200, this AI can say, okay, 190 is known issues. It will categorize and tell you, okay, just look at the 10. So this is the power which you can use from this AI doing analysis. We can go inside to this decision made by AI, and you can see that there should be somewhere in any tool some mark that, okay, this was not human decision, but decision by AI. In this tool, there is this AA label. So if you look inside, you can see that it was done by the tool, and AA means auto analysis, okay? And again, you go inside, and you can see some details. You can see there that what was behind this decision. So it's called analysis suggestion. So in this case, it was 100%, AI was 100% sure that it's same failure, okay? And you can do many settings in this tool, and you can set some threshold. For example, that over, I don't know, for example, 80%, if it is, this suggestion is, AI is sure more than 800%, it will mark it automatically, otherwise it will be still entering, you will need to do some decision by yourself, okay? But in that case, it was 100% sure that it's same root cause. And what's my experience with AI in analysis automation test results? So really, it can increase effectivity of your team if you have many tests. If you have just maybe a couple of tests which are never failing or sometimes failing, maybe there is no reason to do it. But again, if you have big coverage, a big number of scenarios, and your application is changing each day, it can help you, because it's saving your time of your testers doing manual analysis and also human errors. So imagine you have these 200 failures. There is possibility that somebody will mark it as bug and it's not a bug, or will mark it as some environmental issue and it's a bug. And it remembers all your previous decisions, so keeps the history and is marking your failures and failure types. But from time to time, I think it still needs to be double-checked, because this is a tricky that when you do incorrect manual decision, also AI will behave incorrectly. So it's also in situations where you have a big team of testers and some components are related. And if one tester will say, OK, this is a new failure and it's a problem in the test, but it is not, and it will mark all similar failures in other components as same root cause. And if it's not true, OK, you will have not correct results. So you need to be a good teacher so that your student, the AI, is also good. And another thing is that you need to be convinced that you trust AI. Again, okay, so because you can set up this to use it, but if you still are doing manual analysis because you don't trust AI, there's no point of investing time to do this. And maybe you are now asking, okay, this looks good, but what I can do with this? Can I like try something? Okay, so I have my framework. It's called JASECU, Java Selenium Cucumber Framework, and I was playing with Report Portal. So if you would like, you can scan this code, or there is a link to my GitHub repository, and there is example how integrate. It's very easy integration. Basically, you can use Report Portal is either on-prem or either it's cloud solution, and there is a demo instance of cloud version where you can send your results. So you don't need to install anything. You can use this demo version, but yes, don't send there like real tests. If you have some automation framework running against your company application, it's good to point it to some Facebook or some Gmail just to try connection. Also, from this framework, I'm testing Facebook. And it's easy integration. You just add some dependencies. You need some property file where you have a link to your instance of Report Portal. And basically, when you run your Jenkins job, it is automatically sending the results to Report Portal. So it's, what's the benefit is, if you don't have it, and for example, in Jenkins, you can see some console output, but the results are at the end. And if you are sending results to Report Portal, you can, in real time, so after each test, you can already see the results there. So there's also another benefit. I have also another example, and this is, I called it Automation Testing League. So I was doing some research, and I was trying to find out which tool is best of automation tools. I am running the tests against some application which is supposed to test automation tools. It's called Automation Playground. I just found it. It's not mine. But I am trying to run same scenario from different tools. And I also played with integration to Report Portal, okay? So there is an example how to send results to Robot Framework, to Cypress, Playwright, Test Cafe, and NiWatch. And I can say that Integration was really simple. You just need to download some dependencies or some files from creators of the tool, and again, some property file and run it. So it was working okay. So I encourage you that, yes, please try it if you are interested. And basically, what could be like key takeaways from this presentation? Yes, so my message is that it's important to analyze results each day. I know it's hard. I know sometimes it's challenging that do it each day. Maybe somebody is doing twice per week, 3 times per week, but I think it's important to do it each day. Again, not just look at the results, but we should know the root cause of each failure, because also I saw that we have done analysis. Okay, we created tickets for investigation, but we have not done investigation. So please also do investigation and know the root cause of each failure. And I think AI can increase effectiveness of your analysis. And maybe you are asking how we should do it or what should be the steps. So I think that a good option is to do some POC at the beginning, okay? So do some POC. For example, if you don't have a server for running of report portal, try to run it on your computer if you want to test your application. And maybe at the beginning, not for each teams, but select 1 or 2 teams which are like, which would like to play with it, run it, and you will see if it's beneficial for you. I think the creators of this tool have support for almost all automation frameworks. So there is no problem to do it. And after this POC is successful, so yes, I think it's good to spread the knowledge and try to convince the stakeholders, yes, that this could bring some value to your teams. And I think that's it. I would like to thank you for listening to me. And yes, if you will have any questions regarding testing, automation testing, or regarding analysis of automation test results, do not hesitate to contact me via LinkedIn. We can also now answer any questions, or you will find me in the speaker's corner. And you will be traveling to Slovakia and to Košice, so just message me and we can meet, discuss. And if there are any questions, we can discuss now. So thank you.
Please applause for Marusz. You can find him in speakers corner during the next break.
Thank you. Hey, thank you. Thank you, Marusz. Big applause for him again. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, everyone. If you have watched the QA Challenge Accepted agenda very carefully, you have probably spotted a change in the schedule.
Originally, this slot was supposed to be for Vipin Jain from India. Unfortunately, Vipin had a little detour on his way here, and he had to cancel his participation.
Fortunately, Nikolai Stanoev stepped up faster than a Selenium script on steroids. Believe it or not, for 10 editions of QA Challenge Accepted, this is his 6th time speaking on our stage.
Easier to say, he didn't speak at edition 1, 2, 5, and 9. Additionally, you'll see Nikki during the panelist session later today. But let me tell you several things about his talk. He's here to talk about something that can either save your tests
or completely kill him. Nikki has been working with self-healing automation for 18 months, and let's just say it's not always the magical solution we dream of. So get ready to find out if self-healing is your next best friend
or your worst nightmare. I want to hear your clapping hands for the e-commerce guru, the biggest CSK fan, the holder of the last year QA of the Year Award, the automation master and disaster, Nikolai Stanoe!
Okay, hello everyone. Thank you for being here at QA Challenge Accepted 10. My talk is called, you don't see it, you'll see it in a minute, self-healing, or, I was muted, okay, or self-killing. So, before starting with that, I have a question. How many of you have heard about self-healing? Can you raise hands? Please raise hands. Okay, just a few. Then how many of you use self-healing capabilities in your automation nowadays? None of you. Congratulations. Can you hear me? Okay, congratulations. Our topic is ready. You can leave the room. Now, let's move further. During the session, I'm going to go through the history of self-healing, how we met with it, why we decided to invest time in self-healing, what is the context from what we do as a work, the tools that we decided to go through, that we faced, and lessons learned. What is self-healing? For everyone who hasn't heard that word, it's basically self-healing in test automation. It's an advanced approach to make your automated tests more robust and adaptable. What does this mean? I hope you can find it in the following slides. Now, a little bit about the history. It was early 2016 when some of my colleagues from India came to me and started screaming, self-healing, 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 self-healing. And I said, what the fuck is that? We don't know, but you need to play with it. I said, forget about it. I don't believe about that. I don't have any information. We will not spend time for self-healing. In 2018, it became a trendy. Every new tool put on the market had self-healing capability inside of it. When you see that, you find that something is built around that. And at that point of time, self-healing was machine learning solution, which is going to make your test passing. Come on, I can make my test passing even if I said assert true, that's it. That's not the idea. In 2020, some of our clients start asking, do we use self-healing in our automation framework? And I said, no. They said, why? I'll tell you later. In 2022, late December, we decided to experience a little bit with self-healing and see now it's kind of mature topic. It's not something fresh. Everything which was live before that, it was trendy, it's kind of dead, but there are a couple of tools which are already there with like 5-6 years of experience, and we have a good feedback about them. In late 2022, we decided to give it a go. Nowadays, if you watch properly the Victor's presentation, you'll see that self-healing was mentioned there, but it's not machine learning. Now it's a combination of machine learning and AI, because AI is trendy. Whether it's going to give you benefit in future, we'll see, probably in 2030, but nowadays I'm kind of skeptical. So moving further, why we decided to go with self-healing? Short answer, our clients pushed us. In addition to that, we also wanted to validate all the myths about self-healing, whether it's going to bring, whether it's going to bring better efficiency in our daily work, so we can be more efficient. Is it going to reduce the time spent for analysis, which we do every day? And finally, it is going to help anyway in our flex. Is it possible to be reduced? But now let's a bit more context. Guys, that microphone is not working. I hear myself speaking and then no one hears me. Please fix it. So now about the context. We do e-commerce, and this is online websites where you can purchase goods without going to the real shop, and then after that, when you complete your purchases, they go to your home or different others. Our tests are detached from the development implementation, and we run them once per night. On the next day, we have some failures. And we spend time to analyze those tests, why they have failed. In addition to that, for some of our complex clients, we have tons of configurations which are making our life worse. And the total number of tests is more than 1,000. And you heard it already in Maro's presentation, we have failed tests, absolutely normal. In our company, we have 4 different categories. The first one is obvious. The test is failing because of product bug. Why? Because some of our dev colleagues broke the application and it is not behaved like we expect. Second thing is product change. Product change is someone did a change in the application framework. Our test is not updated to that change and it's failing. Absolutely normal. This is what is expected. Now we need to spend time to update the automated tests. Next one is environment issues. This is when you have some implementation. You are calling different APIs or different third-party services. One of them is kind of slow or broken, and then you have timeouts. You cannot do anything based in that case except fixing your environment. And the last thing is we make troubles because when we merge pull requests, might break some tests. But now we have expectations because we have self-healing in our automation, and now what should change? If we are in state with product bug, we expect self-healing to execute, to find nothing, and the test to fail on the same place like we didn't have self-healing enabled. If we have a product change, we expect the self-healing to execute, to find the correct web element, and then the test to proceed. If we have environment issue, self-healing cannot help you at all because it's a timeout problem, totally different context. If we have a scripting issue, at that time we didn't really sure is it going to help at all or not. So we were clever, and when we do proof of concept, we prepare with some use cases. In our state, we had 2 types of cases. First 2 are showing product bug case, and the other 2 are showing product change. Based on those tests, we would evaluate different tools and to see which one is the best, and then start playing with it. Did you hear me? Okay. When we find different tools, we are going to play with those test use cases. If all of them matches, then we're going to play more deeply with that tool. And the tools are, surprise, Apply tools, Lambda test, and Selenium. There are even more companies which are building tools with self-healing, but we really didn't have time to check everyone in the market. Probably most of you know Apply tools. They are famous with their visual test automation. We use them since 2016, quite happy with their products. And they recently released their execution cloud, which had self-healing capability built inside of it. So we said, okay, let's play with it. It requires a tunnel. Then we set it up in our environment, and our security colleagues came to us and started walking our computers. It's a malware software. Please delete it immediately, or we need to wipe your desktop station, and you need to start from scratch. So we had an option, really to evaluate the tool, or fill tons of documents in order that tool to be allowed in the company to be used. Our problem. After additional research and checking with Apply tools, it appeared that the cost for that execution cloud was quite high, so we decided to not give it a go. Next one was Lambda test. Few weeks or months later, we are also doing a proof of concept of Lambda test, whether we can replace it with our existing Selenium grid provider. And they had, surprise, self-healing capability enabled in their platform. You can enable it quite easy with capability, just say auto-heal true or false. Perfect. Then we executed our use cases, and not all of them completed into the state that we expected. So we had expectation how to complete. Our test use cases did not complete it in that state. That's why we said it's failing. Okay, let's move further. But while we were doing some kind of checks with Lambda test, we also observed that it's not easy to find which test had self-healing enabled inside of it. So their reporting was kind of a problem because you had to go to every test case session and scroll somewhere and look for some button which is going to say, yes, self-healing was enabled here, it was executed, and that was the new cater returned. painful. Awesome. It's real trouble to us, so let's not use it. The next one is Selenium. The good thing is open source solution. We also have experience with EPAM tools like Report Portal, and we said those guys really know what to do. Let's try with Selenium. Also, Anton Angiov in few conferences before QA Challenge accepted and also mentioned that too, so we had kind of good confidence about it. We tried to set it up. It was pretty easy. With a few Docker and stuff on Linux machine, fluent, perfect. Documentation was really good. Then we also integrated it with our automation framework for less than an hour, which was also impressive, and we executed our test. All of them completed into the state that we expected. Yes, it's working. We found the tool. Now let's get more experience with it and see how to sell it to our colleagues to start using it on a daily basis. So while that was work in progress, we went deeper with Selenium to see how it really works. Basically, it is overriding find element and find elements methods in Selenium. And there is also a threshold value between 0 and 1, which you need to say what is your number. If you have a scoring of web element below that threshold, it won't be returned to your automation framework. If the scoring is above the threshold, it is going to return your most suitable candidate, and your test is going to proceed with it. Nice. But then we found that this is the scoring implementation of the machine learning algorithm in Selenium, and based on those rules and the points that it matches for different web elements on the page, it returns a score for every web element. And as you can see, 100 points for tag. Come on. Does any one of you is using tags in your selectors? Most probably no. But if you make a change, most common changes is like, for example, changing button to div element to select, or select to something else, which means automatically you're going to have a penalty of 33% because the total is like 350. So maybe we might have problems with that implementation based on what kind of product changes we do in our applications. This is how the reporting looks like. You can see we have a failed locator, we have a scoring information, and also a healed locator of the element. We have some images, and then on the next page, it's selectors tab, where you can see which selector on which URL exists. And from here, you can just enable or disable its self-healing in future based on your needs. Then after a couple of weeks, we integrated this in our smallest project. And we said we are going to do analysis of all failures until we see the benefit of Selenium. And we are convinced that we can share it with our colleagues and they start using it on a daily basis. And our first challenge was Selenium self-heals a product bugs. What was our use case? We were on the payment page. We were filling our credit card details, clicking on the Pay Now button, and then we expect to go to the thank you page. We have a bug, and the user is staying on a payment page with huge error on the screen. Payment is not working. Please try again. But at that time, our test was successfully marked as a passed. What happened is Selenium found another element which has a score on the payment page with that error message higher than our threshold and said this is your element, which at that time was, hello, this is payment page. It's H1 attribute. It took it, returned it to our framework, and the test after that did some other checks, which are basically not good enough, let's say, and the test passed. So the first thing that we learned is, come on, we need also to analyze all successfully executed tests which were healed, because we need to ensure that the final result is the one that we need. Solution was quite simple at that point of time. We decided to extend Selenium to consider the URL in the healing process. So if whenever the test is executed successfully, it is going to map in the database of Selenium the URL from where the selector is invoked. And now during the test, if somehow it fails, first we are going to check if the URL matches. If it matches, okay, proceed to self-healing. But if the URL doesn't match, do not execute self-healing and the test is going to fail, like self-healing was not enabled, which was one of our requirements when we had self-healing enabled in our expectation earlier. Next challenge. After a few weeks' time, we found another problem. It's with PayPal. How many of you knows what is PayPal? Can you raise hands? Nice, almost everyone, good. So with PayPal, we have a problem because we have integrations, let's say, from US, from Spain, from Japan, and from UK. And all those test cases on different domains, they go into the same sandbox of PayPal to do our testing. And we had a bug that in the US integration, PayPal was not loading because of problem in our code. So what did in Selenium? It executed the stuff, it didn't find anything like the selectors which were expected, and it wiped all the results for the PayPal page, for those selectors. Even though the US, Japan, Spain, and UK, Japan, Spain, and other markets were working properly. So we said that's not good because if we have integration and it fails somewhere, it is going to wipe all our data for the rest of the markets. So solution was again simple after a few days of thinking that let's add more context about tests in Selenium and add information from which market the test is executed. So instead of having a single PayPal URL with some selectors, we're going to have multiple PayPals with single selectors, but everyone will be from which market the test is executed. So we have a problem for US, only the data for US will be wiped. Next one, after a couple of months, we found another problem. Self-healing is executed during invisibility of expected conditions. It's a nightmare. You expect something to not appear, and self-healing is like, no, I'll find it for you. I'll find it. This is the element that you need to work. So it was like a problem in our implementation, and we was thinking how to fix it. And solution was, okay, the beauty of Selenium is it's open source. We already made a little bit of changes. Let's play a little bit more and build a custom logic for all expected conditions which Selenium provides, and then provide which expected conditions we want to skip self-healing. We did it, and results was quite good, because basically what we said, if you have invisibility of something element, do not execute self-healing. Perfect. Next challenge. They are coming one after another. Every time when we solve the problem, we were like happy, because we fix it. We still have a hope that this product is going to give us additional value to us. And we went into the first problem, but this time problem was on the same URL. Here, Selenium self-healing returns a wrong element. And let's see the example again with PayPal. In our automated test, we were having that change button, which was built with selector, which was called button data test ID shipping tile. PayPal did a change because they can do whatever they want with their platform, and they changed that value of the change button from shipping tile to change shipping. Of course, Selenium executed, it scanned the page and said, add debit or credit card is your change button, click it. Our automated test proceeded, click it on it, and we saw totally different screens in our test failures after that. Why Selenium did that as a result is because based on its algorithm, shipping card is more closer to shipping tile compared to change shipping, and that's why shipping card selector or web element had a higher score. How to solve it? A really difficult situation. But we had an idea. Override the existing logic by adding more context, like position of the elements, like their parents, like different attributes, and then completely refactor and change the decision-making process in Selenium. Easy job, right? We already know how to do it, but like everything in the life, at some point of time you need to draw a line and see the results and say, does it make sense to further invest in that activity based on the results? And surprise, we were badly surprised. We had only 5% successful self-healing tests. This means that Selenium returned the correct web element, and our test didn't fail. It went properly and proceeded like it is expected. We had 5% unsuccessful self-healing with no impact. For us, that was a win situation because basically we had a product bug and our test failed on the same place where Selenium, without having any matter, is it Selenium enabled or disabled, which is perfect. Unfortunately, we got 90% unsuccessful self-healing with negative impact. Like in the case with PayPal, Selenium was suggesting wrong elements. It was clicking on different URLs, web elements, buttons, and sometimes our test reached in a state that we didn't know that it exists. And that's a problem, because this means that you need to spend more time to analyze what happened, compared to the case where self-healing is not enabled. So as a lessons learned, the first one that we hit us really hard, we had kind of expectations for it, but we believe that it won't be a real problem, is that self-healing cannot make a difference between product change and a product bug. How many of you understand that statement? Can you raise your hand? Perfect. How we understand what is a product bug and product change? We use other systems, like Jira or something else, where our stories exist or where our business requirements for the product stays. So even we, as a people, without that knowledge, cannot say, is it a product bug or a product change? Yes, we have intuition, and we can assume. But for some of the product change cases, it's difficult to assume. Next one, which we found during the first failure, is that when you do a research about self-healing, you must analyze all past tests which are healed. Is this clear? Great, you're amazing. And then on the next one are kind of out of the box. Self-healing is not reliable. And one of the main purposes in our automation is whatever we do to be reliable. We want to execute our test 10 times, and if there's a problem, to fail exactly on the same place those 10 times. Think, okay, everything should work fine, successful test, we don't spend any time about any successfully executed tests. And the last thing is that self-healing of a selector is not a trivial operation. Huge applause to what EPAM team did. It's really nice work in progress, but at that point of time, even we was struggling with some of the problems and wondering how to fix it. And the decision-making process around what kind of product changes might appear in your solution might help you to define the better rules, and then Selenium might be able to work more properly. So, I think the result is obvious. In our company, after 18 months of experience, we decided to not use self-healing just because we didn't found that it brings any efficiency, just because now we had also to see information about what test was passed, why it was passed, is it self-healing enabled or not, and it was basically increasing more time for our daily analysis routine. Does it bring better efficiency? Not in our case. Next one was, is it going to help you with the flaky test? Self-healing does not any correlation with your flaky tests. Nothing. If someone says that, they are completely wild and want to sell you a product that does not do what you plan to do. And that's why we decided to not put a pain in our colleagues' work and to skip all the progress that we did with Selenium and to not use it. But like in everything, there is a hope. There is one spark at the end which can motivate you to try again your failure in future and see the results over the time. What we try for the last couple of years is to rebuild our automation framework with idea of data auto ID attributes, because this way we can detach our automation from any CSS changes. As you can see from some of the images with Selenium locators, we are really struggling with that and we don't have good progress. In addition to that, if we make a good process about the naming and the values put for those data auto ID attributes, maybe when Selenium is looking for a new element, those change between shipping tile, change shipping, and shipping cart, we might be able to skip it. Of course, not for PayPal because it's out of our power, but at least for the application that we built, we can make certain naming convention process. When we have a product change, the values will be quite close. So Selenium can find it and always the first solution to be the right one. In addition to that, we should get rid of the existing decision-making process and put our rules based on our application and our needs. And if we have the power to make that change into the mindset of our dev colleagues and our way to push further and say, we need those data auto IDs on a daily basis, maybe Selenium might be in favor and help you. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
You have 4 minutes and a half for questions. Don't be shy. There's one question. Please, a mic. Okay, 2 minutes for questions. There's no time for questions, sorry. Now, 4 minutes left.
Yes, thanks. Thanks, Nikki, for the great presentation. I wanted to ask you, would you apply this conclusion that you make about the self-healing tests on general basis about AI in automation? Usage of tools with AI in automation.
If you ask me now, I would say do not use AI. Because you're going to hit the same problem with reliability because of hallucination and other stuff. So don't go in trendy tools, wait for the bubble to break, and after that see what is left on the market, and then try it. But wait for the things to get more mature.
Yep. Yeah, I'm with the same opinion that once you get to really complex case, when you want to fine-tune AI, it's really hard. You start adding if-else's everywhere. So you get to that point, it's a struggle. Yep. For now. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there another question? Come on, don't be shy. Don't make me ask the questions because...
Thanks again for the great talk.
Or maybe I.
How did your clients react to this knowledge?
Sorry, how do you plan it?
No. What did your clients think about your finding?
Very good question. They stopped asking about self-healing. Because now it's not trendy. Now they are asking AI. How do you use AI in your daily work to be more effective? It brings better efficiency. And you already saw what Victor shared about the AI. Yes, that is a good thing. You can use AI to help you, for example, with preparing test data, preparing some boilerplate code. But basically, we should not trust too much to it. We also, every time we need to validate the results. And I can give you an example. I was testing one local model, Llama 3.1, and I was giving different problems with sonar issues. Pretty basic rule set, obvious problems, obvious solution, how you can fix it. And then what happened is it did a great job. It solved like 95% of all the sonar issues, failures, pretty well. But in some of the cases, there was a feature change into the library, which was like breaking change. So from one version to another, you had to completely rewrite the inputs that you put to that API or to that library in order to produce the same results. AI couldn't get that. So what happened is we did the fix, and then 50% of our tests failed just because the library update broke our test, and we had to go and update, check for every test which case we go and update the input data that we provide. What we did? We reverted. We didn't decide to go further because it's not time efficient and it will not bring any additional value. So to answer to your question, think. This is the only power that we still have above the AI.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Nikki, for this great presentation. And also, as Nikki is here on the stage, and he appears twice today on our stage, we have a very special present from us here.
An original piece from Bulgarian Army Stadium. Оля, не мога да повярвам, Ники, извинявай, но това е написано със синьо в сценария.
So, applause one more time for Nikki. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Reality is always challenge accepted.
Join our charity calls at reception desk, visit our sponsor booths, and sign up for lightning talks on the whiteboard here next to the stage. See you at 12 o'clock.
Now, coffee break.
From all over the world, we come across for a conference made for pros by pros. For devs and QAs, this is the place to be, with top-notch speakers and lots of coffee and beer. So come join us in this journey so great, where we'll make new friends and celebrate coding skills and testing perfected. The attitude is always challenge accepted. Let's raise the bar, learning, growing, going far, with open hearts and minds connected. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Hey, 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 hey. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted.
Welcome to the Sofia home of Flutter International, the place where your career journey in the exciting world of entertainment starts. At the heart of our success are our people.
Here, people are free to express themselves, to think openly, and work on their ideas.
For me, this is freedom. And that's why here in Flutter International, we strive to empower each individual to find their own path. Whatever we do it as one. We do it as a team.
Welcome to Ring Central Bulgaria.
Let's make a truce. A dev challenge accepted.
QA challenge accepted.
Dev challenge accepted.
QA
Dev challenge accepted.
QA
Dev challenge accepted. Dev challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
From all over the world we come across for a conference made for pros by pros. For devs and QAs, this is the place to be, with top-notch speakers and lots of coffee and beer. So come join us in this journey so great, where we'll make new friends and celebrate coding skills and testing perfected. The attitude is always challenge accepted. IT people, let's raise the bar. Learning, growing, going far, with open hearts and minds connected. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
очакваме ни залата.
You might remember this next speaker from last year, where he brought down the house down with automation tips and magic tricks.
He is a test automation engineer at Trivago in Germany, and he has been coding since the days of 20 megabyte hard drives. I repeat, megabyte.
This year, he is going to show us how time-tested tools like Selenium, GNU Make, and Bash still have plenty of magic left. They're old, but gold.
Like Bulgarian or Kiev, they only get better with age, and you get a headache.
Let's hear it for the man who makes even Bash scripts feel exciting,
Benjamin Bishop!
Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Reality is always challenge accepted.
Hello everyone, hello Challenge Accepted. It's nice to be back. And without further ado, let's jump into the old tools, new tricks topic. So yeah, I know this is boring, but let's get me out of the way quickly. I'm a test automation engineer at Trivago in Germany. I've been in IT for roughly 24 years, 15 as a 100% developer, and then I transitioned slowly into the world of test automation. And I'm a clean code enthusiast, and I still am. So I still identify as a developer, but I have the heart of a QA. These are my views. You don't have to feel the same way as I do. You can disagree, should disagree. And this presentation is more about the why, less about the how. And I'm not against AI. I know AI is a hot topic. I use AI. I'm not against it, but still there's value in older technology. So let's start with the purpose. Why is this talk actually there? And as by the way, this list is generated using AI, so I have no idea if all of that actually exists, but that's not the point. The point is that we have to decide every time what is worth dealing with. And even more important, what is not worth dealing with? What can we just ignore? And this is the challenge, and let's accept it. Ha, you see what I did there? Okay, nobody. Let's check, thank you, one of them. Inside the developer's brain, and I think I'm kind of qualified to do that because I am a developer still. We have a lot of dilemmas as QA engineers and automation engineers. The new is always better dilemma is one of them. And I will talk a lot about dilemmas here. Developers love new things. I think we all do, because learning new things is absolutely crucial. And it expands your arsenal of tools, it gives you new ideas, and you just have more on your belt. And if you look at old tools, they often have this aura of being outdated, unmaintained, less cool, definitely more boring if you look at them, because they have been around for years or even decades. Whereas new tools have this shiny, sparkling innovation. They can be integrated into new things. They can have better support and more upgrades, and they give you a competitive edge. And frankly, it looks good on LinkedIn. It does. Like if you use something for 3 minutes, you can put it on LinkedIn and say, I have used it in my career. And that's what's being done. There's a lot of misconception and a lot of bias when dealing with tools and tool choices. One I call the tutorial dilemma. If you start with a new tool or new technology, you see on the webpage a tutorial that shows you the happy path, and the happy path only. And generally, it's a very small problem that it shows that you can solve with it. It's very, very simple, and it can definitely lead to false confidence, because you just run those 2-3 lines of code, you say, this is awesome, that is simple, let's use it. Maybe not the best idea. Better idea is to do a proof of concept, like you take part of your current project and you try to fit this solution in, to see it in a real-world environment. And this is absolutely necessary for real evaluation before you can say, let's use it. But this costs a lot of time and resources, of course, to do that, especially when you have to evaluate 5-10 tools at the same time. And some problems may not show up in a proof of concept. They can only show up in a full-blown project. And that happened to me too. Management might confuse it with a real implementation. We did a proof of concept. Management saw it, said, when can we ship it? And we said, no, it's just for throwing away and redoing. And you might be aware of the sunk cost fallacy, which is a psychological thing. If you invest a lot of time and resources and effort into something, into learning something, it gives you a justification for commitment. That means you feel like you have to use it now because you spent so many resources into it. But that is also a danger, because it might not be the best tool that you invested so much time and effort in, but still you want to use it. This you're probably all aware of, Maslow's hammer. It's a very well-known quote of Abraham Maslow. He said, I suppose it is tempting, if the only tool you have is a hammer, to treat everything as if it were a nail. So if you just learned a shiny new tool, you want to use it for everything. You want to throw it at every problem you see. And this is also dangerous. And you have the tractor factor, which is commonly called bus factor, but a colleague of mine coined this term, which I like better because it rhymes. If you are the only one in your team, in your company, that knows about a specific tool, and you get run over by a tractor, yeah, nobody knows about this anymore. And you have this knowledge gap. So this is another question to ask yourself. Do I want to be the only one who knows all of it? And of course, then get bombarded with questions about this tool all the time? Or do I need to teach the whole team, which again takes time and resources? And on the other side, you have the ambiguity effect, because we're all humans, at least I hope so, and we mistrust options we don't know. And it takes some time to make us believe in the good sides of a new option to avoid uncertainty. So you have, on the one side, the tractor factor, on the other side, the ambiguity effect. And you have unknowns. And the unknowns are really important when talking about tools. Commonly, it is said to find a tool that fits your problem. But it is not easy to do that, especially if you have hundreds of tools to choose from. So you have to look at the known and unknown unknowns. I will tell you what that means in case you don't know. You have known unknowns in software. Like, if we have 10,000 requests per second, I don't know what will happen, or 100,000 or 1,000,000. But you know at one point it will break. This is a known unknown. You just don't know when it will happen. Then you have the unknown unknowns, which might be, I had no idea that turning on this option would cause memory leaks. This is just something you cannot anticipate. And Dan McKinley did a presentation in 2015 about boring technology, and he said both sets, so the unknown and the known unknowns, are typically non-empty. even for tech that's existed for decades. But for shiny new technology, the magnitude of unknown unknowns is significantly larger. So for new technology, there's more that you don't know. So yes, find the tool that fits your problem, but it does not have to be a shiny new tool. Because old tools can be more reliable, they can be way more familiar, they can be more compatible because they have been around much longer, more cost-effective because you don't have to teach the whole team if you've used them for years already, and they can have a great community, like Selenium, for example, which has one of the friendliest communities out there. Dan McKinley again said, the nice thing about boringness is that the capabilities of these things are well understood, but more importantly, their failure modes are well understood, which is just another way of saying, yes, we know about the unknowns. So I thought, how can I try it? How can I demonstrate it? And I thought, let's go back to the future. So I set up this task, create a browser test so I can use it locally and in a GitHub workflow. It's a very common thing among test automation engineers and QA engineers. So yeah, oh, how did that get here? I wrote a book. Shameless plug. It's not about the book, but you can buy it. It is about my website that is about the book, because that is the part I want to test. So I want to click on the link on my homepage for the book and then check if the second headline is, what is this book about? That is just my simple test case. So I will use Selenium. Yes, I know. I still use it. I love it. I've tried other things. Selenium is still my #1. If you ask Microsoft Copilot, it says Selenium is a free open source automated testing framework used to validate web applications across different browsers and platforms. And this is completely wrong. Maybe you noticed this, but Selenium is just a way to automate a browser. They even say this on their website. It's not a testing tool, it's not a testing framework, it's not comparable to Playwright or something else. It is its own thing. And let's look at the timeline. This is me, 1978. Now you know how old I am. This is Selenium. So Selenium is already 20 years old. Same year as Spider-Man 2 came out, for reference. The original Spider-Man, the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man. Okay, this is a very simple Selenium script. So we create a Chrome driver to open a Chrome window. We open my website. Then we find the element by link text, writing API test with Karate, click on it, and then we check the second headline and just do an assertion if it says what I expect it to say. And then with the driver quit, I close the browser window. It's very, very simple. And this is actually how you run it. And this is the original speed. So it opens the browser, and that's it. Not sped up. Selenium is super, super quick if you use it correctly. So let's go a step further in the project, but a step back in time. And let's put Maven on top of it. What is Maven? I again asked Copilot because it gave me such a perfect wrong answer before. Maven is a software project management and comprehension tool that provides developers a complete build lifecycle framework. This time, parts of it is true, which is nice. So in terms of the timeline, it's before Selenium, 2 years before. So also quite old, but not as old as I am. Same year as Spider-Man came out, by the way. Again, the original one. This is the part I like about Maven the most. It's the dependency management. So you can just say, my project should use Selenium Java. And I also slap JUnit on top of it to make it a real test. Before that, it was just a piece of code that you run, but not a unit test that you can use in a pipeline. And this is how you run it. You do Maven clean test. In this case, I used the Maven wrapper, but this is not the important part. But this is how easy it is to run it. And I also did a little more on top of it, because I thought, how can we maybe make this more user-friendly and a little better? So before each, that runs before every test, we create a new Chrome driver. So each test would run in a new window, in a new dedicated browser window. And then after each test, automatically we close that browser, and that's it. And the rest is pretty much the same as before. But now I use a JUnit assertion as well. But again, this is not the important part. The important part is that we now have Selenium and Maven together. This is how you run it. You do Maven clean test, and then it checks all the dependencies, downloads them if you don't have them, and that's it. So now you have all the dependency management handled as well. Isn't that nice? I think Maven is pretty cool because, like I said, it's easy dependency management. It has reduced duplication. It's all XML. I know XML, but I like it because it's readable by humans and computers. You don't have to worry about spacing, which is also nice. By the way, XML came to be in 1996, so also old. And it's very straightforward in terms of built-in test flows. I much prefer it over Gradle. Yeah, I see, sorry. Because Maven does less. Maven does exactly one thing, and it does it well. It has a very simple structure to follow, it has a very simple flow to follow, and that's what I like. Let's go even further back in time, but let's go forward in terms of the project with Bash. Yeah, again, Copilot. Bash, an acronym for Born Again Shell, which is right. It's a command line interpreter that provides a user interface for various operating systems, which is kind of weird, but let's see what it is. Timeline? Oh, we're getting closer to my birth. It's 1989. Can you guess what movie I found? It's not Spider-Man, it's Batman. And this is, I didn't deliberately look for superhero movies, but this is what came up when I said what was the top movie of that year. And it says Batman. Yeah, let's expand a little bit before we go into Bash. So WebDriver selection. So before that, we always used Chrome, but let's now get a system property called browser. And depending on this property, if it's Firefox, we fire up a Firefox driver. If it's Chrome, we fire up a Chrome driver, and so on and so on. The nice thing about Selenium, and you might hear some more about this in the talk right afterwards, is that the WebDriver management is built in, so that if you don't have the WebDrivers on your system or in the pipeline for those, it will download them, and it will even download the browsers. So, very nice thing. That is an old tool with a new thing on top. This is how you run it now in Maven. So you can actually pass a browser system property with the -d flag. So if you do browser Firefox, that will open a Firefox browser. I will show you. This is how you would do it in a Bash script, which has just a little overhead. I also log here running tests with browsers something, so you know what it's doing. And this is the Maven command, the last line. But I have here the $1, which is the first parameter that is passed to the Bash script. And this is how you run it as a Bash script. So it is in my case, in a file called runtest.sh for shell, and then you just have Firefox after it, and this is passed to the bash script, this is passed to Maven, and this is passed to Selenium. So this would look like this. So runtest.sh Firefox takes a little bit of time to spin up, but not significant, especially if you have more than one test, would only do it once. And this is still the original speed that it runs. So again, it's really, really fast. And it's running against my online website. It's not something local, it's online. So why is Bash so cool, even though it's so old? Well, it's the default shell in most Linux systems, also on macOS. So you can use it there, and on every Linux, every CI/CD pipeline on Jenkins, whatever you want to do. It's a very powerful scripting language. It has lots of built-in commands. You can use all the Linux commands in it, and it has pipes and redirections. That means you can use the output of one command and send it right to the next command, which is very convenient. Because Unix has this philosophy of write programs that do one thing and do it well, and write programs to work together. And that's why I also like Maven, why I like Bash, why I like Selenium, because they do one thing very well. Let's go even further back in time. Make. Make is applicable to any process that involves executing arbitrary commands to transform a source file to a target result. That sounds really complicated, and this is from Wikipedia. It is complicated, but it is true. So you have to decide what you want, truth and easy, or you want... Okay, timeline. Do you have an idea where make is? No? It is there. It's 1974. Hooray, it's older than I am. So I'm not the oldest tool in this. Yeah, 1974, 50 years already, and it still works like a charm. Texas Chainsaw Massacre came out the same year. I didn't find a superhero movie, and this doesn't mean anything. Make is still great, but this is the only one I found, yeah. This is a make file, a typical one. It is a very simple one, but this shows everything that it does. You have targets in make, you have help and test, and help will just print out some help, and test will trigger the Maven command. Well, it looks like the Maven command, but it's actually the bash command, because every line in a make file is executed in the shell. So this brings all of it together. Also, you notice that we have the browser system property here, but it's here a little different. Before that, we used the $1, but now we use the $ and parentheses browser. And this is set here. So that means if you don't pass anything to the make file, it will use Chrome. If you pass anything else, then you have to type browser equals something. It will use that other browser. So you can have a default here, which is nice. This is how you would run it with a specific browser, make test, which is the target, browser equals Firefox. If you just run make without any target, it will just pick the first one. So you can see it here. I just run make, and it gives me the help. And then if I do make test browser equals Edge this time, why not? It will run it in Edge. And now we have everything together. This is something that you can use locally, that you can use on GitHub Actions, GitHub Workflows. You can use that on Jenkins. You can use that on pretty much all the CI/CD systems. And Make is pretty cool because, again, it has a small number of features. And if it has a small number of features, there's less that you can do wrong. It's available everywhere, pretty much, even on Windows. It's a little more tricky, but I wouldn't recommend Windows for test automation anyways. Yeah, we can talk about that in the speaker's corner. It's a good entry point for tracing the execution flow of the application, and it has a well-defined proxy for underlying technologies. What I mean by that is if you use make on top of everything, you can have the same command for everything. You can do make test, and that triggers a Selenium test. It can trigger jest, playwright, whatever you want, but it is consistent across all the projects, which we actually use it for like this at Trivago. Yeah, AI, yeah, it's a love-hate relationship we have. I test it quite a lot. I use AI daily in my job. Mostly at the moment I use GitHub Copilot, that was already mentioned, and Google Gemini. And it has, again, a dilemma, because I love dilemmas. It helps you with things you already know. Like what it was mentioned before in the previous talk, you have to know about it, you have to check it, you have to run it, and you have to feed what happened back to the AI. So you can, in this conversation, get a good solution. It hallucinates much more than you think, especially when it comes to code. It makes up so much code that does not work, that doesn't exist, that uses classes and methods that nobody ever implemented. It just thinks, okay, yeah, sounds about right. But if you treat it like an extended rubber duck, you tell it your problem and you have a conversation about it, it is really, really helpful. And those bearded men, yeah, we tried just to test it. We gave it the prompt, please generate a group of men without beards and a group of women with beards. Don't ask me why, but this is what it came up with. We were not able to generate men without beards. If you know a good prompt that can do it, please let me know. But this is the thing, AI knows so much more about old tools. It is a brand new tool, but it knows more about old tools. It has way more information about the older tools and libraries because it has access to all the data, like from Stack Overflow. It knows all the questions, it knows all the answers. Many use cases have been covered in many different configurations. And this is why it has a less chance of hallucination if you ask it about older tools. Some final thoughts in the end. Please be aware about biases, not only when you have human interaction, but also when it comes to tools. And be aware about the psychological problems that may come with it, so you can make an objective decision. Choose tools very carefully. Don't let a simple tutorial blind you. Try it out in a bigger use case. Compare different tools like AI solutions and find the one that fits best. Don't let familiarity hold you back. If you know something very well, this does not mean you shouldn't use it anymore and try something new. It can be a good idea if you want to try something new, but be aware that expertise in a thing is very beneficial. And finally, decouple progress from technology. Like I showed you, you can move forward in a project by using tools and libraries that are older and older and older. So you should maybe talk more about the progress and less about what you used. And with that, thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes for questions.
2 minutes?
There is a question there.
Oh no, a question.
No, you will get a microphone in 2 minutes. Here, applause for the running microphone.
Test. Very simple question. Challenging times, obviously the IT is in the situation that it's in. How would you say the choosing of something should be affected by the time management or the time expectation given on our projects / work done or whatever? Because plain simple example, something that used to be done in 2 years, a couple of years ago, now it's demanded to be done in like 2 months. How do we choose something smarter in these cases?
So you mean in general, like if you have less time for something, how you can choose?
Because I can implement Java Selenium, I can make tons and tons of dependencies and make that beautiful framework for which I'll need like 20 months, but I don't have that time now. I have 2 months to have sufficient testing, to have automation as well, and sufficient framework that I can then pass to the client and then whoever team works with it afterwards.
This is, for me, is really hard to answer because I work in a company that tests its own stuff only. We don't work for clients. For that, it's really, really tricky, I think. But there, it also helps, I think, if you can find good reasons to say, I'm an expert in this technology. With this, I will be quicker. But sorry, I cannot give you a better answer because it's just not my experience.
It's actually a trick question because and I see a lot, even though I'm seeing you, I see peripheral, a lot of nodding. So I guess this is a trick for everybody nowadays. But either way, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Let's
you.
end Benjamin Bischoff with a big round of applause, and thank you one more time. Benjamin Bischoff.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, you can find Benjamin, we remind you can find him in the speaker scoring during the next break, where you can chat with him or learn some card magic tricks maybe.
And now, hold on to your seats because we are about to bring out someone huge. It's like bringing Boney M to the stage in the 80s, and maybe it's even bigger.
Yes, because that's not Boney M. He is Bonnie Garcia, the guy who made WebDriver Manager. If you've ever run an automated test without the hassle of manually setting up a browser driver, you've got Bonnie
Garcia
to thank.
Bonnie
Garcia
is teaching at Universidad Carlos III de Madrid, and he's written books like Mastering Software Testing with JUnit 5 and Hands-on Selenium WebDriver with Java.
Basically, whatever test automation you're doing, Bonnie
Garcia
has probably already written the book on it.
Today, he's going to blow your minds with the road of Selenium 5.
So buckle up, folks, because this isn't just a talk. It's a glimpse into the future of test automation. Give a massive QA challenge accepted. Welcome to the one and only Bonnie!
Thank you very much for such a great introduction. Thank you very much for having me. I'm Bonnie Garcia. I'm presenting Selenium 5. And I'm starting with a very simple question. What is Selenium, right? I know you know the answer because, as everyone knows, Selenium is, it's a chemical element, right? Yeah, it's very useful for us. Chemical, wait, we are not chemical, right? We are developers, we are QA, so Selenium for us is a different stuff, right? And I have to say this is not a rhetorical question. I actually want to discover what, for you people here, think about what is Selenium. And if you want, you can scan this code and make a little experiment to discover what is for you Selenium. So please, use your mobile to go to that page. Let me change this. Yeah, people start voting in this exercise, so this experiment, 50%. And in a minute, I'm going to show you what you think about what is Selenium. I think we can start taking a look to your answers. Yeah, let's do it. Browser automation tool, it's in the big place. Web automation tool, helper, tool for, it's difficult to read. But yeah, browser tool testing is also big. Browser automation, powerful tool, all tech. Okay, yeah, you are in the right track, right? Selenium is for browsers, right? Let's go back to the slides. Here. Yeah. And since maybe because I work as a professor at university, I'm going to give my own definition of Selenium. Selenium for me, it's a multi-language browser automation library, right? It's 20 years already. Next month is the birthday. This beautiful t-shirt, it's about the 20th birthday of Selenium. And yeah, it's multi-language, officially supported in Java, JavaScript, Python, .NET, and Ruby. You can select whatever you prefer to automate browsers. And which browser you can automate? Well, any browser which is compliant with the W3C WebDriver specification. This is a protocol which is, I'm going to explain in a minute because maybe most of people that use Selenium does not go deeper in the details of the architecture. But for a deep understanding of Selenium, I'm going to explain what is this protocol in a couple of slides. So currently, there is version 4.25. This week, in fact, it was released. And what happened with Selenium 5? Because this talk is about Selenium 5. Well, Selenium 5 is on the road. It's not completely, of course, it's not released. There is not even a release date, because Selenium, as you probably know, it's a completely open source project, and the people working for Selenium do it for free. Like me and others, well, contribute to the project, but it's difficult to fix a given release date with these conditions. So Selenium 5 is on the road. You can check the milestone in the GitHub repository. But, well, eventually it will happen. But it doesn't mean that there are no features that are already available in this version 4.25. So today I'm going to present some of the most relevant features planned for Selenium 5, which are already available in Selenium 4. So again, what is not Selenium? Yeah, maybe many people think that Selenium is a testing framework. For me, Selenium is not a testing framework itself. And for me, Selenium is not even a testing library, right? So a couple of questions here. You can say, well, but I can do testing with Selenium. Well, of course, you can do testing for Selenium. But typically, you're going to need different stuff, not only Selenium, but other tools. A second question can be, what's the difference between a library and a framework? Because we developers use all the time libraries and framework, but I'm not very convinced that we have always the knowledge about the difference between them. And again, maybe because I'm a professor, I am going to give you my own perspective on the difference between library and framework. For me, library, it's a collection of code that we developers use using an API to solve a given problem. So Selenium is a browser automation library because we use Selenium to automate browsers, typically for testing, but other use cases are also possible. Then, what's a framework? A framework, it's a library, right? So it's a collection of code we use to solve a problem, but provides some foundation we should meet. We should embody some abstract design when using a framework. So typically, a framework is more complete, more comprehensive than a library. To illustrate the difference between these two tools, library and framework, I use an analogy using a bottle of paint. A bottle of paint is going to represent the library, and the software we are developing is going to be a drawing we do, right? So with a library, we are free to select the canvas we want and select the colors and do our painting. That is the software we are developing with a library. We are free to use it as the way we want. when using a framework, we have the same bottle of paint. We can paint with the different colors as well, because it's a library, but the framework comes with a frame, right? We should use when using this framework. So our software developed with a framework is going to be different, a similar shape, right? Maybe more beautiful, depending on your like or not, but it's more complex, I think, let's say. So that, for me, is the difference between library and framework. So again, Selenium is a browser automation library. And as I said, I think it's important to go deeper in the details of the architecture to have a better understanding. Well, so we have the script using the Selenium API on the one hand. And of course, we're going to have the browser connecting to a web application under test, typically. And in between, we have something very relevant for Selenium, which is the driver, right? This piece is a binary file we use to communicate with the browser. For example, we need Chrome driver to communicate with Chrome, Gecko driver to communicate with Firefox. And in between, there is a native communication. Driver and browser talks a custom protocol that the browser bundle made. And the relevant part of Selenium architecture is in here, in the communication between the driver and the Selenium API. This is called nowadays the W3C Web Driver Specification. It's a protocol based on JSON on HTTP that Selenium used to communicate with the driver. I believe this is one of the most important achievements of the Selenium project, because this is a standard, which means that browser vendors and implement drivers meet this web driver specification to do this in a standard way, right? So this is very cool. Standards is the way to do a way to work for all. But for the developers, for Selenium users, there is a strong requirement that we need to manage this driver by ourselves. And this management, I call it, it's the process of download this, set up, so this configuration, and very important, maintain in time these drivers, right? And this has been a problem for many years for Selenium users, some of you probably know. This is how a test in Java using JUnit looks like in the old days. This could be something around Selenium 3, like, I don't know, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And at that time, the Selenium documentation recommends you to download the Chrome driver, in this case, because we are using Chrome as a browser, and put a given property with the path, the absolute path of your Chrome drive in your hard drive. Yeah, that works, right? You download Chrome driver, the proper Chrome driver for your Chrome, you export the path, and it simply works. After that, you can use Selenium to, in this case, to make a test. But this is something that, well, it's a problem, right? Because you need to configure that path. This test only works in your machine, not in your side server, for example. And yeah, that's not the best way to start using Selenium, in my opinion. That's my opinion now, and that's my opinion like 10 years ago. And because of that problem, well, yeah, I'm going to go a bit deeper in the problem because, yeah, not only that you need to download this, because if you don't do once, okay. But the real problem is that browsers are evergreen, which means that they update to the next stable version automatically and silently for users. Let's see an example of this feature, because it's very appealing feature for developers, for end users, sorry, but not that very well for testers. Imagine you have Chrome 126 in your computer. You're a tester, so you get Chrome driver. That version is the one which works, and your test, Selenium test, is working now. Okay. But time goes by, right? And eventually, your Chrome driver, well, your Chrome, sorry, goes to 127. But you still have this version of Chrome driver. In this case, you are lucky, and your tests continue working. But eventually, someday, your Chrome is going to update to the next version, this example, Chrome 128. And in this case, this Chrome driver you had, it's incompatible with Chrome. And that day, when you go to your office, you will discover your dashboard is red because this problem, this error. This version of Chrome driver only supports Chrome, in this case, version 126. Maybe you have faced this problem if you have managed your Chrome driver manually. So yeah, that's a real problem that happened in the past, but well, it's a problem of the past, because 9 years ago, I created this tool, Web Driver Manager, which is Java, a Java library, which implemented what I call automated driver management. So internally, this tool discovers your browser version, downloads the Chrome driver version or the driver version you need for your browser, well, and that works, simply works. Very appealing, and yeah. With time, this tool became quite popular. In fact, was ported to another languages, JavaScript, Python, with the same name, by the way. They selected the same name. And yeah, this library is still maintained. I still, well, from time to time, release a new version, maintaining things, which is automated driver management and other features, not only that. If you want, you can check the documentation. And this is how a Selenium 4 test looks like. We don't have no more paths within the code, which is great. We have Web Driver Manager, and that simply works, in this case, for Java, right? But what is about the Selenium project? Because Web Driver Manager is a third-party library. I created because I thought it was useful, for free, by the way. But the Selenium project, at that time, well, they didn't care about this. They say that Selenium was not an all batteries included tool. But in 2021, they made a survey with their user, the Selenium project. The feature that the users wanted more was what they call batteries included. And I call this browser and driver automated management. Right? This is the result of that survey at that time. And this is where the paths of the Selenium project and mine merged together, because in 2022, well, because I was the one who created Web Driver Manager, now I become a Selenium committer in that year to implement this feature in the Selenium project. And well, because manager, this word was somehow well known in the Selenium community, I proposed to name this tool Selenium Manager. This is a tool we have now. It's a key ingredient on Selenium 5, but we already have this tool already available in Selenium 4. What's Selenium Manager? Selenium Manager is a CLI tool, right? It's implemented in Rust, by the way. Rust is an interesting language if you don't know. It's difficult at the beginning, but at the end, eventually you learn. And yeah, Selenium Manager, I have created this tool as a CLI tool, which means you interact with that using the shell. And why is that? Well, the idea is that the single Selenium Manager binary is used using the different language of Selenium, Java, JavaScript, Python, and so on. So what is happening now in Selenium 4? Each Selenium release is shipped with Selenium Manager, which means that each time we have a Selenium release, like the one we had this week, all of these bindings, all the implementation of Selenium, Java, JavaScript, Python, and so on, has included Selenium Manager. This CLI tool comes with each Selenium bindings release. So this is what a new Selenium 5, let's say, although this is Selenium 4 yet, looks like. It's a Java test, as you can see, the unit 5, and there is no path about the cron driver binary thing. It's already included, built-in Selenium. You only need to make an instance of cron driver in this case, and internally what is going to happen is Selenium Manager is going to detect your Chrome browser, is going to go to the Chrome driver repository, download the binary for you, make available for the test, and cache, because the next time will be cached and the performance will be great. So nowadays, the driver management problem, we can say that's a problem of the past. We don't have this problem anymore. We have Selenium Manager in the whole, not only Java, but all languages of Selenium implemented by default. But Selenium Manager is not only about drivers, and this is a very cool feature in my opinion. This is again another example using Firefox driver. We only changed from Chrome to Firefox, so we are using Firefox this time. But imagine that you don't have Firefox in your computer, right? That's something that in the old days it was a requirement. You need to install the browser you want to automate with Selenium in your computer. But nowadays, if that happens, Selenium Manager is going to save your test because it's going to download the browser for you, right? I am not going to do this in a test because, well, we don't have much time, but I recommend you to, if you want to, go to this repository. All the code I'm explaining today, it's in GitHub, it's open source. And I recommend you that, yeah, you can remove your Firefox from your computer and install it, and try to run this. And as I said, Selenium Manager is going to detect that you don't have Firefox, and it's going to connect to the Firefox repository, download, and make available for your test. This is available in Windows, Mac, and Linux, for Chrome, Firefox, and Edge, right? So all of these combinations of browsers, you can rely on Selenium Manager to download the browsing for you. You don't have to do anything, but only to, well, think that Selenium Manager is going to resolve for you. Again, the browser is going to be stored in the cache, so next time will be available, so you save time. And yeah, in my opinion, that's a cool feature that it's already available in Selenium 4, right? And it's somehow a key ingredient of the upcoming Selenium 5. But also, not only about stable versions, because yeah, I didn't mention that, but in this case, of course, Selenium Manager will download the current stable version of Firefox, whatever is the number now. But imagine you, and that's, I believe, a common use case, you want to make cross-browser testing with different browser versions, right? This could be tricky, at least so far. Maybe you can use a cloud solution for that, but nowadays it's straightforward. Only using the Selenium API to specify a browser version, for example, beta, also beta, not only a given version like 128 or whatever version, but also beta, dev, canary, stable, or ESR for Firefox. All of these combinations you can use with the Selenium API to set a browser version. And when you do that, again, Selenium Manager will try to find this browser beta in your computer. If it's not available, it's going to download and make available for your test. Right? So this, in my opinion, is a cool feature for cross-browser testing. Built-in, you don't need to do nothing, only to change your browser version in your computer, in your test, and Selenium Manager will manage for you. So again, if you didn't know about this feature, I recommend you to take a look, because maybe cross-browser testing is easier than ever with this Selenium feature. And yeah, that's about Selenium Manager. One more slide about Selenium Manager, because yeah, this is the way in which we use Selenium Manager through the bindings, right? Through Java, JavaScript, Python, which is, I suppose, is the most usual use case. But maybe you want to use Selenium Manager in a different way. And for that, I recommend you to take a look to the documentation. Right? It's a complete documentation with many, features that are explained here. For example, that configuration is something that can be very important. Example of that, imagine you are behind a proxy in your company, and Selenium Manager is not able to connect to online repositories. Well, in this case, you probably will need to put a proxy. And for that, yeah, you can use the Selenium API, or alternatively, you can use environments, variables, or a configuration file. Also, of course, as I said, it's a CLI tool, so you can use it standalone mode. If you, for example, need to download browser of drivers, I don't know, for example, for creating Docker images. So Selenium Manager is also available as a CLI tool that you can use for your own use case. So as I said, if you want, you can take a look to the documentation, which is very comprehensive. Now, this is about the first big group of the features of Selenium 5. And now let's move to the second big group, which is WebDriver Bidi, right? That's the next big thing in browser automation, at least as I feel it. What is WebDriver Bidi? Well, Bidi comes from bidirectional, and it's a new specification in the W3 consortium. It's the evolution of WebDriver, right? For that, I explain with that detail the Selenium architecture, because we need to understand there is a protocol, WebDriver, which is based on HTTP. So it's request response, right? Now, this protocol is evolving to something called Bidi, which is a bidirectional protocol. So in what we call WebDriver Classic today, we have this schema. We have Selenium talking to the driver to HTTP. JSON messages sent by HTTP. And that is cool because, well, it's allowed distributed architecture, for example. But this request response architecture, as you probably know, has some limitations because, yeah, the server is not able to start the communication. It should always respond to requests. So in order to make this better, in a sense, this has evolved to a new specification, to a new protocol, which is this Bidi. Bidi, it's implemented using a WebSocket connection. So it's bidirectional. Both peers of the communication can start the communication. And the idea of WebDriver Bidi is to provide anything that is in WebDriver Classic, but with more advanced features. This, at this moment, it's a draft. It's a draft in the WC consortium. It's now being created. It's not completely available in Selenium 4, but we have some features already available, and that's what I'm going to explain. So why we have done this by the specification? Well, as I said, this allows bidirectional communication, which is great, right? To some features, like, for example, event-driven features, when, for example, we need to know when the logs are generated. In the old days, we should ask from the driver to the browser each time we want to do that. Now, with event-driven architecture, each peer of the communication can start. So we can implement event-driven features that, for example, log gathering. Also, and that's important, Bidi is going to provide new features that are completely missing, completely unavailable in the WebDriver specification. For example, network interception is going to be completely new in Bidi. So, as I said, this is being implemented at this time, both in the WC consortium and also in the Selenium project. There are different modules. You can check in this documentation. There are 5 modules: browsing, action, scripting, logging, and network. All of this is happening now, will be available in Selenium 5, but nowadays we already have some features in Selenium 4. So I'm going to show you a couple of examples of this new feature about Bidi. First, what we need to do to enable Bidi, because by default, it's not enabled, right? By default, we use WebDriver, but to enable Bidi is very simple. We simply use options, browser options from driver for Firefox driver or Edge driver, for example, and we need only to set this enable Bidi methods. This is Java, but of course you have equivalent in other languages. And with that, we are telling to use this Bidi, this bidirectional communication between the Selenium and the browser. So, as I said, let's see a couple of features. First is about console log gathering. This is a snapshot of a web I created for my book about Selenium 2 years ago, and it's basically a web page that creates some different traits on the browser console. So far, this was impossible to do to gather with WebDriver Classic. There were tricks that could be used, but it was not the standard. And nowadays, we have the standard way, thanks to Bidi, right? And it's already available in the Selenium API. This is Java again, but it's being implemented in the REST bindings. And thanks to this, only this code, as usual, you have the code in GitHub, you can get easily all the console logging in your tests event-driven, right? You simply need to wait until the logs are generated, and you will get the get in your code. So this is already available in Bidi. And the second example I have here, it's about network interception. Well, this test is also working. It's very, very basic test, which allows to read the communication as HTTP level, right? So basically, we are assessing that the method and the response code it's right. But eventually, we will be able to use this feature, for example, for macking communication at HTTP level, which can be convenient for different use cases. In this case, this is work in progress, right? It's not completely the network interceptor feature is not completely available, but the Selenium project is actively working on that, and it will be available, well, I don't know when, but soon. So this is about Bidi, the next big thing, in my opinion, in Selenium. And yeah, my last group of features, let's say, it's about the ecosystem, the Selenium ecosystem. Because one of the greatest achievements of Selenium is not being a library, a tool that is, well, very popular and very useful for people, but also it's somehow the foundation to others, to other tools, to other approaches, to other frameworks. And I want to divide this ecosystem in 3 parts. First, tools that are directly using Selenium for providing extra features, for example, for testing. And now again, there is the difference between library and testing. Again, I said Selenium is a browser automation library, but there are frameworks, testing framework, complete testing framework built on the top of Selenium that provides comprehensive features for testing. And here there is 3 examples, but in that URL you have plenty of them. Selenite, it's a testing framework built on Selenium, but as a testing framework itself, right? So it provides many features that can be appealing for you, testers, in the Java language. The same happens with Selenium base. This is Python this time. You have a testing framework built on Selenium, and if you use Python to automate your browser, maybe you can take a look to Selenium base, which provides complete testing features for Selenium. And last of this is Watir, which is Ruby, the same thing. A testing framework built on Selenium, which is available for you. Second part, it's about WebDriver. This protocol, right, which was pushed by the Selenium project, but nowadays it's a complete standard. There are different tools that have implemented this WebDriver protocol. And for example, we have 3 here. We have NetWatch, which is a JavaScript library, which we use for testing as well. Then we have something very interesting, which is Appium. Appium works also with the WebDriver specification, and Appium is for mobile, right? It's not only for web application, but also we can use this tool built, implementing this WebDriver specification, but this time for mobile application, which is cool. And lastly, we have WebDriver I/O, which combines both, because WebDriver I/O implements WebDriver protocol and allows you to drive browsers and mobile application as well, both. And lastly, and this is my final word today, we can start talking about the Bidi ecosystem, because, well, Bidi, it's in draft nowadays, it's been in work, but a very good thing, in my opinion, is that other projects different than Selenium, they are implementing Bidi. And we have 2 very, very important actors here. We have Puppeteer. Puppeteer, it's a library, right, which is being implemented by Google, right? So Puppeteer started using CDP, which is the cron the tool protocol. Nowadays, I think this is about 1 month ago, something like that, very, very early. Puppeteer started using Bidi as the communication protocol between the Puppeteer API and the browser. And that's, in my opinion, a great news, because they are using the standard way, right? So, yeah, that's great in my opinion. But also we have Playwright. Playwright, it's a similar tool, but this time it's a testing framework being implemented by Microsoft. And Playwright is starting to implement the Bidi specification also for automating their browsers. So, well, this is a personal opinion, but I believe this is great, that now Bidi is being adopted to other tools different than Selenium, because that's the standard way. And yeah, that's all about my presentation. I want to thank you, everyone. And I don't know if there's a question now, but if not, I will be in the speaking corner to anything you want. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bonnie. Thank you very much. Let's send him off of the stage with a big round of applause. Bonnie Garcia.
Now, the delicious sandwiches waiting for you outside are provided by Nuvei.
Each sandwich is color-coded as follows.
Red is for pork, blue is for chicken, yellow is for vegetarian, and green is for vegan.
Meat lovers, please do not eat vegetarians on vegans nor their sandwiches. We don't believe the opposite needs announcement. Listen everyone, Tsunami Rock Band will make sound checks during the entire lunch break. So please do not enter the hall until 10 to 2, when you hear the last chords of Challenge Accepted jingle.
Ding dong, abad na puchivka.
Hi, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Do you like it?
Welcome to the Sofia home of Flutter International, the place where your career journey in the exciting world of entertainment starts. At the heart of our success are our people.
Here, people are free to express themselves, to think openly, and work on their ideas.
For me, this is freedom. And that's why here in Flutter International, we strive to empower each individual to find their own path. Whatever we do it as one. We do it as a team.
Welcome to Ring Central Bulgaria.
Let's make a truce. A dev challenge accepted.
QA challenge accepted.
Dev challenge accepted.
QA
Dev challenge accepted.
QA
Dev challenge accepted. Dev challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
Welcome to the Sofia home of Flutter International, the place where your career journey in the exciting world of entertainment starts. At the heart of our success are our people.
Here, people are free to express themselves, to think openly, and work on their ideas.
For me, this is freedom. And that's why here in Flutter International, we strive to empower each individual to find their own path. Whatever we do it as one. We do it as a team.
Welcome to Ring Central Bulgaria.
From Sofia Tech Park. Those who are watching us online, we will try to make a short walk here in front of Jonathan Assaf Forum. So people just got their sandwiches that are provided by the way. Let's make a virtual walk. Optimizations. We have pork, chicken, focaccia with cheese that is vegetarian, and vegan has been eaten out. I guess vegan is on the other side. You can see here. Do you want to be in the stream? Say hi to the world. Hi world. Hello world. Hello world. Yeah. And here are some of our visitors. I'm streaming live, so say hello world. And this is our speakers corner. Now I'm going to show you quickly our sponsors. So this time we'll start with this area. Milestone are here, being for 10 years with us. We have Merkel, who are in the e-commerce sector. And next in the line is Proxiat, also our sponsor for many, many years already. And another sponsor that is very well known to us, Experian. Hi, we are streaming live. So now we are going back to the other area in the Jonathan Asaf Forum. I'm streaming live. Sorry to interrupt. This is our speaker, Benjamin Bischoff. Really good talk. Thank you. Thank you. Then we continue with progress. Dimitar Tupuzov, also known as Chichumitko, part of progress again. Cheers. Enjoying their lunch. And here is our new friend, our sponsors from ProCredit Bank. Welcome to QA Challenge Accepted. This is their first year sponsoring the event. Then we have Acronis. Acronis are also one of our long-year sponsor. And we have Zeburger. I'm streaming live, so you can say hi to the world for all of us that are watching us online. And here we have a Musenet, another sponsor that has been for a long, long time with us, and basically to the major IT events in Bulgaria. And we have Dev Experts. Enjoy your lunch. Dev Experts are also having their own QA events. So you can Google for the QA Day and the DX Tech Talk. I'm streaming live. Next in the line, Accenture. Hi, Accenture. How are you doing? Enjoying your lunch?
Enjoying lunch, enjoying
Yeah.
the event.
Good. Have fun. And sure. And we have Axway. Hi, Axway. Enjoy your lunch. I'm streaming live for those who are watching us online. So they
Come and see us. We have cookies. If you hurry.
all right. And now we head towards Devosport booth. Hello. Enjoy your lunch. We are streaming online for those who are watching us from all over the world. Flutter International. Also, we have Devosport. Devosport are
Не, обаче, ако искаш да си спечелиш нещо,
giving lots of prizes. And here we have one factor. I'm streaming online. Yeah, so enjoy your lunch. It's not official or something. Just the entire world is watching you. Yeah. And Black Factor got recently acquired, as far as I know.
Yes, we did, but we don't plan on anything changing. It's still going to be the same people, the same cool project. It's going to be the same vibe. So we are hoping to get many of you on board soon enough.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
And we have Kim plus Carta, who are part of Valtech now. Right? How are you doing? Good. There is ice cream, there are drinks, so you can refresh. Enjoy the lunch break. Hi, Hiring Central, our new friends. Good.
Here, listening to nice lectures.
Cool.
It's great to be here. It's really
You also have some games, I think.
Oh yeah, we have really nice games. All of the QAs are excited about the games. They don't want stickers, they want the games.
All right, let's play the game then. And we have also Red Bull. Their mini just arrived, so somewhere are girls that are giving different Red Bull drinks. Our coffee sponsor, Commerzbank, is also giving ice cream. So coffee and ice cream. And they have even stranger flavors.
Привет.
And this is Diana from Sladoledi Diana. Gelateria Diana.
My name is Simon.
And there is a big queue for the ice cream. Now we're heading to our platinum sponsor, the biggest booth, Bosch Engineering Center. Hi everyone, and I hope you enjoy your lunch. I'm streaming live to those who are following us online, and would like to thank you for your support being our platinum sponsor. So this is really much appreciated. Enjoy your meals and the rest of the day. And also, I would like to demonstrate our charity cause. We are collecting money for Kapatki za Budište, or Caps for the Future. We have t-shirts, we have backpacks from last year's. And that was our short show from the outside of Jonathan Assoff Park here in Sofia Tech Park. So thank you. And challenge accepted. Well, I guess I'm still on air. And here is Victor. I'm streaming live.
Ah, okay. So we need to behave.
Hi, I'm streaming live.
Yeah. Enjoy your day here.
Yeah, and we are already done, so
Yeah.
I need someone to enter and tell the person to stop the video from streamer. Okay, let's go. Let me show you the stage. Tsunami Rock Band is already preparing.
Welcome to the Sofia home of Flutter International, the place where your career journey in the exciting world of entertainment starts. At the heart of our success are our people.
Here, people are free to express themselves, to think openly, and work on their ideas.
For me, this is freedom. And that's why here in Flutter International, we strive to empower each individual to find their own path. Whatever we do it as one. We do it as a team.
Welcome to the Central Bulgaria.
Let's make a truce. A dev challenge accepted.
QA challenge accepted.
Dev challenge accepted.
QA
Dev challenge accepted.
QA
Dev challenge accepted. Dev challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
From all over the world, we come across for a conference made for pros by pros. For devs and QAs, this is the place to be, with top-notch speakers and lots of coffee and beer. So come join us in this journey so great, where we'll make new friends and celebrate coding skills and testing perfected. The attitude is always challenge accepted. IT people, let's raise the bar, learning, growing, going far, with open hearts and minds connected. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted.
And delivered by our volunteers.
Thank you. Our next speaker comes from the beautiful seaside city of Varna. He did not bike all the way here, though knowing him, he probably considered it.
Knowing him, knowing the traffic in Sofia, he could probably get here faster.
Netko Hristov isn't just a beast on the bike. This guy has battled night deployments, broken pipelines, and production nightmares, and somehow he keeps coming back for more.
Today he's going to share his journey from DevOps to DevOps and back.
Because let's be real, nothing says I'm a professional more than deleting a production database on Friday afternoon.
Now give a massive round of applause to the guy who survived 773 kilometers of non-stop cycling and 774 non-stop production problems. Netko Hristov!
Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted.
Веганс разстройство. Нутрибулет. Така, first of all, for all the English, for all the non-Bulgarian speakers, the lecture will be in Bulgarian because it's my stronger side. After a few days, it will be on my blog, the non-bullshit version with the English version. So I'll try to cut the presentation. Okay, English version will be at netco.info. Hey mom, I'm over there. If you have any questions, this is the very terrible idea of letting all of you write something and be public and I open it in the end of the presentation. But if anyone have some questions, Victor, you're not allowed to do that. You can write me, and if I cannot answer right now on the presenter's corner, I can be there and we can discuss. I'm drinking beer as well. Who am I? I will be short because I have really not very much time, and I have 56 slides. So, yeah. Who am I? I'm a professional. Аз продължавам да говоря на английски. I'm a professional baby maker, нали, имам 2 деца, другото тогава ще го правихме. DevOps инженер съм, освен това съм техен ентусиаст, така да изглеждам в натуралния си хабитат. Ultra endurance атлет, макар че нали, изглеждам като туба за вода. Скоро завърших Дунав Ултра, 775 км за 64 часа. Още стоя прав, защото се сещате, нали, какво става там. Да, така не мога да снеха правилно, но е така. И съм тук за 4-ти път. За 4-ти път беше оборачен, си ме баннал още. След тази презентация най-вероятно и това ще се случи. Сега ще проверявам от време на време дали следите внимателно презентацията и ще вътизвам с някакви простийки. Така. Почвам набързо. Целта на презентацията каква е? Да ви покажа мой път какъв е. Станах DevOps, бях QA. Това не е лекция от типа на нали, QA Sucks и DevOps е WoW. Нали, то е път, който реших да извървя. Един от бранчовете, от многото бранчове и ако мога да споделя с някого така професионален опит, би бил много щастлив. Ако не може да обслужвате, знаете ми блога вече, така че там има коментари, действайте. Как започнах? Нали, за малко бекграунд. Започнах преди много години. Няма да кажа колко, защото то, нали, аз мога и 95 години да имам опит и аз съм тъпкат гъба, така че, нали. Но бях систем интегратор, загубях някакви неща, занимавахме се с хардуер, с софтуер. Бях баничка брингър, защото на времето джуниорите много нагърчиха, нали, миехме пода, носихме кафета, банички, само дете не сме правили, да не казвам, че има деца тук. Сега е по-различно. Истинската ми първа работа обаче беше като QA. Тогава казах, верно ли има професия, която да тестваш някакви неща и да правиш, да репортваш, да видим. Започнах първата си работа като QA и скарах възможно най-късата клечка, защото съм работил с Lotus Notes. Някой... Ти ли? Само един човек ли? Маля, остарявам. Само един човек издигна ръката. Lotus Notes е най-ужасният продукт, който може да съществува. Написан от IBM и беше ужасен, сега също е още по-ужасен. Имам също така и няколко фейлиера, като аз обикновено даже повече обичам да наблягам на тях. И един от тях е, че се опита да стане PM. Това беше най-терибъл идеята в цялата ми вселена, така че човек ви казва как да смените професията, т.е. нали, мой път, ама съм минал и друг път, в който нали, съм бил много бътвъкнат. Така че да кажем, че не е било нали, най-доброто ми решение. После тествахме Silverlight продукт, който е мъртъв много отдавна самата технология. Това е нещо типа на Flash на Microsoft. Terrible идея. После още някои работи смених пак в домена на Quality Assurance Engineering и после се фокусирах нали, така, върху пак QA, обаче в някакви различни топици, понеже винаги ми е било интересно да бъда техническата страна винаги ми е била интересна. Така, мбръкнеш в червата, нали, не съм сериенобиец, просто нали, технически, болчета и гайките, да видиш как работи това нещо, как се случват нещата. И си казах, чакай да им поема тук, бам, перформанс тестинг, бам, JMeter, бам, после security тестинг, имам двете от темите, които съм говорил тук точно за тях. Gain some seniority, dig deeper shit, така нататък, това и англичаните го разбраха, съжалявам за което. И после стигнах платото. Платото не е това с мезета, очевидно съм консуматор, обаче е това, когато започваш нова работа и учиш някаква нова технология. Ти казват някакви неща. Нали, тук виж има нещо, да се казва Node.js и някакъв JavaScript. Милен, това ти ли си вече? Бях ти обещал да нося акордеона, но не си спънах това обещание да свирим тук. После. И чай, че загубих мисълта. И когато почваш нова работа и почваш някаква нова технология и си кажеш сега, примерно JavaScript, ама този JavaScript вече се билдва. Ма как става това нещо? Как работи? Почваш да учиш някакви нови неща, да разбираш някакви нови работи. После тестваш продукта, домейна, влизаш в, примерно, health insurance, в някакви по-технически неща, по-малко технически, на здраве. Освен ако някой ни пръдна, не знам. И обаче винаги идва платото, в което вече нещата, които са толкова невъзможно да си представиш дори как може да се решат, вече стават ежедневие. Нали, когато всичко гори с някакъв, it's fine, нали, смисъл, знам как го правя. И когато дойде платото, не платото, и то стигаш до някакво еднообразие, което нали, реших, че вече е време да го направя. Нещо по-просто. Нали, винаги, когато съм сменял работа, е било за това. Никога не е било харасмент или нещо свързано с HR-а, макар че това имам история. И сега тръгна някакъв този процес в себе си. Аз тогава съм на 32 години и сме в период на правене на беби, което е ужасно начин да кажеш на някой, че правиш секс постоянно, се надяваш на най-доброто. И почвам да задавам въпроси. Аз, примерно, пак ще стана QA, пак ще съм същото полото, пак ще работя с същите технологии, пак ще направя това, пак ще направя това, ще отида в някой legacy продукт, нали, тъца. И викам, аз ще смена професията, нека да пробваме. И естествено, основният ми фокус беше върху Manual QA плюс малко Automation-тата. Викам, сега време стана Automation QA, нали, fully blown Automation QA. Обаче си викам, сега аз ще стана Automation QA, ама що пък не, стана девелопър. Девелопър, че големи заплати взимат големите пари, нали. Аз съм част от, ще бъда бивш QA, нали, аз няма да правя бъгове такива неща. После викам, да, обаче аз пък винаги съм искал. Обикновено така ми смеят жени, така че съм свикнал, няма проблем. You cannot hurt me. И викам, ще стана системен администратор, защото тогава аз бях системен администратор, макар че не обичам принтери. Всичко друго, мрежи, кабели, аз тук направо преди малко само бях на semi-erected, като гледах хората как слагат някакви кабели, правят някакви неща, с някакъв само, че искам. Обаче после се разчитах малко, нали, какви са сегашните технологии, какво правите системен администратор, защото аз на това съм правил давна. И макар че имам хоби, за което после ще разкажа, което е тотали легално, нали, разбрах, че има нещо, което е borderline с девелопмента и с системната администрация, обаче решава проблеми, за които даже не знаеш, че съществуват. Сега се боря с проблеми, които никога не съм се представил, че могат да съществуват и решения, които не знам как да ги направя. Нали? И се оказа, че има нещо, което е DevOps. Няма да влизам в теорията, защото ми остават още 48 слайда. Затова ще кажа само, че говорих с DFBG, хората от DFBG голям кудос, че много бързо ми отговориха. Това е, презентацията ще има някъде, без и направо пред меметата. Това е статистика за 2023 година, защото 24-та още не е минало, нали, по последните ми данни. И се оказа, тук съм извадил Manual QA, Quality Assurance, предполагам, че е сборно между двете, Manual QA, Automation QA и DevOps. Кинтибации. И викам, ти скоро, явно добре се оправят. И викам, чай ще пробвам. Обаче как се влиза в тази сфера, когато си на 32 години с така шкембеле, нали, чакаш дете, това нещо, нали, ще купуваш апартамент, не може така да смениш, не си вече на 20 клад, нали, всичко е йоло и код стане. И едно от основните неща, които ми помогнаха много, едно от легалните неща, които помогнаха много, беше ентусиазма. Аз имам един почти неспиращ ентусиазъм да гледам някакви неща. Когато ходех на Дунав Ултра, направихме една група в Discord, с още 3 човека, правихме ревюта на какво сетите. Кошнички за бидони за колело, бидони за колело, гидолин за колело. 3 дена обсъждаме кошнички, прямо бидончета на тия бутилки, които се пие вода. Това ми е интересно. Правил съм ревюта на болери, гледал съм, питал съм хора, нали, неща, които просто никой човек не се интересува. Та ентусиазма ми е свързан с техническата част и участие с жените също така. Почвам да правя някакви автоматизации, дават ми някакви таскове и казват, сега не, това трябва да го направиш, че цъкаш примерно 78 пъти с мишката или там пишеш някакви команди на интернета и викам, сега ще стана баш майстор. Това не знам дали някой го оценя, ако се изсмя някъде, не съм сигурен. Ще стана баш майстор и всички команди ги спах в един файл, кръстя го баш, сменихме привилегиите, натиснах ентер и този, че тръгна и каза, ето аз съм майстор, вече съм готов, нали, DevOps, MevOps, не ми хвали. То се оказа, че не било точно така, обаче беше първата стъпка, в която, нали, виждаш блатото, слагаш нокачето на палеца и после потъваш цели, нали, се удаваш. Но беше така, и тези неща още са в продъкшн, за съжаление, няма ви кажа какво съм правил, направо ме е срам. Имаме една история, която на нашите джуниори, понеже работя в компания, в която имаме академия, и на нашите джуниори им обяснявам, що е важно да си ентусиаст. Инсталирам Ansible, който е Configuration Management Tool, няма говорим днес много за технологии, ще говорим за мен и за моите простоти, така че ще се много разочароваме, нали? Накрая. И той Ansible има документация, както, нали, повече неща, които правя, освен продукти в офиса, където няма ред документация. И copy-paste, по едно време, бам, не мога да инсталирам някакъв пакет. Copy-paste, бам, не мога да инсталирам някакъв пакет. И се оказа един символ, вместо Python 3, те са написали Python в документацията, не са го тествали, shame on them. Аз отворих един merge request, форкнах, отворих един merge request, написах си дългия репорт, пуснах го, минаха CI, минаха човек го одобри, мина всичко за около 15 дена, което е абсолютно, и аз се рефрешвам, защото, нали, само да се изфука да кажа, че съм ментейнер на това на Ansible, защото съм една цифра, нали, това. И си кажат, това е тъпо. Тъпо обаче хиляди хора минават през това нещо, виждат го и никой не прави нищо. Трябва да сме проактивни, трябва да правим някакви неща, така, защото на кефят и защото, примерно, Ansible е напълно безплатен, това си вадя аз парите, примерно последните няколко седмици, основно това работя буквално. Що пък да ни дадеш малко и ти, нали, то open source, нали, все пак те хората, нали, трябва да дадат нещо. И от ентусиазма на времето, защото влизам в категория чичо вече, по опашките вече няма, нали, баткото винаги е чичото. На времето нямаше този сайт roadmap.sh, много силно препоръчвам на всички, които им е любопитно. Любопитно им е какво правят DevOps, любопитно им е какво правят Data Science, инженерите, каквото е. Той е един огромен сайт, много добре структурен, много адекватно посочен, долу-горе каква ти е линията на... Видях, Виктор, си изгубех мисълта. Много мощи главата и не виждам. Ще го върна. Наричам се по много начини, обаче не искам някой ме нарече Chubby Jesus. Още не мога. Това беше Виктор, да. Виктор Славчев, всички целки за него. И така, ентусиазмът в ранните години, защото предполагам, че тук доста млади лица виждам, които нямат бръшки и не са, нали, така, с празния поглед на хората, които са видели неща. Много. Нямаше easy source of information, нямаше хора. В смисъл, отиваш и казваш, виж, ай моля те, кажи ми как да се инсталирам Linux. Той каза, 2 седмици ми отне на мен, няма да ти кажа. Тогава майндсета беше, няма индийски блогове, няма някой, който да ти го напише, няма клипче или някакъв рил от 8 секунди, който ти казва напред това и ти си готов, нямаш копи-пейст, няма човек. Отиваш в Iris канала, в България в канал Linux и казваш, пичо, искам да разбера какво е reverse proxy, защото не знам много добре английски, защото съм прел на 15 и те казват RTFM. Знаете ли какво е RTFM? Какво става, хора? Знаете ли какво е RTFM? Моля? Само един човек. Read the fucking manual, да. Кудос. И ти казват някакъв ти супер тъп, нали, изобщо не се отказа, се ходи да гледаш крави, нали, аз по-на време бях се замислял. И имаше някакви книги на Орели, които струваха супер много пари и толкова. И трябваше да ходиш по някакви около евенти, да се говориш с някакви хора, които са с дълги коси дебели. Тук ще описах себе си. Плюс това туловете, инструментите плюс операционните системи, нали, back in the days бяха много unfriendly. Не знам дали помните, примерно, Linux, ако някой е цъкал на Linux, примерно Slackware преди 17 години как изглеждаше, това не беше нито за нормални хора, нито за ненормални хора, нито за хора в затвора, за най-тежки престъпления. Това беше някаква изрущена. Искаш да се инсталираш нещо, няма dependency management. Искаш да го инсталираш, окей, няма, то не как ще го инсталираш, трябва да го билднеш. Трябва да разбираш от си, да правиш някакви магии, излизат някакви кодове там чудеси, не като матрицата няма зелено, само черно и бяло, някакъв самолад. И никой не ти казва нищо. И оттам аз се тригърнах, като сега няма кажа, защото пешето наистина няма много такова. И си казах, нали, тук напоследък, аз пък що не почнах да контрибютвам в open source. OSS е значи open source. И като замислиш, едни от огромните... едни от огромните проекти, те са open source. Първо Mozilla, имате VS Code, имате огромни неща, които бутат Linux, имате Linux kernel, да можете лично Linux торвоз да ти гледа на майна. Ако не сте му чели commit message-ите, препоръчвам. Той е някакъв тотален изрод. И всякакви неща може да контрибютвате вътре, може да контрибютвате в някой тул, който е в Linux от 27 години, да имате някаква по-добра идея, тя да бъде одобрена и да кажете, ето влизате в историята и то за без пари буквално. Накарах Джейми да ми изкара няколко open source проекта, по всеки един от тях, плюс още много може да контрибютвате без никакъв проблем. Стига нещата да струват. И съответно, нали, аз, както казах, обичам да споделям знания, защото ме не споделяха и аз някакъв се тригървам така вече, като че такива неща. И ходя говоря по конференции. Това е четвъртия път, който идвам тук. Говорил съм на Истакон, в DBG, няколко подкаста по университети и училища, да показвам на младите всъщност малко така фокуса, какво се иска, какво правим ние. Сега няма ги изброявам тук, това са ми толковите, т.е. здраскане ми се роди малки син, не можах тогава да дойда, пеше извинява за което. Но Performance Security, How Not to Talk in Conferences, между това е много забавно, защото точно на How Not to Talk in Conference получих паника атака пред 7 човек, ще пукне, точно е тук бях. И беше много интересно и нали сега това. И това, що го правя, защото обичам да споделям знания, защото обичам, нали, ако мога, ако аз съм копал нещо супер много време, нали, що пък да не ви го кажа на вас, нали, с някои изречения, да го съмразни толкова. И сега набързо, нали, как точно се случи историята, как станах DevOps. Аз DevOps не съм, нали, и в някакъв момент почвам да търся нова работа и вече казвам, че май ще съм DevOps и търсиш обяви и те казват, примерно изискванията са такива. Ма всичко да си синьор във всичко. DevOps не е entry position в нашото поле. Много трудно. И long story short, изях се един приятел, който ми е така ментор от много дълги години и постоянно го занимавам с някакви неща. Владо, моля те, помогни ми, човек. Не знам как се инсталира, той е някакъв супер спокоен, като на бавни детенци им ти казва, сега чакай малко, сядаме, ето това тук, моето момче е там. Фаща мъдръчка, нали, не буквално. И ми обяснява някакви неща, аз съм някакъв уау. И Владо един ден ми вика, на деня на Варна, точно беше при 5-6 години. И вика, Нетко, ние сме изпили по една бира, нали, да се разбира към 7-8. Искаш ли да ми станеш колега? И аз някакъв, търси QA при вас? той е някакъв стартъп английски, който няма нищо българско в него. И съм някакъв, ще го работя с Владо. Не, колега да ми станеш. Аз някакъв, как да стана колега? Той тогава разбрах, че съм прост, нали, може би, защото не го разбрах преди 2-3 пъти. И вика, не бе човек да станеш DevOps, аз някакъв само е такъв. Instant Erection, вика, ма как? Аз да съм DevOps? Аз не разбирам толкова колко тебе, не разбирам като никой. Аз съм много мега джуниор, аз съм интерн. Ще бъде той, да бе, it's fine. Хубаво, направихме интервю, влизам 10 девелопър, те някакви хипта, всичките някакви супер приятни такива. И аз им към хора, аз не знам нищо. Влизам направо като нали, най-добрият съвет нали, за интервю, влизаш и кажеш, аз нищо не знам, защо съм тук, ама Владо ми каза. И Владо почва, като на бавно детенци. Не, така кажеш, сега с какво се занимава? Аз обяснявам. Той, ще им кажеш ли, не проект, дето ме разправя там, че прямо се справя някакви неща с докери? Аз, да. И се стигна до там, че имам един VPS, който е нет виртуален сървър, в който държа мой блог, клет. И понеже блога е клет и VPS също е клет, съм кръстил Марвин. Ако сетите нали, на кого е кръстен, може да дигнете ръка. И той е горкия клет Марвин. От пътеводителя на Гълчев, като 100 пъти, защото не виждам просто тук много ми свети в очите. На Виктор главата много блести. И викам, да, също си имам VPS, като ми как си го настроил, как нали, ще хендълнеш това, как ще хендълнеш това. И се заговорих много дълго време и то някак си, вече спря да бъде интервю, беше някакъв разговор, така както аз с вас си говорим някакви работи. И те като ми, хубаво човек, нали, ще се чуем аз някакъв, нали, защото съм чул нали, много пъти са някакъв. Беше ми приятно, викам, айде заминам нещата, за нищо не ставам импостър синдрома. Имам тема, съм говорил по нея, между другото препоръчвам нали, на повечето, защото всички страдат от това. Нищо не става от мен, тест една седмица, бам, you're accepted, аз някакъв само. Да, what? 7 пъти чета имейла, докато караме към Гърция нали, с бременната ми тогава съпруга. И аз някакъв викам, човек, наистина ли е възможно това? Да. Възможно е. Увеличението заплата беше доста сериозно. Имах човек, който да ме държи за ръка и да ме бута, да казва, сега това ти е стака, това ще правим, това ще правим, подготвих се, аз се подготвих и ето ма тук, нали, говоря за DevOps. Не съм сигурен колко разбирам, но все пак. Ударото е ентусиазма, ме избута много контактите, защото имах късмета, трето нещо, да имам контакт с човек, който търси джуниорче и да имам някакъв предишен опит, т.е. нали, да съм си сапал ръцете малко, за да, нали, да знам това нали, дали е за мен изобщо или не. И желанието да поемам риск, защото тогава нали, ви казвам, чакаме бебе, ще купуваме апартамент, някакви там 1100 неща. И да смениш работа, обаче освен работа, цялата професия си нали, малко рискова, нали, така да кажем леко рискова. Майка ще е припадника, така примерно. И DevOps сега могат да бъдат много неща, аз няма да кажа, защото съм написал малко работа, понеже DevOps, както и в QA, нали, от компания до компания са много различни нещата. Може да бъдеш DevOps, който може да бъде също така и DevSecOps, който занимава основно с security, но не само. Може да бъдеш SRE, нали, който е Site Reliability Engineer, може да бъдеш Release Manager, може да бъдеш Platform Engineer, Cloud Engineer, аз бях някакво време Cloud Engineer и много неща, които може да бъдеш. Така че DevOps не е кутийка, той е направил цяла гора, пълна с мечки и с капани. И окей, сега ставаш DevOps и ти казват, окей, ставаш DevOps, и аз някакъв, супер, импостър синдром почва, туф, вика, сега аз почвам, аз не знам какво да правя, аз ще му уволня тук на втория месец, какво ще прави детето, жената, ще ме изгонят от квартирата, и почва да правиш план, мислиш, и накрая стигам до някакви изводи, нещо, нали, и почвам да изкаш, окей, нали, имам адвантажа, който имаме времето, имам един месец, нали, в който да си подам предизвестието, така че за месец какво мога да направя. И какво мога да направя? Мога да направя планинг. И разпитах какъв е стака, запознах се с него, как се билдват нещата, какво представляват, какъв е проектът, по който се работи, за да мога да имам някаква бегла представа, нали, поне е това за подкаста, за импостър синдрома, защото почва да тресе, нали, малко. И после действията, които направих, са да взема някакъв курс, да изкарам един курс за Ruby, един курс за Docker и Kubernetes беше тогава, мисля, че. Да се поиграем малко, да направим дъми проект, направих един толкова така Ruby скрипт, който беше като веб сервер, който просто пускаш му някакъв request, отговаря и на база на това вече почва да правиш някакви health checks, деплойменти, пайплайни и всичко останало. И нали, много важното, което тук аз много лаквам в това отношение, че не трябва да си експерт да ги правиш неща, просто да тръгне. Минимум да бие минимум, малкото кутийка, после надграждаш, аз се опитвам да правя всичко наведнъж и нали, съответно нищо не става. Следите им презентацията, добре, радвам се. Така има real life examples, в които пак няма да навлизам в дълбочина, но аз скарах на Телир DevOps курса. Пешо, аз може да казах го вече. DevOps курса и научим на доста неща. И това, което направи, беше някакъв проект, Final Exam беше pipeline, някакъв в случая на GitHub, Terraform да седигнеш машината, Docker за докеризираш всичко, имплементирах SAS столове за Static and Dynamic Code Analysis и бла-бла. И това цялото нещо е един проект, който е микроскопичен, но може да отговаря и на много по-голям такъв проект, който може да го срещнете в нормалните enterprise, макар че е много по-надрусен. Има някакви екзампли, които пак казах, ще ги споделя в блога след една седмица някъде. Така, добре. Въпросът откъде почваш да учиш, нали? Смисъл, откъде получаваш тия знания, къде получаваш ми от никъде, нали? Влизаш в Google, почва да търсиш, самолиш там на всякакви неща, търсиш индийски блогове, гледаш, но това вярно ли не е вярно, нямаш чат GTP тогава, нали, аз сам се халюцинирах, нали, не го оставих да свърши тази работа за мене. И това, което намерих е, всъщност, аз бях с някакво така доста лошо впечатление за Udemy, обаче се оказа, че имат много яки курсове, стига да сортирате по, нали, брой купени курсове, там кой колко палчета е дал. Един такъв Udemy курс ми изкара, аз съм AWS Certified Cloud Engineer Associate и с един курс за $17 успя да се изкарам и това е буквално цяла професия, с която може да започнете. Нали, тия пари са някакъв джок за това, което предлагат. Cloud също те пък предлагат малко по-enterprise, малко по-разширени курсове. И както казах и Телерик, даже съм писал Дани, който е Дани Ранков, той е водещ нашите часове, после работех и при него, страхотен, просто тотална машина. И така, тук съм изкарал няколко неща, включително този на Максимилиан Шварцмюлър. Първият път много трудно го прочетах, обаче сега мога да флексна, че нали мога да го чета бързо. AWS има така наречените use cases, в които, примерно, казваш какво е Kafka и пишеш Kafka AWS use case и те ти казват Kafka е дистрибутирана система за дистрибутиран меседжинг, примерно, и стриминг, бла-бла-бла. И така с 5 изречения може да разберете какво е, как работи, за да може да видите какъв проблем решава, ако има такъв проблем. Максимилиан Шварцмюлър и на Docker и Kubernetes с практикал екзамен $17 човек. $17, в смисъл наистина заслужава си. На Стефан Марек също неговия курс за AWS, който споменах току-що, също е страхотен, топ е. Digital Ocean имате Knowledge Base, който е огромен, много неща, там е по-скоро обратното на Cloud, нали? Там е по-self-hosted неща, обаче са супер готини. Така, и сега обаче, нали, това нещо къде ще го цъкате на компютъра, на лаптопа, ще купувате машини, какво ще правите? Решението е едно и то е да си купите VPS сервер, който в този струва $6 на месец, 7 GB RAM, едно CPU, 1 терабайт на трафик и 25 GB SSD. Това нещо, нали, може да звучи малко, но е напълно достатъчно да си играете. Може да го спирате, да го триете, да го пускате за 1-2 месеца. Мисля, че парите, нали, биха се стрували. Можете естествено и в вас да си охосните това нещо, но там е друг rabbit hole. Има и големите cloud провайдери, има техни си тиери, които са безплатни и казват, примерно, гарантираме, че за една година това ще е безплатно. Трябва много да внимавате да спуснете алърти за билинга, защото понякога стават, нали, грешки. Примерно, вместо тази машина дигате 100 и се чуете после, що, нали, апартамента парите заминават за това. Digital Ocean също има за 60 дни $200 ви дават да може да се разцъквате неща. Има къде, има как, има безплатно, може да направите всичко това. Да не говорим, нали, в торентите, че може да намерите също... това съм описал. Не, в торент също може да намерите някакви неща, които, нали, това не съм го казал. Първо, бъдете готови за възможно най-тъпите таскове дават на вас. Направи нещо на ръка, направи това, направи това, хората, които им се занимават, така се изгражда. Смисъл no pain, no gain. Нали, стоиш и носиш банички, защото, нали, няма какво друго да направиш. Разбирате смисъл, нали, на това съобщение. И фейлването е част от играта. Първи месец сядам, бачкам, дигам един PostgreSQL при мене с моя team lead, говорим с някакви неща и той му обяснява, виж, това се прави еди си как, това е еди си как, нали, аз помня някакъв такъв супер надъхан. И обаче се оказа, че базата данни става много голяма, нещо, нали, там ми свърши място, вика, направо затръгвай и ще се оправим. Изтрих натиснах Enter и само от друга страна се чува, то не се чувам, само някаква гробна тишина. Не така, къде си логнат, аз някакъв. Отварям нов таб, дъфа минус Х, мястото ми пак е на 100%, към Владо. Ако стане той, нищо. Беше препродъкшън дата, ама, нали, няма проблем. Първия месец бях сигурен, че направо бях готов да давам предизвестието, да се фърля от някъде. И той вика, спокойно, нали, случват такива неща, докато един път не фейлнеш минимум, няма как и ние като QA също. Ние като QA също допускаме грешки, пускаме някакви бъгови, някога хора сме грешим. Имал съм, сега няма влизам в детайли, защото нямам никакво време. някакви deployment failure, имал съм някакви неща. В петък deployment, този петък също deployment по време на тимбилдинга и така нататък. Fail is part of the game. Случват се такива неща. И има така една шегичка, че if you don't break it, at least once you're not through DevOps, което има и логика в него, защото когато щупиш веднъж нещо и почваш да се отнасяш като много внимателно с нещата, които правиш. До тогава са някакси малко далечни абстрактни неща, после почваш така, адоптваш този сървър и кажеш, този сървър е моето приятелче, нали, аз него ще се го грижа, няма да го трия, няма да му прави неща. И долу-горе трябва да се грижите за него, както за вашата тайна хентай колекция, нали, която на никой не трябва да се показва, така не показвайте и паролите, не справите неща. Сега за това ще говорим после. Искам да кажа, че DevOps е много трудно да се, ако не сте в някакъв друг филд, да влезете в него. Много по-лесно, ако сте, примерно, каквото и да сте работили в IT филда, защото те първо да почнете да учите какво е commit и SDLC и такива неща, нали, става много трудно. Не, че е невъзможно, аз просто съм тъп, нали, и на мен ми е много по-трудно да уча неща, които, нали, другите хора ги учат, нали, за по-кратко време. И сега случването в DevOps, как да стане това? Най-лесният начин в компанията учиш, ще кажеш на тим лидер, нали, пич, може да ме премести в другия отдел. Те вече мислят, дават ти задачки, пипат, нали, виждат дали ще стане, дали няма да стане човек от тебе или не. Взимаш някакви задачи по същия проект или по някакъв друг проект, по който почваш да работиш. Сменяш, нали, тези неща са почти не същи, най-накрая просто сменяш компанията, ако не стане. Има и още един вариант, в който прямо контрибютор, има един колега, който е работил за Mozilla доста дълго време и е почнал като контрибютор. Те са казали, пич, супер яко това. Дай, нали, направо да почнеш да бачкаш при нас. И са го наели. И сега нещата, които много искам да съм знаел, които не съм знаел тогава, е да научим сега тези неща, ще ги пропусна, но базата, която имаме, трябва да е много солидна. Тоест, добрите практики не учиш някак да подкараш нещо и после да учиш добрите практики, ще се учи наведнъж да стане част от вашия muscle memory, а не да правите някакви безкрайни цикли, кажете, това е някакво... Знам, че е селект звездичка, не трябва да ползвам, а сега ще го направя да тръгнете, не става така. В смисъл много по-трудно става. Документацията е супер важна, на никой не му занимава, защото е трудна. Трудно е пиш документация, особено техническа документация. Commit меседжите, като комитвате, не пишете help me God, what have I done, някакви такива неща, пишем информативни commit меседжи, като правим интервюта и някой си даде GitHub профила и влизам да му гледам commit меседжите, защото тогава са тест 1, ASDF, Enter, сега някаква патка ти е вървява по клавиатурата, не се прави така. Препоръчвам slow learning. Сядате, четете, отделете време, разберете какъв проблем решава цялото това нещо и тогава го имплементирате. Обратното пък трябва да се научите как да учите. Това вече го знаем, вече го можем да поемем някакви големи обеми от информация, Викторе. Постмортеме също се четат много ясно, много яко и consistency без persistence. Исках да ви кажа много неща, обаче ми става 26 секунди, така че продължа нататък, че имам смешни меменца. Ако някой има въпроси, може да каже или да се видим тук. Имам точно 20 секунди. Задайте въпроси. Милени? За кое? Ама спряхте. Нищо. Имах още меме. Нищо. Нямам. Netco.info или може да ме намерите в LinkedIn, в Facebook, в Pornhub и на всякъде другаде. Беше много приятно.
Thank you.
Благодаря.
He will speak in English.
Probably. It's time to introduce our first and only lady speaker for today.
Andrea Jensen is a QA manager at Navis in Germany, and she's going to give you some serious tips and tricks for managing both teams and expectations.
Andrea started her tech career some time ago by chance, and last year she took on a leadership role totally not by chance.
If you look at her badge, you'll notice her hashtags read, testing, tea, and talking.
Make some noise for the lady who knows how to rule them all, Andrea Jensen!
Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Reality is always challenge accepted.
I rule them all. I'm still trying to figure that out, and so I believe in a bit my slides are also coming. Okay, until then, I know we had the lunch break, it's warm, it's the afternoon, so maybe could you just get up? I'd just like to get to know you a bit better, and it will just take a minute, I promise. But could you all please stand up for a second? Thank you. Okay, so I will now have a little bit of a trauma retro in the next half an hour about my way into leadership and what I learned on the road. But I like to get to know you all a bit better before. So if we are having here in the room some who are in management and who are surviving there for more than 3 years, could you sit down, please? Surviving in management for more than 3 years. Okay, not so many, but congratulations, you made it. Do we have some folks here who are not in management and don't want to get into management at all? Could you all sit down? Oh, wise people. Okay, the ones who are remaining here, do we have some folks who are not in a management position yet, but think, well, that is the reason, or that's the idea what I go for? If you all sit there, okay, tell me later if you still want to do that later on. And then the few standing here, you are in management, but not so much experience, little less than a couple of years. Okay, we do our training and crying class later in the speaker's corner. Please all sit down, thank you. Okay, and the slides are there, cool. So, then let's get started. I'm Andrea, the two guys introduced me already, so no need to lose time. So, I will walk you through one of my very average, dull, lame days as a manager. And while I'm doing that, this comes with a disclaimer. I'm sharing here my personal story. If you are already in management, that may resonate to you, or it may not. That's fine, both. So picture that. It's 8 in the morning, I'm an early bird, sitting at my desk in the office, turning on the computer, checking what is going on for the day, check what new notifications and appointments I have on my schedule. And usually I have a hot, fresh brewed cup of tea next to me, because that's just the way I start my day. Let's go to the first message. Oh, congratulations for my recent promotions from one of my besties in the office. Really nice news, so that there are some people having my back. The next message, a little less cheerful. One of the team members of the newly formed test team, we started forming a test team 1.5 years ago, told me, yeah, you know, you sent in a check-in meeting appointment, but I really don't want to talk to you. Can we just skip it? And I'm like, wait a minute. That hit me absolutely by surprise. I had no idea how I should reply. So let's pause this. The next message is already waiting. It's on our product channel. A developer introduced a recent change, tell us, hey, it's ready for code review, but you know, I'm not so sure how to test that. And I really like the developer because they are asking questions for testing. To my surprise, the dev lead of this team was having my back and was replying on my behalf. I didn't ask him for so. He told the dev, oh, you know, don't worry, has no UI change. You not need any testing here. And I thought, well, dude, have you ever heard about an API, maybe? And another thing that irritated me a bit was, why does he answer a question when there is a test team around, which is obviously for testing? So wasn't that not much more a call for me as a tester in the team, maybe as the fresh new team lead? I wasn't really sure how to deal with that, but a short call later, he got a quick educational session about testing and that we clearly test beyond UI changes. And also, he learned a bit about how I define my new role in this company. So, long story short, be prepared to be doubted and tested in your role. There might be people who will cheering on you, like one of my office friends did, but there might also be people who want to try and test you and see where your limit and your boundaries are. So, if you ever come in this situation, my best advice is go, set your boundaries, set your limits, start a conversation whenever someone is crossing them. And then it's already a little later, it's time for jumping into the first meeting of the day. It's our team meeting. For some time, it was one of the most feared meetings on my calendar. But before I tell you more about why I was fearing this meeting so much, I will introduce you quickly to the team. We are a team of 7. We are spread across 2 continents, Europe and India, or Asia. We are located in 2 different time zones, come from 3 very different cultural backgrounds, and we have almost as many native languages in the team as we have people in the team. And I thought, well, we form now a new test team in this company, and that would be great, because I'm not the only tester anymore, so we will have lively conversation about all the things in testing. That was my idea. Well, it turned out to be not that like that. Instead, I hosted meetings where I was passing on information, sharing updates, and asking everyone, hey, do you have a question? No response. Can you hear me? No response. I'm like, wait. Slowly, some people unmuted. Yeah, I can hear you. Okay, any questions? No. Okay, so that was how the podcast meetings were going. And as the weeks were passing, I was starting to get a bit desperate. Not just a bit, quite desperate. Because that was really not how I would like to run the meetings and how I would like to host them. So I started little experiments. Luckily, the testing community had my back, and I came across the idea of asking the 4 questions. Random questions, somehow personal, but not too personal, and everyone can decide what they want to answer. By that, we got to know each other a bit better. Everyone understood I'm also a human. And so things started to get a bit easier. And then there is another connector for people. So what do you folks think does connect people? Any idea? Coffee? Yeah, not sure. Any other ideas? Foods, yes. Excellent. That was exactly what I was looking for, and we didn't train that before. So we started doing a snack exchange. I was just sending random treats to my team in India, and also the ones in my office, they also got some of the share. And in return, I got this pink cat, which is now located on my office desk. So that helped us to get to know each other a bit better. We had kind of a starter for conversations, and from them, the meetings started to get easier. That seems not to be a big success, but that was a kind of a small success I needed in a situation where I was going desperate and where I was asking, what the hell I'm doing here? Is that the right job for me? So I learned it kind of the hard way, and relationships are really hard. It's even harder if you've never met some of your folks in person. Up to date, we are 6,000 kilometers apart. We have never met in person. We are working together for more than 1.5 years. It took a lot of experiments, it took a lot of patience, and luckily in 2 weeks we are going to change that, and I will meet my team first time in real life. So the team meeting is over now. Meanwhile, a lot of requests pile up on my inbox, on my desk. People walking by because we are in an open plan office. They just want to have a quick question. When I started in the new role, it felt like everyone wanted to take ownership of my calendar. And I was in a constant stretch between, yeah, I really want to go to this meeting because there could be something important. Having the fear of missing out, FOMO feeling. Maybe you know about it. And then, after the meeting, you remember, oh, that was pointless. It could have been a 2-phrase email. So my lesson learned here is to decide what not to do is equally, if not more important, than to decide what to do. Otherwise, someone else will take over ownership of your calendar, of your time, of your bandwidth. What personally helps me here as methods is applying the rule of 2 feet walk away from meetings where I don't feel any purpose or learning. Use the Eisenhower matrix for prioritizations, and I'm learning about stakeholder management. But now the morning has passed, it's time to jump into the first break. It's almost a lunch break. But I'm wondering, there are 2 reminders on the calendar. It looks a bit odd. Then a little later, 1 minute of thinking what has happened, I realized, oh, we had a daylight saving time shift from summertime to wintertime. And a minute later, I learned, you know what, that applies for maybe the American continent, maybe also applies for the European continent, but clearly not for India. And my team and I, we screwed up our calendars with that. That was kind of a happy little accident, which is easily to fix. But that just shall be one of the examples of all the unknowns you will hit when you move into the new role, into a leadership role, or into the role of a manager, because it's starting as an entire new job, and there's plenty of stuff you don't know at the beginning. So as testers, they are the unknown unknowns we heard already about this morning. And you really don't know what you don't know. So try to learn as much as possible about the context you're working in, your team is working in. But now, it's time to jump on a break. I personally take them seriously. I have a reminder on my calendar for those. But we don't have time for the break right now, because I see the timer here. So fast forward. The next message is already in my inbox. My boss is asking for a small favor. There are some reportings due for a board meeting I was not really aware of because no one told me. But yeah, he told me, well, by the end of your day, that will be fine enough. I only have half day left, so I better get started. And that leads me a bit to my next learning. Before I started in this role, when it was clear I would receive the promotion, I thought, yes, I will have freedom. My manager will not tell me anymore what I have to do. Yeah, but there was a new manager. Fun fact. Right, so 10 minutes in the role, I quickly realized, there will be always someone you have to report to. And I know that's no news, but knowing something and experiencing it are 2 different stories. So no matter if you're moving into a management role, if you're a CTO, a CEO, or even you are in the advisory board, there will be always someone you have to report KPIs to, or something else. And while we're now talking about the very glamorous part in leadership or in a management role, I want to take the option to talk about frontline management. For those of you who have not heard the word frontline management, that's the idea, or that's how companies like to call the lowest hierarchy in the management, to give them a fancy title. And the idea is that we have management responsibilities, and at the same time, working style, hands-on in the team. So I'm a frontline manager. I'm working with the team, I'm doing admin tasks, organizational things for the team, and I'm also part of salary negotiation and whatsoever. So the idea is frontline management combines the 2 worlds, and we convey the messages from the executive level, like the strategies, the visions, the nice company statements and plans, and break them down in smaller chunks into operational tasks to the folks in our team, and share with the operational base what we want to go for, what is our next task to do, what are our goals for the month, for the year. And when I should put this into a picture, it may resemble of building bridges. Like there's the strategy and the vision on the one side, and there's the operational base at the other side. And that looks really beautiful, isn't it? But sometimes the messages are not that beautiful. And then it rather feels like tiptoeing through a minefield. Trying not to be hit by anyone or something. And what leads me to that is like, there will be a lot of dilemma. And we heard from Benjamin this morning about dilemma in automation. And also we have dilemma in leadership or management. So there's just a fact, whenever you jump in this kind of a role, you will have to deal with dilemma, sooner or later. Still, I'm searching for the silver bullet. I haven't found it yet. I'm doing that now for 1.5 years. So if you have found them, tell me. What I usually do, I try to decide case by case what would be in the best interest of the team. And I had to realize I'm not Willy Wonka, I don't sell chocolate, and I cannot make everyone happy all the time. By the way, talking about chocolate and the snack exchange earlier, I have weird Scandinavian treats with me, so if you want to exchange some of them or try them, find me later on in the speaker's corner. But now, I did all the meetings, I did the reporting, my afternoon is free for real hands-on testing. As a frontline manager, I still have the privilege to work hands-on and work with the team, introduced into the product work. And that's something I really much enjoy. And that also was one of my requirements when I moved into a new role, what I didn't want to give up. So a little earlier today, someone of my colleagues asked me to do some testing because the delivery is due for the customer. So I'm getting started, heading into it, getting into the flow, enjoying, happily doing all the testing, verifying whatever has to be verified in this particular change. And then I receive a call. One of my colleagues is inviting me into a chat with another team member because they have some certain feature to discuss and they want to get my tester's point of view. Of course, I happily like to join them, so I stop the testing for the moment and jump into the call and share my share of my knowledge for this product. So there's a lot of context switching, day in, day out for me. You have seen that earlier. There are text notifications, there are meetings, there are reportings, there's testing. And sometimes it can get a bit stressful, or it could also get exhausting. And research also show that constant context switching can have certainly a detrimental effect on your mental load, on your well-being, on your mental health. I personally enjoy the variety of the tasks and activities I have on my plate. But whenever I feel it's getting a bit too much and I'm getting troubles focusing, I'm trying to plan my work a bit so that I, again, have the ownership of my calendar. I plan some chunks for uninterrupted work. Sometimes it works to work from home, sometimes it works to book a meeting room and turn off all the notifications. Try to find out what works for you. If you want to talk more about details, I'm happy to have a chat later on with you. So in the afternoon, I tested a bit, then later on, I bump into a colleague. One of my junior leadership management colleagues, he's also joined the leadership team recently. And whenever we have the chance to have a chat and talk, we just take the chance because there are a lot of things you just don't know when you get started. So we can help each other, support each other, and share our learnings. May it be, how do I enter the sick days for my team member in this new system? Or, hey, do you know who to call for the payroll? Things like that. And in general, it's just good to have a friendly face. You can ask the silly questions they also had in the beginning. So I would recommend that to you also to try to build yourself a network if you are in leadership or if you're aiming to go in leadership, and basically to everyone. Find the folks you trust, you feel comfortable with, and also the folks who are not shy to tell you the truth. So when I learned about the fact that I will be promoted, I was actively seeking out for a mentor because I was aware of the fact that my company has no educational system or no training for people who jump new in the leadership role. So I was actively seeking for a mentor in the company as well outside of the company, so that to get some various points of view, experiences, opinions, and suggestions whenever I need them. Because sooner or later the questions will arise and you don't really know who to ask. So it's always good to have some trusted people and to ask for help. Usually people are up for helping if you just ask them. Well, and that's almost the day. I just want to close with one final thought. In the beginning, I said, well, sometimes I was not sure what the hell am I doing here, if I'm the right one for the job, or better to say, if the job is right for me. And there's usually the idea, if we are moving into a management position, that this is a one-way road. I mean, our wording also suggests that there's only one way to go. And my slides are gone as well. Ah, they're back, cool. So, because we also, the wording, we say we are climbing up the career ladder. There is a suggestion that there's only one way. Personally, I believe we should not limit ourselves to this one-way idea. I'm in tech since 2011. Since then, I only experienced it once that one of the team leaders was stepping away. I'm saying stepping away deliberately, because I don't feel it's a step back to decide what is good for you. So he was stepping away from his leadership position, find himself another place in another company as a developer. He's still coding, he's happy with what he's doing, and to me that was a step or an act of bravery and courage to do where you feel is your place to be. And I just sincerely hope that the ones who are already for a long time in management, or the juniors, or I don't want to say wannabes, the people who want to go into a leadership role or into a management position, if you ever find yourself in a role, and I include myself here as well, that there will be enough bravery and courage to move away from it and find us a better place where we feel that's our place to be. So, because we can move, we not need to think about the one direction or stay where we are, because we are no trees. Unless you can be Groot, then I recommend to be Groot, because he's simply awesome. So, thank you very much, folks.
So there are no questions? Is that right? You have 7 minutes for questions? Keine Sprachen?
Everyone wants to get a beer.
Okay.
I can understand.
Okay. So let's send Andrea with a big round of applause, and you can meet her in the speaker's corner, of course. Thank you very much. So, who wants to win these? Our partners from Carlsbad, Bulgaria have a question for you. The first one who answers correctly wins. And this is the first time I see your attention so heavy here. So, the question is, what revolutionary discovery did Carlsberg make in 1883 that changed the brewing industry forever? Tick, 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 tick. Come on, guys, you're ITs, you can use Google, can't you? The first one wins. 1883, revolutionary discovery, changed the industry forever. What? No one? Google? I'm not joking, guys. The first one wins, that's the only rule. Maybe Tony will say. He doesn't know that. Sorry? No, the bubbles in the beer. Sorry? I didn't hear that. Pop-up hit? No, no, no. Okay, just Google it, guys. I'm serious. East. Who said East? Yeah, we have a faster one than you. So, the right answer is the discovery of pure brewing yeast that guaranteed consistency in beer quality. In 1883, pure brewing yeast was discovered by Carlsberg Laboratory. This discovery enabled the production of consistently high-quality beer and was shared with the whole world, including competitors. So, applause for the winner. Come. can also get your beers. For that, you need the coupons attached to on your badges, so don't forget them. The beer is waiting for you. Just show your badge coupon, grab one colder than your ice cream, and mingle with your fellow QA warriors. Thank you. See you after the beer break. Also, sponsor booths, donations, likely talks. This is your last chance to sign up. Na zdrave, cheers, prost, skol.
Welcome to the Sofia home of Flutter International, the place where your career journey in the exciting world of entertainment starts. At the heart of our success are our people.
Here, people are free to express themselves, to think openly, and work on their ideas.
For me, this is freedom. And that's why here in Flutter International, we strive to empower each individual to find their own path. Whatever we do it as one. We do it as a team.
Welcome to Ring Central Bulgaria.
Let's make a truce. A dev challenge accepted.
QA challenge accepted.
Dev challenge accepted.
QA
Dev challenge accepted.
QA
Dev challenge accepted. Dev challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
From all over the world, we come across for a conference.
Welcome to the Sofia home of Flutter International, the place where your career journey in the exciting world of entertainment starts. At the heart of our success are our people.
Here, people are free to express themselves, to think openly, and work on their ideas.
For me, this is freedom. And that's why here in Flutter International, we strive to empower each individual to find their own path. Whatever we do it as one. We do it as a team.
Welcome to Ring Central Bulgaria.
Започваме след 2 минути. 2 minutes until we start. Ивелина Крумова да се яви на пулта в залата. Ивелина Крумова, повтарям, да се яви на пулта в залата.
From all over the world, we come across for a conference made for pros by pros. For devs and QAs, this is the place to be. With top-notch speakers and lots of coffee and beer. So come join us in this journey so great, where we'll make new friends and celebrate. Coding skills and testing perfected. The attitude is always challenge accepted. Let's raise the bar, learning, growing, going far. With open hearts and minds connected. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Hey, 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 hey. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted.
Заповядайте, заповядайте, започва, изчаквам музиката да свърши, сега почвам да говоря, но нищо не съм казал. Заповядайте, заповядайте обратно в залата, предстои една от най-интересните части в нашата конференция, това за което всички сме се събрали днес, така че please come back to the hall for one of the main events today, one of the highlights, please come back, please. It's for you guys. It's even better than beer, so come here. Carlsberg is probably the best beer in the world, but these are the best panelists in the world. Not probably, for sure.
Carlsberg може да я пием навсякъде, така че взимайте бирите и идвайте насам.
Carlsberg is totally drinkable in the hall, so please come back. Come on, guys. Thank you. I see a huge crowd coming in. Малко залитат, ама добре.
Човека с тека бира.
We have an important announcement to make for Evelina Krumova. Is she here? Evelina Krumova? Please go to the DJ. There's a special surprise for you. Спокич не е предложение за брак, друго е.
Каква е тази изненада?
Surprise!
Surprise!
Okay, I think we're ready to continue. And now, it is time for a panel discussion with 4 of the biggest names in the Bulgarian QA community. Over the past decade, these people have helped shape the QA stage in Bulgaria.
And even globally.
Let's welcome them to our podium one by one and give them the respect they deserve.
First up, we've got a man who has spoken at QA Challenge Accepted so many times, we should ask him for rent. The automation wizard, the emergency speaker on duty, the man who brought custom frameworks to global brands, and the real hero to over 500 people he has helped grow in their careers,
Nikolai Stanoy! Next, we have someone who might just be the grandmaster of QA education in Bulgaria. He has spent the last 15 plus years in testing and the last 10 plus years teaching future QA rockstars at Pragmatic Academy. Let's welcome Colonel Sanders, the star of Starcevo, the Grillmaster, the QA superstar, Alexander Karamfilo!
Our next panelist is widely known QA architect at Progress Bulgaria, but his formal title is Chicho Mitko. He has been testing everything from web to mobile, from front-end to back-end systems, and we are still lucky he has not automated his presence here yet. Give a big round of applause for Dimitar Topuzov!
But not least, we have a QA legend whose name is known far and wide. He is the CTO of Automate the Planet, the creator of Bellatrix Framework, and the author of 8 best-selling books. He has also spoken half a dozen times at our own conference, as well as over 50 international conferences, and proudly presents Bulgaria on the world's QA map. Let's hear it for the one and only Anton Angelo! It's yours.
Test. It's working. Your
QA.
Okay,
QA.
good. Well, hello again. I have the honor to be the host on that discussion panel because Peter decided to skip. So I want to tell you a story first to know what to expect in the next 40 minutes. And crucial part here is that we need you. We need everyone in the room to ask questions. So our plan is first to touch how we started in the past as in our IT industry, what has changed in the middle of our journey, what is the current situation nowadays, and how we see the vision in near future. After that, I'm going to get the red microphone, go to the stage, and ask you different questions which you want to ask to us. So I'll give you the mic. Please don't be shy. If you are shy, no one wants to participate. I'll find the shyest people and ask them to ask something what they want, right? Is it clear? Can you raise a hand if it's clear? Okay, now I want to see all the hands up, people volunteering to ask questions to us. Less hands. No problem, I'll find everyone. So, guys, welcome to be on the stage. How IT worked when you started?
Yeah, maybe I'll start first since the microphone is here. So when I started, the industry was basically in a state where we had 2 companies. I'm talking about Plovdiv, but in Sofia there weren't much more. We didn't have boards with jobs, and it wasn't even clear what is QA and testing. So yeah, it was just a recommendation from a friend of mine to go to an interview for a QA. He had no idea what I'm going to be doing. So he said, just come here. We're a group of people. Nobody knows actually what we're doing. They will give us some documentation. We have some scripts written by people in UK, but yeah, we gotta survive in this reality. It's pretty nice. So yeah, that was pretty much the case. We had two books that were distributed like Bible. And yeah, we had some examples that were copied literally and transformed a little bit just to adapt them to the current product. No trainings, no really books. Google was also poor on information, so pretty, how to say, inappropriate moment in the industry, in my career as well. So yeah, not very exciting. We were paid poorly, so that wasn't the reason why we joined in the first place, for sure. And we didn't know what's going to happen because the crisis was about to hit the Bulgarian market as well, because there was a global economic crisis. So let's say that's, if currently we have a form of a crisis, this is my second crisis. So yeah, we didn't know that we're going to have salaries for the next month. So it was no perks. We had to buy our coffee machine in the office. And yeah, it sounds unbelievable now for the people that are working in the industry. We're a bit spoiled, very spoiled currently. Yeah, in terms of technology, it was pretty basic, mostly manual testing. So even if you heard something about automation, it was more like mythology, not real thing. So that's pretty much my observation for the past.
Thank you.
Okay, so I guess it's my turn now. When I started my career as QA engineer, how the things looked at that time. Software was still shipped on CDs. We had CDs with Windows, with SQL Server. As the most junior person in the team, I was given the CD, sent to the server room, 10 degrees, with t-shirt only to install the SQL Server on the machine. We had no Azure, no clouds. Here is how the world looked back then. About QAs and testing, I was in a room with QAs, and that was the QA room. And we had the QA manager, and we were in one room, and developer were in the other room. We had a wall, literally, between us. And we didn't collaborate as we do today. I think at that time, Agile was a known word, not very popular, and it was pretty different. I'll pass to Anton to tell more maybe about technologies at that time.
All right, so it was almost, I don't know, 15 years ago, and then it was the first Telerik Academy for QAs, and then I had the work to be in a team with people like Sneji right here on the front row and Dimo that are, you know, the superstars in the QA. And then in this team, there were no WebDriver yet, right? We were using Selenium IDE for automation. We used Selenium RC to run the tests. And like 2 years after that, I was leading the first lecture on WebDriver in the Telerik Academy. You can imagine, there were no YouTube, no Udemy, no clouds. Even then I decided to create my blog because there were no technical books back then, right? This is why it got so popular, because nobody was writing about WebDriver. There was not such a thing, right? Yeah, strange times, right? There were I even developed my own tool for replacing the locators in Selenium IDE scripts because there were no Notepad++. Imagine, there was no Visual Studio Code or whatever, and we needed a way for running the same Selenium IDE scripts but against different versions of the website. And then you had to reinvent your own thing, right? Yeah, strange times.
Great. Thank you, everyone, for your answers. When I started, I was a gamer. I liked to play Blizzard games like StarCraft, Diablo, Warcraft 3. And my vision and desire to become a QA is just because to become a beta tester of Blizzard and play games earlier than everyone else. few years later, I realized what is QA and said, testing games is not for me. It's too difficult. I'm just a gamer. And yes, that was definitely a time where I haven't heard at all about Selenium and even Agile. It was more like waterfall and testing, manual testing. Okay, guys. So what happened after the next 5-6 years? What was the major changes that you observed for that period of time?
Yeah, so we started to see a lot of things happening in the next 5 years, actually. That was probably the biggest shift in my personal development back then. So social networks appeared, we started to share more information. Then academies and learning materials became very accessible. The first signs of a cloud appeared as well. The maturity of the tools become much better, and we had tooling that didn't exist in the past. We started to build our first testing frameworks, but also to realize that there are a lot of things that can be done much quicker, much more interesting. I started to actually like my profession because, yeah, probably many people know that I somehow always developed two things in parallel, always had some private business aside from work. So, yeah, I was kind of more interested in my business. At some point, I started to like my profession much more, just because it became more creative, more interesting. We started to travel abroad, which was very unusual. We started to see different countries, different teams. We started to face first issues with collaboration based on how the people work in different locales, different cultures. So yeah, we learned a lot by cooperating with different people and some political issues. We were very direct, very brutal Eastern European guys. With even the accent sounded a little bit brutal. So they started to accept us as a new norm, new reality. Companies started to move business in Bulgaria, but also we joined European Union, which is a big shift from country perspective. So it's not only the IT industry, but also the country started to develop much more, and I think it was much better time. We started seeing the growing job offers, and salaries became much closer to the Western world. So the first signs of wealthy ITs started to appear because we were just poor back in the days. It wasn't even like a thing to consider because we just survived with our salaries. Then some people started to even talk about investing, which was very surprising. But yeah, that was from technology and from economic perspective, things got much better. And it was a huge shift for 6 years.
Okay, so from my perspective, what changed 5 years after I started my career? I started at a company where there was no wall between QAs and developers, and we were in the same room. We also started to have scrums, and Agile got popular. Also, as Alex said, at that time we already had Selenium as established tool and some other tools, and that was the time when automation started to get popular, and it changed a lot of things. Collaboration changed as well because more and more QA started to write code and collaborate with developers. What else? I think at that time we started to look more like normal European country because when I started my career, I think we were not in the EU or just got in the EU, and my salary was in dollars, and I had to exchange to level. It was cash. 5 years later, we were in the EU, we had the flat taxes, and we were working in normal industry in normal country.
As you all said, I think back then, before that, there was only the QA profession, right? And there was no such thing like official automation QA. We were all QAs, and we were doing everything, right? From the meetings to manual testing, maybe some kind of automation. And then at this point, I think it was 212, 13, WebDriver got popular, and then, but again, it wasn't something immediate, right? And then this profession, automation QA, got like invented, and some people, it was, for me, this was like a dream of mine when, this is why I established our company later, but again, there were no jobs really like automation QA. And I was dreaming for doing this full time because this wasn't possible in all other companies, right? And 10 years ago, thanks to Sneji and Dimo, they told me about this conference, another conference, CTest back then. There were no QA challenge, or maybe the first one, Sneji delivered a talk there. And I was talking about design patterns back then, 10 years ago. And it was like a breaking change because nobody was thinking about such complex tests, right, for using base classes, or even page objects were something new, right? And back then, I think everything started to look into our profession more as programmers, right? Because when we talk about the current situation, I think we're more and more, we need to learn how to program, and we're shifting left, right? There's, I think this is the moment when this trend started. And again, I think this was the period when Puro site got popular right here. Maybe before that we didn't have LinkedIn. At some point Microsoft bought them, so it wasn't popular. Before that you needed to give your CV on paper, right? Yeah, and all of those online solutions, because before that there were no such solutions. This is why the people read blogs. There were no technical books. This is why I decided later to write such books, because they were just about all of these. Don't get me wrong, I really like ISTQB and all of those techniques. I teach them. But again, when you want to be a programmer, you need to look into this perspective from our own profession, right? And there were no such books. They were just theoretical. Yeah.
It's really nice to be asked. I have nothing to say. Thank you very much. But yeah, if I need to recap, definitely at that point of time we were lucky because some of the best conferences in Bulgaria started occurring more frequently. That's why we have 10 years QA Challenge accepted and some others as well. In addition to that, community in Bulgaria started growing, the QA community in general. And that was also thanks to different platforms like YouTube, like Facebook, and other things which changed our daily routines and way of working. But if I need to say something at the end, I would say that my colleagues are speaking a lot. We are running out of time, but don't think your nightmare is going to happen. I will definitely come and chase you for questions. So moving further, how do you see the current situation? And probably this time we can make a change. Anton to be first, then to be Alex, and Mitko.
Yeah, they want me to start first because we had this discussion for 2 hours because there isn't a script, right? We're just inventing what we are going to say now. And I told them that I was wondering whether I want to be dark or not, because I see that, you know, I'm always delivering these lightning talks. Today I will do one more. And the last 2 times I was speaking that we need to vote, right? They were, you need to care about politics, you know about the war, you know about the COVID. And 2 years ago when I delivered such a short speech about that. I'm always watching the news in economics because I own a business and I know that, for example, when they start shooting ships in the Red Sea, that probably the company that we work for in the United States, probably they will lay off people because they make machines and their parts are sunk in the Red Sea, right? And this happened. And this is why I'm watching the news always. And as you know, most of the businesses here, they're like from Europe, from United States, right? And when there is a problem there, probably this don't hit us immediately, but it will hit us like half a year, 1 year after that. And you see what is the current situation, right? It wasn't immediate after the COVID, but then you saw when the stocks are going down because of the wars and stuff, you need to be prepared. You know that all of those academies, they really need it. We need fresh blood into the system, right? Because of that, you cannot just request higher and higher and higher salaries. These junior people, they're needed in the system. However, the problem right now is that when the whole market is shifting and shrinking, this is a big deal. And my opinion when we talk later about the future will be that maybe Sasha will tell us more about pragmatic and the courses. I think now many junior people that they have just finished one course see that this is not enough. This is why I wrote my last 5 books. They were just one, like a a handbook for teaching people engineering stuff. Because only one course for 2 months is not enough. You need to be an engineer. And for 5 years, everything was going up, but right now, we're just falling, right? And this is the situation. You see it on the job market.
Okay, I'll be next. So the current situation, it's an interesting one.
Very good, very good.
Anton said the requirements are always rising. Now we have a lot of tools. It's like a standard for QAs to know some coding. It's getting harder. Bulgaria is no more cheap destination, and there are other destinations which are cheaper. So it gets harder, and if we want to stay relevant and still be here in this room next year, next several years, we should learn how to deliver more, and we should learn a lot. So prepare for a lot of learning.
Yeah, when he said learning and he passed me the microphone, I don't know how to get this. Is it like appraisal or a sign that I need to improve? Yeah, I completely agree with what Anton said. So we were very lucky in the past 14 years, enjoying almost exponential growth for most of the times. IT industry is a big deal in Bulgaria. Unfortunately, political leaders don't really get this. And in combination with rising standards, we're becoming like harder to sell. And I know this from firsthand, selling QA services globally for the past 12 years almost. So this is not a topic that we should underestimate. With the good benefits, the requirements also grow. So we should learn how to keep up not only with the salaries, but also with the knowledge. Otherwise, it's going to be hard, even for the most experienced sales guy, to sell our products and services globally. Maybe we should even shift a little bit the market towards products and less outsourcing at some point, because that's going to be required for sure. I'm a little bit pessimistic in terms of the current situation. I see a little bit of degradation in the quality standards and how the companies started to deliver software lately. I'm talking about at least 5 years now. I'm personally not impressed. And Dimitar said, yeah, I will give you the microphone back because you might need to add something. Because, yeah, he's more positive about this, maybe, and he wants to give a different perspective. But yeah, I see that with all the toolings that we have and the maturity of the trainings, the organizations, etc., we're somehow not delivering such a good products at the end. And maybe it's not even needed, but let's see. So in terms of technology, it was becoming easier and easier to work and to deliver software. In the pandemic, we learned also how to work from home, and it wasn't a big deal. So companies were very afraid of giving freedom to the employees. Now they realized at the end it wasn't such a big deal. It wasn't such a big problem. And this gave like accessibility, and people were able to work from different locations to enjoy different cities. Sofia improved a lot as a city, so I don't really complain about the current environment, but it's a good option that you can travel abroad and work from different locations. Current situation is still good in terms of options. Maybe it will become a little bit worse, a little bit better. Who knows? It's hard to predict. It's very hard to predict how the things will move. And also, we're gonna speak about the future. So, yep.
Tough job to say a little bit something positive about the current situation, but I'm kind of believer, and I think that if we start going down and losing our jobs, before that people from Spain, Germany, UK probably will suffer from that. So we still have few years to live like that, but of course this is the time where we need to protect our name that we built in Bulgaria, the quality, and to be more proactive. And that proactive stuff happens on any level, like voting, like working, like not doing nothing when you are working, and things like that. So keep that in mind for the current situation, because the future depends based on what we do now. Okay, and before I'm starting going inside of the room and give you the chance to ask us anything, we go. Yes, we have one more topic, and it's about the future. So guys, what do you think the near future is going to look like?
The near future. Before go to the future, I'll start from the current a little bit. Alex started a topic. He said that the quality degrades. I think he means that the quality in the product degrades, quality in a lot of, let's say, perspectives degrades. But I think I'm not exactly positive about this, but I think it's the new normal, and we should adapt to it. I mean, I think a lot of people in the audience here think that products now are not so high quality. You are not given enough time to test everything. You are not given a budget to hire enough QAs. That's true. But in the past, we had cars built to serve forever, like Golf 2 or something like that. And it was important for the product to be high quality, never breaks. And now we want something that's not too expensive, and it still has some quality. It's not perfect, but it should do the job and should be cheap. And that's the new reality, and I think we should just adapt to it and learn how to make the right quality. It's not necessarily the highest quality. It's right quality done cheap. So we should look how to be effective, ensure enough quality. And, that will continue in future, because in future companies will look to be more effective financially, generate more revenue with less resources. So I think that's going to be the future.
I will start with the topic that you don't like. Okay. But before that, I think like looking into the future, even right now, the trend is shifting, and especially when you're doing automation, nowadays it's not enough to know just one language, right? We're changing jobs much quicker in projects, like overall. Like if you asked me 10 years ago whether I'm going to program on 5 other programming languages, probably I was just laugh, right? I really love just C#. But nowadays, we were just switching context, right? From one meeting, we're discussing C#, then we're discussing Java. In the next project, we're discussing JavaScript or TypeScript. Then you're switching to something else, right? And I think now the trend, and maybe in the next few years, in order to be really good, you need to understand all of those programming languages. But again, we're on a QA conference, right? Because many people now are just focusing on programming, which I think is wrong. And they want to start immediately their career writing automated tests, okay, but you don't know how to test it manually. So you're not going to write effective tests if you don't participate in those meetings, if you don't test it the right way. This is why I prefer these hybrid roles where you can test manually. This is not like a forbidden word, right? This is like you're not doing something stupid or whatever. You need to understand how to do it. You need to learn how to participate in meetings. This is, if you ask me, in order to grow in your career, you need to learn how to communicate properly during meetings, how to present your results, because I know many good developers, test automation engineers, that they're just not good enough in that. They cannot present. And these are really skills, again, that we need to acquire more. And now the forbidden word about the AI, because I'm not going to lie. Like, I use ChatGPT, especially for writing or for, you know, I deliver a lot of content on YouTube, etc. It helps me. It can help you, like, for example, checking for errors in your email. However, like yesterday I was in Croatia delivering another talk, and there was a whole track about AI, right? And a bunch of people, they were talking about how they use it, how the AI is writing tests, and that they were presenting results. To be honest, even when with their presentation, it's questionable how effective this is. And I see that more and more junior people, they prefer to, like, maybe in a few years they won't know what is Stack Overflow, right? Because like 5 years ago, everyone was copying from Stack Overflow, and this is just making more mistakes faster. Now it's even faster and faster, you're going to deliver bullshit, right? And we need to be careful because, you know, all of those models, they're lying. And I'm a little bit skeptical, and we need to be very careful, especially from security perspective, because you know what happened to Samsung chips. They were basically exposed, their design and everything. You don't know how they use your data. It's fine to ask it, it's like better than Google, etc. But really, I think that in the future, when the market is shrinking, and it will continue to shrink, we need to focus on those skills and to understand how behind the scenes our systems are working. Because there will be a much higher demand for such engineers that they need to understand the whole design. You need to participate in those design meetings. And I started doing that back in the days in Telerik, and I think this was really very positive for my career. When talking with developers, they were explaining, etc. Maybe this won't happen in all of the companies, but maybe you can give it a try.
Aside from the technology that is coming, I prefer to talk a little bit about, so I'm also skeptical about the artificial intelligence, and in general, whenever new technology arrives, I prefer to be more conservative and wait for a bit. This always paid off very well. And it will probably pay off again in the future. Like using boring technology, I don't mind. They made me rich, so I'm totally fine with this. But as one very smart guy said, you don't need to do exceptional things to achieve exceptional results. You have to do like everyday things very well, exceptionally well. So this is very true also for our industry. But what I see as a shift is functional versus non-functional in the near future. So more and more companies are spending time in a non-functional perspective. So even though we're not testing very well functionally, we're doing it faster and faster and until we reach a point where basically we check only the most positive scenarios, and that's business is okay with that. Don't get me wrong. I mean, they push for this change, but they're pushing more for non-functional things like performance, security, which is partially, of course, you can always say that this is half functional and half non-functional, but we just put it in a quadrant which is, let's say, known as non-functional. So more and more performance requirements, more and more accessibility, security, things that are not so popular, that you can even define them as a separate job, like a separate profession, scalability engineer or security, ethical hacker, or whatever. But it's very often under our basket. So just look around, invest some time in this direction, because even using ChatGPT and other language models, you will realize that they are not very helpful in this direction. They can give you some ideas, but at the end of the day, the problems that you will need to solve are totally different from the suggestions that are coming from these models, and no matter how they name it. And also, I'm normally, whenever we speak about short term, I'm pretty sure nothing big will happen actually short term. The big things happen and we don't even realize that they're happening. That's the thing you should think about, like what's happening under the hood, not because the things that are actually changing the world are not, nobody talks about them in the news. So yeah, don't be so excited about the things that everybody's talking, just observe what's happening in the background that's actually changing the world. And the people are not very smart, so things take very long until they, how to say, adopt really the change. I've seen this with Agile. It took like 14, 15 years until the companies learned somehow how to use this methodology properly, and then somebody said, this is broken, this is stupid, let's use something else. So yeah.
Money talks. Very nice. Thank you very much, guys. And now we are going to have the opportunity, everyone from the crowd, to ask any question. Don't worry, you can speak in Bulgarian. I'll do my best to translate the question, if you can do it. So, any volunteers? Okay.
Hello. Hello. So I know every one of you have great programming skills. So my question is, why did you choose to become a QA instead of developer?
Is this question to a specific person or everyone? Everyone, guys.
Actually, I felt more like a business person rather than QA. So I didn't choose to be QA, honestly. I just did what I had to. But yeah, you're right. Maybe we all could have transferred to a different profession. I honestly like QA more because it's more interesting job. It's more diverse.
Yeah, when like 15 years ago, when I was attending the Telerik Academy, actually we had the choice whether to, be a developer, support engineer, or QA, and I just felt that I really like to hack stuff, to break them, to think how to, work around them. It was in the past like Nikolai said he was playing video games. This was like maybe 25 years ago. There was this Bulgarian game.
Tsar.
Yeah, the next one, Celtic Kings. And I really wanted to be in this company to develop it.
In Black Sea, Knights of Honor?
Something like that.
Okay.
But then when I was playing those games, I really liked more not to play by the rules, but to find some hacks inside them and to break the logic in them. And then I was deciding, wow, I didn't know that there is such a profession where I can do that. And I really like both stuff. I really liked to program and then how to do the QA. And then they showed me that we can do both, right? And this is how I picked it.
Well, so just look at my badge, it's written QA here. But I usually identify myself as just engineer. That's also something that I think it will change a little bit in future. Now, sometimes we see that there's some mixture between QA and developer. We see more and more developers writing tests and more QAs doing things that are not necessarily QA. Even I'll give some examples. The recent things I'm doing, they are not exactly testing. I'm doing some tooling that helps other people at my company to be more productive doing testing. So yeah, I identify myself as engineer, not developer, not QA, just engineer. And I think that's something that we'll see more and more often in the future.
I'll be short. Being a QA is fun. The automation writing code is just a skill. You can have it, you cannot have it. But in addition to that, as a QA, you speak with people, you need to adapt, you need to play with different non-functional testing, you need to mentor people, and many more opportunities. If you are a developer, sorry, but prime goal is write code, and that's not fun. Now we are running out of time. Peter saved you again. Last question. Opportunity for last question. Be quick. Guys, you too.
Okay. Top 3 things that we should do to stay relevant.
The question was top 3 things we should do to stay relevant. Well, number 1, go and vote on next elections. Well, that's really important because the state in the IT sector in Bulgaria is dependent on economics and politics decision. If we are a good location for investment, we will have growth in the IT sector here. We will be relevant. If no one wants to invest in our country because of something, then the IT sector will shrink and will not be relevant. The second thing, if we want to stay relevant, we should learn how to collaborate more closely with developers technically. I mean, we should look to eventually write the test automation in the same language, in the same repository where is the product, having tests and the product in the same repository, collaborate very closely, run tests give the feedback to developers as fast as we can. If we can do it on every code change, great.
Thank you very much. Can you proceed, the rest of you, with just a few words? Now I see what is to be moderator.
Maybe
with
2
people
things.
who want to speak.
The first thing is that I see that many new people that are starting from the new generation, they don't know how to read. They don't know how to read books. And I mean, when I give them a book, or even I ask this question many times on interviews, which was the last book that you read? They don't know, or they quote something from school, right? but not a technical book. And I think that if we want to stay relevant, you need to buy a technical book, read it. Then maybe next 2 months, buy another book, then read it. I mean, even every Saturday, if you spend 1 hour reading a book, it will be great. And YouTube videos and all of those tutorials, they're great. They can, maybe they're more hands-on. Sometimes I know that it's boring to read. However, I think this is the way to go, right? This is why I really like to read books, not only technical, but I think we need to, like the politics and other stuff, I really like to read, for example, history and sociology, right? And then you need to understand the society. So not only technical books. And the next thing is just to understand, when you understand how the stuff work, for example, when you talk with your developers and technologists, then check this technology. For example, you're testing single sign-on. Yesterday I was talking about that. When you check the single sign-on, you can open the Google for Developers documentation and just read 2 tutorials how this works, like the networking, the requests, etc. Then you can check the documentation and maybe you are going to speed up your test automation. I see that many people are afraid to read this documentation about how the backend stuff work. And I think this is wrong, because more and more our profession, especially if you want really to be really good into test automation, you need to understand that, right?
Yeah, so I really like one thing about my father. He says, I can't find decent people for drinking, you're looking for people to work. And you complain that you can't find people. So yeah, be proactive, people. This is just insane. We're a little bit of slacky nation in general. So it's very hard to find proactive people nowadays, people who care more not only about your life, care about the environment, care about the things that are happening. Vote, but don't vote for dinosaurs and complete idiots. And you should not forget to look at the big picture, because I see people that get deep into the code and forget to see the big picture. We're solving a business problem and people forget about this.
Thank you. So that's the end of our talk. Thank you very much.
Let's hear a huge round of applause for the Bugbusters, the Fantastic Four, the Beatles of testing, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles of the Bulgarian QA, Nikolai Stanoev, Alexander Karamfilov, Dimitar Topuzov, and Anton Angelov.
Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Reality is always challenge accepted.
And applause for the chair movers. Yeah, thank you. So,
now it's your turn, folks. We are moving on to the lightning talks, and we want you to take the stage. The rules are as follows.
Every one of our 3 lightning speakers has maximum of 5 minutes on stage to talk on any topic they want. But explicit advertising is not recommended. It is not forbidden, but the audience doesn't like that.
When those 5 minutes are up, you will hear sound like this. Gong, dong, bong, bong, something like this.
Dong.
This signals the speakers that their time has elapsed.
So you have to applaud them so hard so they immediately get off the stage.
Now let's give the mic to our first speaker, which is...
Who is the first one? Veselin Manolov. Manov.
And моля силни аплодисменти за господин Манов.
So the second speaker is...
А може би бяха по-слаби аплодисменти. Може би още по-силни аплодисменти. Той ще се появи. Господин Манов, заповядайте.
Освен да потъркаме бутилката.
Okay,
we have 5 minutes to call him. No, okay, let's move to the second one. Victor Ionashko!
With a
Go on. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, can you hear me? Good. Okay, guys, nice seeing you again. Here I am again. That's life. So I wanted to link a little bit on the part that we had about the management. It was a speech, I think, from Andrea. And I relate with some parts that were presented there, meaning that every boss have a bigger boss at some point. And when discussing with big bosses, or how you say them, El Jefe, Le Roi du Lille, how you say, I feel sometimes that I'm like in this joke with the peasant and the donkey. You know it? Of course, you know a lot of jokes with peasants and donkeys, but I don't know if this one. So at some point, there was a peasant that had a donkey, and every day they were going to the market. And they're carrying a lot of stuff and so on and so forth. And every day, they made like 100 leva. And the peasant said, okay, I'll keep 50 leva for me, and 50 leva I'll give it to the donkey, for the food of the donkey. Things went well, like days went well, weeks went well, months went well. At some point, the peasant looks and says, I think I can optimize a little bit the things. I'll keep 70 leva for me and give 30 leva to the donkey. Seems okay. Days go on, weeks go on, months go on. Okay, things are still okay. They are doing still 100 leva per day. At some point, the peasant look again to the donkey and say, I think I can optimize a little bit more. I'll keep 90 leva for me and leave 10 leva for the donkey. Okay, the volume of work was the same. They did the same day by day. They were going on the market. They were putting a lot of pressure on the donkey. The donkey didn't feel so well because the narrator was not so good. Nevertheless, they made the same amount of money. At some point, the peasant looked at the donkey and said, okay, I think I optimize very well and I'll keep 100 leva for me and 0 leva for the donkey. First day passed, second day passed, third day passed. On the fourth day, the donkey died. And at that moment, the peasant takes the head, throw it on the ground and say, come on, bloody hell. When you started not to eat, to learn how not to eat, you died. So sometimes when talking to management, I feel that we are in this kind of situation, optimizing things to a point that we don't know if the donkey survives or not. And speaking with another joke, I say, still have 2 minutes, so I need to speak slowly. So, no, I have only one and I'll go. I leave the scene for the others, I don't know. We have other people or oh, good. That's good. So, again, imagine that in a big corporation, the sales guys, the developers guys, and the QA department are going to have a picnic. Do you know this joke? In the woods? Okay. Guys, this is confusing for me when you say like that. I'm from Romania, so saying no like that is really confusing. So anyhow, they are going to the woods, preparing a picnic, and so they divide the task. And the sales guys and the developers started to work on building the shelter, gathering the firewood, so on and so forth. And say, okay, let's first the QA go in the woods and bring food. Because you say, we have QA, we are specialists, we have a very good eye to find stuff, we are very capable of. The QA goes, stays like 1 hour, 2 hours, they come back, they don't find anything. The dev people are saying, oh, guys, you are not capable of anything, like how they are saying also in the real life, that you don't know what to do, you are paid for nothing. We as developers go there and solve the problem because we are developers. The developers go there, stay 1 hour, 2 hours, they didn't find anything. Okay, the sales guy are going into the woods, say, guys, we need to save you, so we'll go in the woods. And they are going like 20 minutes pass, 30 minutes pass, 40 minutes pass. And the dev and the QA, which are working on the shelter, they see one sales guy, another sales guy, the third sales guy, running from the woods. Then the bunch of the sales guys running from the woods, and behind them like a big angry bear coming. And the dev and the QA said to the sales guy, guys, what are you doing? And the sales are saying, guys, we bring the food. From now, it's your job. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. And the next one is, are you ready to accept the challenge? Angel?
Yes, Angel.
Please applaud Angel.
Make some noise for Angel.
Hi guys. As Mr. Benjamin Bischoff mentioned earlier today regarding movies, I don't know if he's still here, maybe not. What's your most anticipated movie for the next year? Maybe it's the third Avatar, maybe it's Mission Impossible 8 or something else. But do you know what is another, maybe not so anticipated thing coming next year? Around 28th of June? If you know, it's a national holiday. It's not holiday, but it's a celebration here in Bulgaria. It's called Vidovden. WCAG? No. It's called EAA. Do you know what's EAA? Thank you. So, next year, European Accessibility Act takes effect. So, do you know what you're going to do about it?
If you don't know, tomorrow is special lecture about that, a special talk. Tomorrow on Dev Challenge Accepted, there's a special talk about this.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just throwing some questions.
Yeah, I'm
It's like just preparing for tomorrow. So, my challenge to you is just to think about it and see if it concerns you in any way. Because if you remember the GDPR, which was a little messy a couple of years ago, maybe 10 years ago, it's something like this. So maybe there is something around the corner, as one of the guys here said about the big picture, because it's kind of part of the big picture that we are actually not anticipating that much. That's something happening behind the scenes, but it will concern us in some way in some near future. So being QA, being developer, being a sales, bringing up the bear, I challenge you just to find out more information about it, because it's around the corner. Thank you. Do you have any questions about what I'm throwing at you at the moment?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Applause for
Angel.
Angel.
And let's hear the next one is Niki
Good.
Stanoev.
Yes.
For the third time today.
Sorry, I'm back. Peter cut us before a few minutes. I want to say five minutes talk about the future. Now, let me tell you a story. Now I'm a QA. I'm pretty well paid. I live well. I like to travel a lot in Europe without any borders, anything else. Now we are in Schengen. We are flying like regular people without waiting on different check-ins and things like that, which is amazing. We do not do anything because that situation suits us really well. And at the same time, a lot of things are changing behind our eyes. We don't know what exactly happens. And after 5 years, something dramatically changed in Bulgaria. We, all of us, become foreign agents. We have an option A, go to jail or leave the country. Bad, really bad. We had to leave the country because we don't want to stay in jail. In addition to that, if we proceed to do nothing, we might lose the ability to travel freely in Europe. Is this nice? For me, no. So that's why, like Anton mentioned in some of his comments, we must focus and see what is happening worldwide, but also in Bulgaria. So don't stay inactive, be active, vote, and think how do you want to imagine your future to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Niki. And the next and maybe the last one today is Anton. Please applaud him as well.
I will switch to Bulgarian because this is like related to our city. Can you open the site? Може ли отворите сайт? You can open it on your phones, waste.sofia.bg. Това е един много важен сайт. Много от нас не ни интересува къде си хвърляме боклуците или ги хвърляме в нормалните контейнери. Някои от нас събират разделно и така нататък. Това е много важно. Отново, ако примерно четете издания като Капитал и прочее, наскоро има големи битки за това в София какво се случва. Има определени фирми, които държат да е по определения начин всичко да си хвърляме в нормалните кофи, което е лошо, тъй като се облагодетелстват определени фирми, но може да е позитивно за общината и за околната среда, ако се разделя разделно, тъй като общината не плаща такси за разделното събиране. Но този сайт е има много повече неща, като цъкнете на видове отпадъци. Ще видите, че всъщност от няколко години живея в къща и всъщност осъзнавам колко други боклуци има, освен стъкло, хартия и така нататък. Примерно, когато имате някакви зелении, тези зелении не трябва да се хвърлят нормалните отпадъци. Се слагат до кофите, тогава минават специални камиони, те ги слагат някъде другаде, където се обработват по различен начин. Когато имате, примерно, доместос или нещо такова, също не е окей да се хвърля нито при разделното, нито в нормалните кофи. И тук пише, че има други места, където тези неща се оставят, защото просто това вреди така ленче на природата. В момента малко станах не точно земевладелец, но пръскам с отрови и така нататък. Къде си представите, че тези отрови, където дори не трябва да се излеват на тревата, защото тревата веднага умира? Какво си представите, че стане, ако примерно отиде във водата и някои хора ги изливат в канала? На този сайт ще намерите информация както къде се хвърлят дрехи, така къде се хвърлят тези битови отпадъци, къде се хвърлят гуми. На бензиностанцията до вас има къде се хвърлят масла, защото дори примерно олиото и така нататък не трябва да се изхвърля отново в другия разделен боклук. Примерно бях шокиран другото нещо. Примерно имате, в къщите някои се отопляват на газ, ние се отопляваме на пелети или дърва. Съответно има пепел. И тази пепел не се хвърля в нормалния кош, не се хвърля на разделното, не се оставя до коша, а има процедура, по която е написано от общината, че се изисква отделен кош или се носи на определено място, където се хвърля и допринася за определен начин. Защото ако не ни интересува, отново това примерно ако слушате кмета ни Васил Терезиев, те наскоро разкриха схема, където не е само текущото място, където се хвърлят боклуци, а има където живеем из кварталите 300 други такива нерегламентирани сметища, където просто захвърлят всички тези боклуци. Съответно, където вие вървите, те там ще са заринати. Там ще ви играят децата ви. Съответно, трябва тези правила, ние сме хората, които да даваме пример на останалите дали това се спазва и ние трябва да ги обучаваме. Благодаря.
Браво, Тони! And now we are about to... Вземи бирата, бе, брат. There's another question and another prize from our beer sponsor, Carlsberg. And the rules are, again, who is the fastest, the closest to the right answer, and who shouts loudest, because we have to hear the answer, wins these beers. And the question is, why do we say the beer should be drunk cold? Няма време. That's really close to the answer. Yes, I accept this as a correct answer because the answer is because chilling stops the fermentation process and keeps it fresh. Cold beer is the freshest and retains its flavor perfectly, and Carlsberg knows how to keep its beer fresh until the last sip. So next time you want to perfect brew, choose well-chilled Carlsberg.
Challenge accepted.
Use your beer coupon on your badge to claim your drink. No coupon, no beer. See you here at 20 to 5. Beer break!
Welcome to the Sofia home of Flutter International, the place where your career journey in the exciting world of entertainment starts. At the heart of our success are our people.
Here, people are free to express themselves, to think openly, and work on their ideas.
For me, this is freedom. And that's why here in Flutter International, we strive to empower each individual to find their own path. Whatever we do it as one. We do it as a team.
Welcome to Ring Central Bulgaria.
Let's make a truce. A dev challenge accepted.
QA challenge accepted.
Dev challenge accepted.
QA
Dev challenge accepted. Dev challenge accepted. Dev challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
Welcome to the Sofia home of Flutter International, the place where your career journey in the exciting world of entertainment starts. At the heart of our success are our people.
Here, people are free to express themselves, to think openly, and work on their ideas.
For me, this is freedom. And that's why here in Flutter International, we strive to empower each individual to find their own path. Whatever we do it as one. We do it as a team.
Welcome to Ring Central Bulgaria.
From all over the world we come across for a conference made for pros by pros. For devs and QAs, this is the place to be, with top-notch speakers and lots of coffee and beer. So come join us in this journey so great, where we'll make new friends and celebrate coding skills and testing perfected. The attitude is always challenge accepted. IT people, let's raise the bar, learning, growing, going far, with open hearts and minds
accepted, challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted.
Prepare yourself for our final talk today.
After 10 years of organizing one of the biggest QA conferences in the Balkans, this man is finally getting his moment on stage.
Peter Subev, the father of QA Challenge Accepted, himself has mostly been behind the stage for the last decade, but today this man is finally stepping into the spotlight.
He's been with us through every challenge, every success, and every crazy idea that came out of the Challenge Accepted kitchen, all while building a thriving career as CEO at Webicus and software development manager at IBM.
Now sit back and get ready for an inside scoop on the last 10 years of QA Challenge Accepted. Make some noise for Peter Subev!
Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted.
Sound check, sound check. They moved my microphone. Okay. Hello, everyone. Ten years, my moment of fame. So I'm glad to share with you that after 10 years, I am speaker number 68. I wanted it to sound sexy, almost. And yeah, the reason behind that is that usually when there are conferences, I look like this. These grumpy guys with red eyes and very, very bad mood, who hasn't slept for 2, 3, 4 days preparing a conference. So today I'm going to share with you a little bit more on the insights, what is behind that stage, and actually how we all got here. And I will go back in time to ancient Persia. That far away back in the time. Yeah, in ancient Persia, they say that when they have to take an important decision or make something important, they are thinking of it twice. First time, while completely drunk, and the second time while sober. And this is actually what happened with us as well. Now look at the picture, remember that picture, because the next one looks like this. And yeah, the year is 2014. This is one of our QA talks known as the QA beer. Many of people here have been to that QA beer gatherings. Most of the panelists today have been to that beer. And we were just returning from the from one of the only famous conferences, QA conferences at that time. Usually I'm not mentioning names, but I have talked unofficially to so many people that probably you know which conference I'm talking about, and that is Easter. And we were all complaining about Easter and how many things we would like to change in that conference. Disclaimer, Easter is a great conference now, and it improved a lot. And yes, Easter was the reason to start QA Challenge Accepted, because after 5 or 6 beer, I just completely drunk said, people, you know what? I can make a better conference. And for sure, I would have completely forgotten by the next morning, but people started calling me. I'm going to bring James Lindsay. I can find a sponsor. I have a big hall that we can rent with a big discount. And actually, there was no turning back. We formed a group of 4 people, and we started organizing different things without having a clue about event organization. So the first thing was, okay, the same morning when 4 or 5 people call you, you say, okay, I have promised, so challenge accepted. So that was the name. We didn't have much problem with getting the name. And we started with, okay, we need logo, QAs need some magnifying glass, you know, maybe the tick, maybe the letters Q&A. And these are some of our early logo ideas. You like them? Okay, we didn't. And that is why we decided the first very important thing, we hired a professional designer. Hired is a strong word. Usually it is a friend, a friend, a friend. But actually, much better ideas for logos. And yeah, that is how we chose the famous logo of QA Challenge Accepted. And we did the first edition. I just mentioned the logos, but the process was similar for everything else. How we go with the stage, how we make some materials, things like that. But from the very first edition, we had a relaxation area, we had the raffle of our sponsor, we had those bags with the gifts, and we have the blue t-shirts of the volunteers for 10 years already. And actually, we had also hired a comedy group as a show, and it was really liked. So we decided that every time we will have some kind of different entertainment. This is the group of the volunteers at the end of the first edition of QA Challenge Accepted. Maybe you will see some famous faces here. And actually, it started with only 150 people, I think. So this is actually the World Trade Center Interpret hall. This was our first hall, and that was our entire public at that time. Never again. This is what I said when I finished the conference. I haven't a clue what I'm dealing with, how much it takes to organize an event, how many different things you have to think about. So some important decisions had to be made. First of all, I didn't know that I need to be that юридическо лице in Bulgarian. Yes, this is a body that is administrative body, not a physical person, and an entity. And actually, as we didn't have a company by that time, my parents were dealing with social services. They had a foundation. So we decided to go through the foundation, and that is how we started with our charity causes. We decided everything. It was only the idea by the community to create a conference. Everything that is outside the needs of the conference will be donated to that foundation. On the second year, it was really hard because you always, you cannot sell actually if you don't buy and yada, 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 and so many stuff. So the first thing we decided was to register a company. And that is how Webicus appeared. The second thing, we needed a bigger venue. I said never again, yeah? You remember? And started doing those things. And this is every year the conference finishes, I say, it's too much effort, I'm never doing this again. And yeah, edition number 10. So another thing was dedicated host. And as I know with Vladislav Violinov for since my school years, I invited him, he accepted, and he has been a host from our second edition onward. And we wanted a commercial video because we were going to Interexpo Center, 400 people, much bigger venue, and we need advertisement. So we found different people. He is from Natfis. So we found some people who can be cameraman. We found some sound, and we got our first professional video. So for version 2.0, can you please start the video? With sound, please. Again. Can you restart the video with sound?
Като IT специалист открих, че хората виждат нещата по различен начин. Програмистите виждат чашата наполовина пълна, менеджерите... Една бира. Тествам софтуера от 6 години. Съответно, пия от 5.
Guys,
една бира. Тествам софтуера от 6 години. Съответно, пия от 5. Като IT специалист открих, че хората виждат нещата по различен начин. Програмистите виждат чашата наполовина пълна, менеджерите виждат наполовина празна, а добрият QA знае, че тя е 2 пъти по-голяма, отколкото трябва да бъде. И не спира да тества. Още една бира, моля. $0,5 бири. Две бири. Минус 2 бири. 0,1 бира. 8 см бира. 0 бири. Зайче! От създателите на QA бирата в България. QA Challenge Accepted. Ако и вие обичате да тествате, елате на едно различно събитие, посветено на софтуерно тестване и QA. 26 март. Интерекспо Център.
There is more.
Ще си говорим и за автоматизация.
256 бири. 257 бири. 258 бири.
All right. Oh, I have a timer as well. Don't worry. Okay, another thing. We got hero images in all of our conferences from there onwards. So practicing my Photoshop skills. Also, we had those branded Slack, the badges appeared, And this is the team after the event. So we move to something very, very important. Hiva, can you come here? Why? Applause for Hiva. Hiva was a speaker at Dev Challenge Accepted last year. And she's speaking this year too. I think she liked it.
Indeed.
And I'm inviting Hiva to the stage because of copyright, actually. There is a lot of fun happening behind the stage. And I would like to show you one very old video with bad quality. And Hiva is going to sing the background music. So, are you ready? Okay.
Я да видим кой от вас е бил на първото издание.
Айде стига вече ме подкопахте.
Добре. А кой от вас е бил на второто издание? На второто. Добре. Добре, а кой е бил на третото?
I will tell you, please video, and then you start it, okay?
Who can say where the road goes, where the day flows? Only time. And who can say where
Thank
your
you.
love goes?
Only EOA. Thanks, Hiva. And we had that guy that was too shy to come today, but there is a proverb in QA Challenge Accepted. Milan Strahinsky talks every time. Obviously no longer a proverb. Yeah, you can watch this one on YouTube. It was epic. And there is another epic guy, Tony Karabashev, our other host. I'm telling this because he looks much younger now. And actually, first appearance from Tony, if you look carefully at the background, you will see his topic. He was making some impro theater, but it went good. And actually, for the next year, for Challenge Accept, this is how we are taking him off the stage, by the way. He didn't want to leave, so we decided, okay, we'll have 2 hosts from 3.0 onwards. And that is how we went to 3.0 with those 2 guys. Yeah. Also, here are our first attempt to have something like a mascot. It is our first try to have this book mascot you know from Challenge Accepted, but this one is different, as you can see, much earlier version of the book. And actually that much earlier version we made facing the hall. It was complete mess with the organization again. Claudiu Draghia from Romania was coming to the airport. So I know the quality is bad of that picture, but actually in front of all the personnel of the airport, all the policemen, we went like this to the airport to pick up Claudio with 3 meters book. And there is another attempt for our mascot. This was a hairy ball that was purchased from Jumbo for 3 leva. We were on budget. Another important thing was that we decided to give an award to our colleagues that are giving to the QA community. And that is why, for first time in 2017, we presented the QA of the Year award. We also had magic show, and as I said, in every other edition, we had a different magic show. Those guys became world famous, and I wish the same to Tsunami Rock Band that is going immediately after the conference as after party. So, as you can see, the group of the volunteers becomes bigger and bigger. Version 4.0. Yeah, this vision was actually designed and by my daughter. She had the idea about the 0 being part of the battery. And we accepted the challenge, of course. and the new improved version of the bug mascot. You can see something important is we really like that bug. We put bugs everywhere. We put it on stickers. We put it on different bags, on Netco's t-shirts. And we also had one red and one blue light on our stage already. So we thought we are really great in having a big stage with, you know, this decoration by this time. But as you can see, the raw banners from that time are still here from the very first edition. So I have one video. Now you
Я да
can
видим
start it.
кой от вас е бил на първото издание.
Добре, добре. Добре, а кой от вас е бил на второто издание?
На второто.
Добре.
Добре, а кой е бил на третото издание?
Добре, добре. Мисля, че запомних кой на кое е бил. Добре, я да видим сега кой е бил на първото и третото. Добре,
Значи, усещате на къде отиват нещата, направо не мисли на QA Challenge, септе 10-0 как ще мине тази част от откриването, но...
Yeah. So, back to my slides. And yeah, one thing that was really interesting that time was that the event was all sold out even before the agenda was announced. So people went to the event without even knowing what they are going to listen to. So we decided, okay, we need a bigger event. And we went with another hard decision. We switched entirely to English. And it was because we started to have many international speakers and would like everyone to understand us. Maybe here is the time to mention Netco. I will mention him one more time or two. But yeah, we had a talk about, we had a talk with Netco, and I said, okay, come to QA Challenge. Is it okay to speak in Bulgarian? No. Okay. And today he speaks in Bulgarian. So remind me to kill him when I see him. Okay. So we kept the bug mascot, we created the costume, changed the venue to Sofia Tech Park here, and went to QA Challenge Accepted version 5.0. And I would like to ask the people from with the blue shirts, how was 5.0? It was our worst nightmare in terms of organizing. We had a very bad subcontractor. If you look at this photo, you will see that the back of the stage is like half meter up because the ropes that were holding the stage, the background, they were broken. We were trying to fix it. The best we could was just to make it flat a little, as much as possible. And you can see that our hosts look like vampires because we couldn't put the lamps, so they were lit from the from the floor. All of our the stage was set up at 8:30 and the event started at 9 o'clock. We were all like crazy. The entire night we were putting chairs because no one was taking responsibility for that. We had really a lot of bags to fill. We were simply not ready for that size and that scale. And yeah, here you can see the very tired faces. All right, but for the average person, actually, it was okay, I think. And after all, it was quite fun. You have seen maybe some of the videos during the breaks today, but I'm sure you've visited some of our sponsors, going to the Raffles, drinking beer, and so on. So can we have one more time the video, but not now, just a small bracket, I would say. You already know this guy, Netko. Netko was at QA Challenge Accepted 5. He was speaking, and at the end of the talk, he came to me and said, man, I know I'm sexy, but there is a person on the left sector that is jerking off. Yeah. So we have 360 cameras everywhere. We know who you are, the guy in the left sector. But every time I see the next video we are about to run, there is a small title saying, and many more. And to me, this is one known person masturbating. Let's see the video. Cool. So, Netko, that's the reality. Either English or Bulgarian, you are a sexy man. Cool. So, edition number 6. Lessons learned. We made much better planning that started only a month after the 5th edition. We did it the right way. We made a 3D scheme of the forum. We also we started to get famous. We got talk suggestions from 3 continents. We also this is actually the registration queue. As you can see, we are printing, putting different things, really different level of organization, and we were prepared for everything. So the conference was on 14th of March. On 5th of March, our first speaker's flight was here to Bulgaria. And we went to a speaker's dinner that was improvised at that time. And we were completely unaware that this will be our last restaurant for the next 6+ months. Yeah, we were prepared for everything, but we were not prepared that on 14th of March, everything will close and there will be a COVID pandemic. So the hours we usually spend for 5.0 in preparation, we spend it on the phone in front of the computers trying to return 20+ speakers back to their original destinations. So yeah, surprise, surprise. If David Pacha is watching us online, thank you, David, for that time. David was with us 24/7, saying the news in Poland, and we were like really international organization that is sending agents all over Europe and the rest of the world. So 6 months later, we were able to do that in the autumn. Of course, there were masks, there were distances, and we made actually one great decision. We are making most of the event outside. And it went out great. It was the happiest edition ever. People were not caring absolutely at all about the content of the event. They weren't seeing each other for ages, so they were hugging each other. They were so happy to see each other. And I think you can see that actually from the video. Sorry. Yeah, that was edition number 6. And as I said, we felt like super agents, dispatching people all around the world, booking flights, canceling flights, rerouting flights, staying on the phone for 16 hours until someone from Lufthansa gets the phone, things like that. So we decided we should put an accent on that, and we made edition 007. Does this watch look familiar? Yeah. So the next one was actually with that motif. Yeah. This one went well. We were so happy, and we didn't actually want to bring that book for another year back to our homes because it's really hard to transport. So actually, feeling like super agent, we decided to destroy it at the end, and we have footage of that. Wait for it, the final is not that great. However, Dimitar Tupuzov was speaking about the wall between the QAs and the devs. And being QAs, we said, okay, we are doing that enormous setup in Sofia Tech Park. We are doing it only for the QAs, but developers are people too. Let's stop that war between QAs and developers. Let's make them love each other. And we wanted to make that as an announcement of Dev Challenge Accepted. And Tony and Vladi helped me to create a really nice commercial that was actually shot by Alex. Is Alex here? No? Ah, here he is. Yeah. So I would like to show that. Just a little of preliminary history. We wanted to make a war between devs and QAs, and what to be if not the air conditioner war in the office. And then we wanted to make them love each other. So see what happened at the end. And yeah, this is the team. And we had junior band. It was great edition. We also had Harry Roberts in Evans Mini Cooper. Harry Roberts is 195 tall. And now the video, please.
Let's make a truce. A dev challenge accepted.
QA challenge accepted.
Dev challenge accepted.
QA
Dev challenge accepted. Dev challenge accepted. Dev challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
Dev challenge accepted is tomorrow. Next year, we decided that we should go even further in that. We put the road aspect. And the good thing about the organization is if you want to do something, you just give an idea, it gets accepted, people get some reflective shirts and police caps, and it is executed very quickly. So, we did several key changes. One was the road theme, the other was the theme song of the conference, and you will love me, I'm not going to run it right now. You have heard the jingle so many times. And we made a key change in the organization. We put owner of everything, and it went quite smooth. I mean, we have volunteer that is responsible for catering, volunteer that is responsible for technical, and keep in mind, those, our motto is for professionals, by professionals, but all of us are actually IT professionals. Those are not professional catering organizers, not professional scenario writers or stage people. They're just QAs and developers and designers like you and me. So, yeah, they deserve an applause. And just to show you how good they became in the execution, you can see the last year video wall, all the chairs that were ordered, and we say work and fun combined. So everything is really smooth. It went great last year, but we also had a lot of fun that very little people from were actually able to see. We were having fun on the stage after the event, and it was like that. And yeah, Hiva was singing here. And we had fun behind the stage as well. So you can see what happened last year. Yeah. And the reason we get better is actually because your feedback counts. Sometimes it is really great, and we really appreciate it. Trust me, when you get your feedback forms, maybe not immediately, but a week after we get some sleep, we read all of these carefully and put some action items to improve in the next editions. But sometimes I have seen people from our team crying because of the feedback, because it is really harsh. And trust me, people, we much appreciate. I appreciate the negative feedbacks. We are all QAs. It is very hard not to say that something is not okay. If I look, I have 20 plus years in QA. I can see that the middle of the screen here has a blurred letter. I can see that there is a shadow from the microphone. All of these things for edition number 1 maybe would make me crazy. But as we talked on the panel today, we need just enough quality, right? And do not be that harsh. Tell us the negative things so we can improve them, but also tell us the positive things so we can get some credit and get motivated about that. And to see what I'm talking about, I will give you several examples. I will read them for you. These are collected during the years. Trust me, I have tens of those. So, yeah. Okay, this one you read, but the girls were very nice and distracted me while I was trying to fill out a game ticket. Super, there were funny phrases like main hall, WC. Interesting, where is the main WC? A fragile label would have helped. There goes my cup. Okay, warning, tomorrow you are getting cups. Too many pens. I feel like a test subject for the pens of the future. It's not a conference without a bold bartender. He was sorely missed. The bags were too colorful and hard to carry. Kind of like queer card, okay? For a ticket price of 200 leva, I expected more than a sandwich in the cup. At least a mouse or a cool mouse pad. More football and air hockey. You can, and can we get a famous singer for the after party? Well, Boyan Shahov is famous, and he's coming to the after party tonight. And yeah, we also have Raffle immediately after my talk. I know that you are all here and for the Raffle after all, but give me a couple of minutes more. So yeah, 2 women next to me won prizes one after another. Either it's rigged or you need to shuffle the tickets better. I'm sorry. And here is actually how good we were in the execution last year. The first one were our plans, and the second one is an actual drone footage. So I think it's a good match, isn't it? So 10 years after all, I know it will never going to be perfect, right? I already told you. I see things, yeah, people are making mistakes, there are technical problems all the time. But for the last 3 years, we get between 9.1 and 9.4 as an average mark of the conference, which is really great. Just imagine how does, when do you see a hotel in Booking with that rating, for instance? Another thing is you cannot keep everything under control. And I learn new things every single edition. 1 day ago, I didn't know that there will be drums and guitars behind me on the stage, because I wasn't aware that it takes a whole hour for a rock band to make their sound check. So I had the hard choice, either have those behind me or wait for an hour for the band to set up after the conference. You know what I chose. But such choices, such problems, they're all the time. And again, applause for the people in the blue shirts who make that happen almost perfect. And believe it or not, we are putting our hearts and souls to make this event better and unforgettable. Do you remember that guy from the beginning? Well, that guy is really tired. But when we see that summary, or at least when that guy sees the summary, for charity, during the years, we helped the yachts from Friendly Support Foundation, medical treatment for one of our colleagues' child, Bulgarian Premature Babies Foundation, Bulgarian National Fund for Children Treatment, Bulgarian Villages, helped twice the Pirogov Hospital, and actually, by chance or not, those vacuum aspirators saved a lot of lives during the COVID times. We helped Junior Band to buy music instruments. We donated all of our remaining backpacks, t-shirts, and mugs to the people defending themselves in Ukraine when the war started. We made several other donations, and one special applause for Anton Angel, who is donating his books and is always with some charity cause. And for second year, we are going with Caps for the Future, helping Lazar and his cause, and most of all, helping children and helping our forests to get rid of the plastic. So we will continue with that initiative. We even donated our reflective vests to the volunteers, and I'm sure we will have even better collaboration in future. But do you know what? This is my son. We were counting the money that last year that were collected for the charity cause. And what really touched my heart was when he came and he took his savings box, put it on the table and said, "Here, take those money." And having all of this, also, last night, I had so wonderful conversation. I saw speakers from all around Europe to go to the 7 river lakes and have fun together. I have been to Copenhagen for a steak from one of the speakers. Victor Ionashku invited me to Romania, and I want that recorded, to his hut in the mountains. So things like that make us feel better. And just think, after 10 years, we already have more than 10,000 people reached, more than 5,000 participants in the conference. We have more than 500 officially trained professionals. I'm including the workshops and IT weekend that are part of Challenge Accepted events here. That's why I'm saying it's officially trained. We have also almost 200 sponsors and partners. We counted them. We had 68 speakers, as you already know, 62 volunteers through the years, 60 plus hours of educational videos on YouTube, hundreds of friendship, even families were created among the volunteers, helping hundreds of people outside the conference, 50 plus people that are known, I know about them, that found jobs via the conference, and the QA community in Bulgaria is growing, and Bulgaria as a worldwide is growing as an IT destination worldwide. And I cannot be grumpy. I'm really happy, although tired. And what can I say if you ask about Challenge Accepted 11? Never again. But when I see all that data, all that people, all that faces, all I can say is Challenge Accepted. Thank you.
Oh man, that was so touching and moving, and seeing ourselves changing during the years, that was really stressful. But as Bulgaria, Rakia, we get better each year and get a headache. And now...
Yeah. Let's do what's in the scenario.
Yes. And now, it is time for one of the highlights of our conference, the QA of the Year Award. But today, we have a special surprise for you. Since this is our 10th anniversary edition, we decided to honor not just one individual, but all the 4 outstanding leaders who participated in today's panel session. These remarkable individuals have been shaping the QA community in Bulgaria for years, and it is time to give them the recognition they truly deserve.
So we won't be presenting the QA of the Year Award this time. Instead, we will be awarding the prestigious title of
QA of the Decade. Please welcome again Alexander Karamfilov, Anton Angelov, Dimitar Tupuzov, and Nikolai Stanoy. Guys, this is...
Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Reality is always challenge accepted.
Окей, взех на Алекс и наистина минах на български. Okay, this one is for Alex, and I wish him to continue train new talents and help people who have lost faith that they can find a proper, profitable job and have fun doing that, to continue doing that. I know that he and Milen are doing really a lot for this and continue to be such a trainer. Next in the row, Nick Stanoev. We already know that he's a great CSKA fan, but we already know how good is he. And actually, Nicky was one of our interns long ago in Experian. And look at him now. He is one of the worldwide recognized architects. Worldwide brands are relying on his skill for their automation, and he's able to train so many people in that field. So, well deserved. Chicho Mitko, or Dimitar Tupuzov. We have also worked together with Dimitar long ago. And what I can say is that he has amazing skills. And what is most amazing about his skills is actually he's able to explain very, very complicated things in a very, very simple way that you want to pour rakia, drink, and go with that automation. So, well deserved. And last but not least, Tony, the person who has won the most awards, I think, on our conferences. And I have no words to recognize his contributions to everything he has done for the QA community in Bulgaria. Probably, if it wasn't Tony, that hall would be like third full, and I'm sure many people were inspired by what he does as a person, as his charities, but also as someone who is really, really amazing in promoting Bulgaria as a destination, IT destination worldwide. And trust me, he has been to more than 50 conferences, and every time he says about Bulgaria is a great destination. And many times when we are talking to investors, why should I go to Bulgaria? I'm pointing at those 4 people as a great example of why this should happen. So thank you, guys.
Please wait, please wait.
Please come back.
As you see, the winners of these awards were completely surprised, as they had no idea they would be honored. But their surprises don't stop here. We have one more major reveal. This next surprise was kept secret even from the founder of Challenge Accepted Events, Peter Sevev. As you see, my script is written by hand because he prints the script, so he doesn't know that. As we mentioned, these awards recognize 4 of the most influential professionals As we mentioned, these awards recognize 4 of the most influential professionals shaping the QA community in Bulgaria. However, the rest of the organizers, along with the entire conference team, we believed and decided that there's one person who undeniably deserves a recognition for their contribution to the community, and that person is Peter. So now thank you. Please applaud them all. And I wanted them to stay on the stage for a group photo, because now there are the 5 elements that can summon the QA planet. And please applaud the 4 most influential people in QA community in Bulgaria, and the Peter Sevev himself.
I'm speechless, really.
That was the point, to shut up.
But as I said earlier, you cannot keep everything under control.
So, let's hear for one more time your biggest round of applause for these really great people who are like the 5 fingers of a hand to make a fist. Thank you guys.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
Challenge accepted, challenge accepted.
Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Reality is always challenge accepted.
So there were a bit more jokes here. We would skip them. They're stupid again. So
after so many
awards,
it is time to win some great things too.
Big round of applause for our sponsors and the long-awaited Raffle. A quick disclaimer about our volunteers. These people have been helping make the conference better voluntarily. They are not organizers affiliates or connected anyways. Therefore, they are eligible for winning prizes.
And now it's time for our...
That's after the prize drawing.
Ah, okay.
So,
okay, yes.
Here's my list of awards, prizes. And the first one comes from Carlsberg. Do we have third question or just draw it? This is completely improvised, as you see. Is there a question, or maybe I will ask a question?
Със сигурност няма въпрос, че някой ще вземе това
Има ли
нещо.
друг въпрос? Трети въпрос или просто теглим? Теглим.
Теглим.
So the question is, who is the biggest, the luckiest drinker here?
Разбъркай, че нали видя оплакванията.
Oh, shake it, baby, shake it.
Джуркай,
Do you like this shaking? Up. This one.
На кой му се пие най-много?
So, the person who wants to drink most is Tatiana Hriharkevich. Tatiana Hriharkevich. Helping hands, it's really heavy. Is there some gentleman?
Netko. Oh no, maybe it's, no. Okay. Thank you, Net.
And the second prize comes from Diplomat Plaza. It is one night with breakfast in double luxury room, boat trip on the Zlatna Panega River, and spa package.
And the name is Evgeny Lalovsky. Evgeny.
There he is. If you could combine the both prizes, if depending on your situation, personal.
Yes. Evgeny. Oh, okay. And this is for you.
This is for you again from Diplomat Plaza, and the third one comes from ProCredit Bank. They will. It's the prize is JBL Bluetooth in-ear headset.
And the name is...
The next one.
Boris Bachvanov.
Boris
Bachvanov. Okay.
Maybe... така. Да.
Всички да преборим заедно. 1, 2, 3, той да скочи. Готови? 1,
2,
3!
This is the rule for all next winners. The next one comes from Merkel. It's a gift tube. Voucher за преживяване. Voucher for преживяване. In English. And now, our professional shuffler. And
Zlatka Jovcheva.
Zlatka Jovcheva. There she is. We have to... Ще скачаш.
Останалите научихме ли? 1, 2, 3. И 1, 2, 3!
After the 20. Thank you. And next one comes from Acronis. It's a backpack, headset, bottle, and T-shirt. Whoa, there are 3 sets. So we are going to draw 3 times. Are they going to jump together or one by one? Alex? Okay. So the first one is...
Здравка Иванова.
Здравка Иванова!
Здравка Иванова. Ето. Митко Танев. Woo! Ало, как изпищя?
Third one is
Николай Станоев.
What? Or 6 times today on the stage. You're more often than us on the stage. And the winners jump. 3, 2, 1.
Аз казвам 3. Вие казвате 2, 1 и те скачат. Готови? Да пробваме само. Не скачате още. 3, 2, 1. Добре, супер сте. Сега пробваме официално вече. И 3, 2, 1. Скок!
Congratulations. And for the next one, we are inviting the sponsors from Proxiat. They also are giving they're giving 3 sets, but they will announce what it is. Or maybe I could tell you. Ето, микрофон.
Тук този страни?
Този пуснат ли е? Не. Еми...
Да.
Okay, while you can speak. Да, може да кажете тук каква е наградата.
We have a picnic set, three sets.
Again, 3 sets. Yes. So again, 3 jumpers, you know. The first baby born at the event?
Траян Костански.
Траян Косташки.
Траян, Фрайон.
Косташки.
Фрай.
Някой го познава.
Is he here? He doesn't work like that. I know him too, I can take it instead of him.
Петър Събев пропусна да каже, че от 2-3 събития вече сме го определили така.
So the next, the first winner is, the second first winner.
Мариус Добрин.
Мариус Добрин.
Мариус Добрин.
Is he here? Well, третия първи печеливш. The third first winner.
Александър Цветков.
Александър Цветков.
He is here, yeah.
Той е на път, току-що получавам информация в слушалката, че е на път. Или тук ли е?
Кръста. Ще скача ли, Алекс? Не. Ние ще скочим вместо него. Okay, the first second winner.
Велин Иванов.
Силни аплодисменти за него. Ето го, Велин, давай.
And the third winner.
Ена Станкова.
Чакай. Окей ли сме да не теглим трети, защото така се случи объркване и не знаем Велин ли е, какъв е?
Велин.
Велин, окей. Велин instead of Evelyn, okay? You're the lucky one. Thank your parents for removing the I.
И последният щастливец е Ена Станкова. Аплодисменти за Ена Станкова.
Is she here? No.
Ена?
Guys, just say who is not here to draw them only. Okay. The second and a half, because there was...
Велислава Велиславова. Не дей, че Венцислава видя как стана веднага Венциславова.
Challenge accepted. So, as you heard, this is picnic set. And now ready for the winner's jump. Алекс, къде си? Ще снимаш ли?
Може би.
Добре, снима. Тони брой за скок.
Готови ли сме? И само всички да си вземат наградите. Елате насам, приятели. Елате, моля ви се, да се виждате по-далече от китарката. И 3, 2, 1! Браво!
Applause, applaudismenti. And the next one, we are going to invite Kamen from Zeeburger. You know him very well. He will tell you what is the price, and he will draw it. Come on, we missed you.
I missed you too. Hello, guys.
Hi.
I'm glad to see you again.
Same.
And I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes.
And I hope that I will get something. I hope. But
we too.
Someone will get a whole galaxy top from us.
A8.
I need my glasses, sorry.
Аз го имам тук. A8 като...
So, I will require your assistance. And before showing who that is, maybe it's me, I hope not. I wish to thank you all being here and having great fun, because I did have fun, even though it was too hot, but there was beer.
That's from us.
Радостина Емилова.
Радостина Емилова!
There she is.
Сама е тя.
Yes. Радостина, ти ли си? Да, добре. Congratulations for our English friends. Честито, запомнете го, да не повтарям.
И аз казвам 3, вие викате 2-1 и те скачат. Готови? И 3, 2, 1, jump!
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And the next one, we give it. It's from Amusenet. It is a suitcase, Samsonite, with a contortionist in it. Жената каучък е вътре, да знаете. Върви с него. And Вики теглити. The professional shuffler.
Доника Ризова.
Това е сестрата на жената каучък.
Жената
иска
вътре.
да я спаси. Доника не е също? Доника Ризова.
Дано да пътуваш
да
пътуваш до Дониканската република.
И на 3 скок.
И 3, 2, 1, jump!
Congratulations. And the next one comes from Milestone Systems. While you're shuffling, the prize is Apple Watch Series 9.
And Светлана Дамянова. Победители.
И виж как се радват за другите.
Да. Виж там в другия дел какво става, физиономи имат.
Are you ready to jump? But you have to.
Let's try. Okay.
A little
3,
jump.
2, 1.
Okay.
Oh.
Great, congratulations.
Аплодисменти.
And we're inviting our sponsors from Della Sport for them to give and draw the next prize. There they are. Applause for Della Sport. Hello.
Да. Не гледайте вътре сега. Ама гледай как гледа.
So it is a backpack headset and mouse razor.
Пламен Манолов.
Пламен. Аз вече по инстинкт гледам само на там.
Пламен Манолов.
Ето го, Отдъхнах си за тази част от залата, благодаря.
Най-после дай от тази част дойдоха. И сега за Winner's Jump. 3, 2, 1. And for the next prize, we're inviting our sponsors from Flutter International.
Аплодисменти.
Do you want to say something?
Yeah, I'm happy to join this amazing event for another year. So thanks for the organizers and everyone who is involved into this. So this is very heavy, actually. Everyone.
Oh my God.
I said that I can do it, but obviously I cannot. So
How did you manage it?
This is how poker works. Yeah. And the winner is Władysław Filev.
Ох, че се стреснах.
Владислав Филев.
I don't even have a bet.
Challenge accepted.
And jump. 3, 2, 1.
Jump!
Jump, точно така.
Thank you very much. For the next prize, we're inviting our sponsors from Ring Central.
Аплодисменти.
Do you want to say something? Yeah, okay.
It's really, really energizing to be in a room full of bright people. So thank you all for coming. Thanks to the organizers for the miraculous event. It's really great to be here. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Неделчо Николов.
Challenge accepted.
A merchandise, a shopper with bottle, a stand for the bottle, and a portable charger.
И така.
Also, headphone Bose on raffle. You have another raffle? Oh, that's great. So there is second prize, which is headphone Bose. You will jump together with the second winner. Неделчо.
Людмил Иванов.
Людмил Иванов.
Людмил Иванов.
Ето го, ето го.
Challenge accepted.
Пробвана е. И така, 3, 2, 1, jump. Готови? 3, 2, 1, jump! It's okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Аплодисменти.
And the second to last prize is from Blank Factor. Tegli. It is Drontello.
Красимир Димитров. Аплодисменти. Ето го, Краси идва.
He's coming here. So the prize, as I say, is Drontello.
Challenge accepted.
Стоящ мафиот. Дронтело.
Чакай.
Jump.
3, 2, 1, jump. 3, 2, 1, jump!
And for the last two prizes, they're from one sponsor. It's our platinum sponsor, Bosch Engineering Center Sofia. So applaud their representative.
Здравейте. Първо, in English?
Whatever you want.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. I would like to thank the organizers for the great organization
And to all the people who visited our booth, thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we say what are the prizes?
First one is a backpack, second is a Bosch tool for a healthy life. And the winner of backpack is Kalin Markov.
Kalin Markov. Аплодисменти за Калин Марков. Тук ли е? Калин Марков. Калин Марков първи път, Калин Марков втори път, Калин...
Are you Kalin Markov? Not Krali Markov, Kalin Markov.
Как ни заблуждава? Ай, пак са мести. Добре, Калин.
Second chance.
Хитър Петър.
And Русица Цанкова.
Русица Цанкова.
Is she here?
Може би е тя.
Ама моля ви се, никой да не мърда докато чака.
Заповядайте.
Congratulations. And the second prize from our platinum sponsor Bosch Engineering Center Sofia, and the last one for this whole event is...
Миглена Маринова.
Миглена Маринова.
Нещо значи няма други след тебе. Джъмпна ли преди, бе?
Не.
Добре.
Добре, точно така.
Okay. Are we ready for the final winner's jump?
Come here. 3, 2, 1, jump! 3, 2, 1, jump!
Thank you. So that was the last from the prizes. And now it is time for our grand finale. Big round of applause.
Or finale grande.
Finale grande, grand finale, finale, and grande. Big round of applause for the heart and soul of QA Challenge Accepted, our volunteers and the organization team.
From all over the world, we come across for a conference made for pros by pros. For devs and QAs, this is the place to be, with top-notch speakers and lots of coffee and beer. So come join us in this journey so great, where we'll make new friends and celebrate coding skills and testing perfected. The attitude is always challenge accepted. IT people, let's raise the bar, learning, growing, going far, with open hearts and minds connected. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted. From all over the world, we come across for a conference made for pros by pros. For devs and QAs, this is the place to be, with top-notch speakers and lots of coffee and beer. So come join us in this journey so great, where we'll make new friends and celebrate coding skills and testing perfected. The attitude is always challenge accepted. IT people, let's raise the bar, learning, growing, going far, with open hearts and minds connected. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge